Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Soul Chess in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 186, Kazumi's Origins, Unforgiving World. Unknown years ago. Hell. Kazumi's POV. I was young and so very tiny when I first became self-aware. I was naked and I could feel a great weight upon my body. They were the chains that bound me to the earth as a Togabito. I would later learn that having the strength to move from the chains that weighed you down marked a sign of strength, as many Togabito had to crawl to get around, as I did as a very young girl. My hair was short back then and it wasn't brown, but a light violet. My eyes weren't black back then either, they were brown with normal sclera. I crawled on the ground, starving. The growling of my stomach was almost too much to bear for my confused, young body. It would almost make me wish I had never become aware of my sorry state in the first place. Fate was cruel and demanded that I live no matter how much my stomach yearned for nourishment. Eventually I hadn't the strength to keep moving and I just curled into a ball on the ground. I moaned and groaned, clutching my poor stomach, waiting for something to happen. I couldn't move, I was just so hungry. I felt like I was going to die. Within minutes a creature I would later come to know to be a Kushana came after me, crushing me, devouring me. It was painful, and before I regained any sort of sensory input from my body I viewed harsh images that made a child such as I scream in terror, flashes of ghoulish creatures with missing skin and bulging eyes, hideous monsters with long arms and rows of teeth, and then a hood with a glowing green eye underneath and a skeletal jaw. I almost saw the whole face, but before I could I was freed from such a torture and found myself back in the normal world. I was no longer hungry. My body did not hurt, but the weight from before felt heavier than ever. I was still naked. I didn't move. I just curled up in a ball and sobbed. I did not understand the world around me and things were cruel. I just wanted to die. This time, when a traveler came along, it was not the giant monster, but rather a being in a red cloak with its face framed in shadow, but dark red eyes piercing glowing through shadow cast by the hood. I cowered at first, but stopped when the being reached down and was rather gentle with me. It caressed my shoulder with a shadowy hand. I relaxed my tense body. The being before me was looking at me with eyes of compassion. No, pity perhaps. "You poor child," he spoke to me, "I don't know what you did, but you should not be suffering like this." He slipped his hand into mine and helped me to my feet. He was crouched down to my height. "What is your name, child?" "A name." I tilted my head. I heard him mutter something under his breath. "Huh. It's nothing. If you don't have a name then, until you know your true name, for now I will call you Kazumi." "Kazumi?" I sniffed, drying my eyes. "Yes, come with me, Kazumi. I will protect you from those creatures." The creature before me I would later learn was the most powerful Togabito in all of hell, Zurich. Zurich raised me, treated me like I was his child. Eventually I started calling him Daddy. He taught me how to use magic and all sorts of techniques. He taught me how to stand up and walk, how to speak and form coherent sentences, and how to move with the chains weighing me down. I remember when I first managed to create a flame over the palms of my hands. I was still rather young. My body couldn't have been older than 8 years. "Look, Daddy, I did it!" I exclaimed with joy. "Yes, very good, Kazumi," I could hear the pride in his voice, "you're learning quickly." I learned all sorts of things under Zurich. I learned how to speak, how to fight, and how the world worked, mostly. There were many things I would learn later that he did not teach me. I would constantly ask him if he knew where I came from and why he saved me. "I do not know, and in time you will understand." That was always his answer. Zurich explained to me that clothing did not come naturally to Togabito, and so when I was small he gave me a fragment of his cloak, but as I grew, the cloak did not cover much and became useless to me. So there I was, 12 years old, wearing nothing to conceal myself as I was beginning to reach the age of budding. My body was going through rather strange changes, but Zurich told me it was nothing for me to worry about. Food was almost non-existent in hell, so I had to incinerate and devour other Togabito with my power in order to feed my particularly voracious appetite. Zurich was able to point out to me the easy prey. Food was not readily available as part of the punishment those of us that were Togobito were given in this world. I began to wonder if perhaps I had done something horrible as an infant and had forgotten all about it, or if perhaps I had been turned back into an infant as part of my punishment. Zurich did not know, since, in hell, almost anything could happen. Life was rough, but it was okay. I had the ability to defend myself through the use of fire magic, could fight using hand-to-hand combat, though I had no form, just knowing how to throw a punch or a kick, understood that I should always run from the Kusanada, and knew how to cook my prey easily so I could sate my hunger. I didn't know that there was anything else to look for. All I really wanted to know in life was why I was being punished, but Zurich said I was not strong enough to go and seek out that answer. I thought my life would go on forever like this, but one day, my entire life came crashing down around me. It started when I was out hunting again. I was 16. By this time I had started to obtain the flair of a fine young woman. My chest was growing rapidly as the years went by, my pubes were coming in, and my hair, having never been cut, cascaded down by my waist. I had just roasted my target and finished devouring it when a presence came up behind me. I skidded away and readied my hands with fire to attack at a moment's notice. The person in front of me was an individual much like Zurich. He was wearing a black cloak that completely concealed his body except for his hands along his tattered sleeves. He reminded me much of Daddy in many ways. I would advise not attempting to strike me, child, you'll only succeed in self-destruction. Who are you? I demanded to know. My name is Codex. I am Togobito number 2. What does a powerful being such as yourself want with me? I asked. I've come to warn you of the man you seem to be enamored with as a father figure. What's that supposed to mean? I asked crossly. Zurich is using you, young one. Right, idiot, I said disbelievingly, and you know this because. Research on behalf of the warden. Warden. I had yet to hear anything like this from Zurich. I see, so he didn't tell you. The Kusanada are not sentient beings. They are a hive mind with very little intelligence of their own other than seek and destroy. They are commanded by the Warden of Hell, Miss Rita Jinanga. I have been working with Rita to get vengeance on Zurich for pushing me down the list ever since you came into his hands. Zurich is using you and your unique blood, for he believes that your potential will help him escape hell. What do you mean by my unique blood? I asked. I'm not at liberty to say, Codex responded. Oh, that's real convincing. I folded my arms. As much as I despise working for the warden, as many of us who wish to escape this place do, she has given me plentiful information. At the time I had not yet learned of the lies and true cruelty of the world. I was ready to take Codex's words at face value. How do I find out what he is up to? I can actually tell you that. Zurich wants you to grow powerful enough so that he may use you for a ritual he has been planning. He wishes to sacrifice your body and soul in order to wreak havoc upon all worlds yet again. He believes you are the key to unlocking true power that will make him more powerful than the warden herself. He is delusional at best, but I believe you would not want to be sacrificed for some sort of inane cause. And no, D-Daddy would never. I refused to believe my father figure would use me like that. Give it time, child. You will see the truth with your own eyes soon enough. When that time comes you will need to fight. Codex began to approach me. What are you doing? Stay back. I tossed a couple of fireballs at him, but they disintegrated before they even got close. Codex extended his bony white hand and I saw a bright flash of light. The next thing I knew I had these weird weapons attached to my wrists. They were attached to 2 titanium bracelets on my wrists. The weapons were these long jagged serrated blades, like a pair of claws. They were about a sword length and a half in length. What are these weapons, dear girl? You will need them to fight when your magic will not be enough. I will teach you how to use them. He did teach me, and he also taught me how to fight with my hands and feet as well. I finally had formal training to fight. I was happier than I had ever been. I believed I had made a friend, for I did not understand the world around me. I would later learn that Codex's kindness was out of personal gain and that we would be enemies when Zurich was taken care of, but at the time, I was happy. I didn't understand the true cruelty of the world and what it meant to be enemies or bear a grudge upon someone. Daddy treated things as if everything were normal, even though I was gone from him for a long time. However, a few weeks later, I understood the truth behind Codex's words. Daddy took me to the back of the small cave we lived in, the part of the cave he told me never to go near that he had sealed with many spells and wards. When I saw all the magic, I immediately understood. I whipped out my claws and attacked Daddy. No, Zurich, no true parent or parental figure would ever sacrifice their child for their own gain in my mind as he urged me forward. I do so hope that was a spastic reflex. Keep hoping. I made a high kick at my father's head. He dodged, traversing backwards and to the side. Codex was right about you. You were going to sacrifice me. I was in tears. Codex, he said and scowled, I should have known. You never truly cared about me, did you? You only wanted me for this evil ritual of yours. I couldn't believe it. The person who had raised me, treated me like I was a daughter, didn't care anything about me. The tears wouldn't stop. I had been betrayed by a person I had come to call a father. And? Hell is no place for you, child. Don't you wish to escape all this pain? What pain? I've been happy in the world you've given me. I cried through the tears. Life is tough, but what else is there to ask for? Please, Zurich, tell me Codex was lying. Zurich's eyes closed and he sighed. I am sorry, Kazumi. Suddenly his cloak tore and he transformed into a colossal monster about 3 times his original size. He had tan fur, black eyes, and looked like he had been crossed with a fox and a demon. I am going to have to punish you. Don't try to fight to win, just try to escape. I thought to myself, remembering Codex's advice. You won't have me? I shouted. I ran around Zurich, dodging and blocking the attacks he sent my way, heading for the exit of our cave. Zurich followed me out into the open. Eventually I ran across Codex, who showed up with perfect time as he grabbed my arm, and the next thing I knew we were far away from Zurich. Good, you're unhurt, Codex said to me as I stopped to catch my breath. Thank you, Codex, I smiled at high. You're welcome, he told me. I looked around. From the descriptions I had been told I was in Circle 5. I can't believe I was really being used. Tears continued to drip from my face as I dropped to my knees. All of Zurich's kindness, all of his praise and our happy life together, it was all a lie. I rubbed my eyes with the back of my hands as I sniffed and hyperventilated. You could not have known, Codex told me with pity in his voice. I hunched down on all fours and sobbed, howling like a wounded animal. Zurich was the first person I had been able to trust in this world, and he was using me. How would I ever be able to trust anyone ever again? Codex had been nice, but how long until he betrayed me as well? That was the only thought I could think of. I scrunched up on the ground and pounded my fist against the hard earth. I continued to cry until I had no tears left. When I stood up, I looked at Codex with reddened sclera and asked, what should I do now? I then sniffed. The first thing you should do is get some clothing. As a final service to you, I can teach you a few things myself. Zurich sheltered you. I will teach you what it is you need to know to survive in this world on your own. Why you will. I blinked out 2 tears and sat on my knees to look at Codex. If it means lowering my sentence, I can put you on an even playing field with the rest of us. Codex taught me a few forms of basic magic such as transfiguration, long-distance teleportation, and also a few more physical fighting abilities. As a test run to use what I had been taught, he gave me a full-body mirror to let me style my hair how I wanted. I cut my hair so that it didn't come down quite as long. I dyed my hair brown and put it in an updo hairstyle with 2 strands of my hair coming down as though they were antennae. To further this illusion, I left the tips of these strands my original hair color. I transfigured 2 hairpins from some broken pieces of rock and used them to keep my hair styled. They were sharp enough that they could be used as emergency weapons in a tight fix. Codex told me it would help me in surviving this unforgiving world to have such concealed, emergency weapons. At the time I really didn't understand how hell was unforgiving. Sure, this wasn't the greatest of places to live in, and I often fantasized about a gentler world, but I didn't see the true cruelty hell had to offer. However, I would eventually come to understand. I learned a lot from Codex. Besides the magic he had taught me, I learned about the changes that had gone through my body. He explained to me about puberty and what it meant to be female. I became rather self-conscious of my nude form from listening to his explanation. Codex laughed, "Worry not, my dear. I ceased to care about such things a long time ago." I talked with Codex for hours on end about how hell functioned and about things such as philosophy, anthropology, psychology, and sociology. These conceptual ideas I could listen to and understand, but I could not so easily grasp things like physics and mathematics. Also, there was very little history for me to learn. I grew to like Codex, but he warned me to be cautious. "Do not grow fond of me, Kazumi," he told me. "I am not your friend. This is out of personal profit, as I have explained to you." "Will I ever meet the warden?" "You should, one of these days," he told me. "But you are not yet strong enough to venture out that far. Avoid large places, keep to small. You are a small fish in a very big pond, Kazumi." During another conversation, Codex asked me a question: "Why do you keep your name?" He asked me. Zurich, who you now despise, was the one who gave you your name. Why do you keep it?" I don't know," I said as I sat down on the ground, smiling. "I guess because I've responded to it for so long that I cannot think of any other way to be referred to." Also, I had a rather odd flashback to a wave of blue curling up over me and a desperate hand reaching towards me as I vanished. Somehow I feel as if that's the name I'm supposed to have. During battles I fought in by Codex's side, I transfigured the skin of a Togabito to fashion a brown cloak for myself. I wore nothing underneath. Codex said I was like a flasher and explained to me the concept. I laughed. Still, if I didn't have to fight, I felt I wouldn't need anything else except my cloak for now. I didn't like to have to fight. I was afraid if I did it too much, I would grow to enjoy it. Eventually we were ready to part ways. "Do not expect me to bail you out of trouble if you find yourself ailing as I have done so for you these many years. I am not your friend, Kazumi, or your ally. I am a sinner as are you. We are beings who seek personal profit and have the goal to escape this horrid place." "Yes, I know," I nodded, "you've told me that already many times. I can be self-sufficient," I smiled with a laugh. "I'm a big girl." Codex chuckled. "Yes you are." He began to leave, walking away from me as his cloak dragged behind him. "Become strong, Kazumi, and when you are very strong go to Mount Lucifer and seek the warden out. She will be able to tell you the truth about the world and your origins, of that I can assure you." "I understand. Thank you, Codex." "You are welcome," he nodded as he turned back to look at me. "Understand though that if we cross paths again that I may decide to attack you." I nodded in understanding. I had learned much from Codex. It was a lot to absorb. The innocence I held so dear to me shattered during the time I was with him, but it was recoverable. I was rather glad to understand the true workings of hell even if it bothered me a lot. At least now with my newfound magic I didn't have to worry about going hungry. I could make food out of thin air. "Goodbye, Kazumi," he said to me. "Goodbye, Codex," I told him. Then, with a burst of shadow, he vanished. Once he was gone, though I liked my cloak, I did as Codex suggested and took the initiative to kill some Togabito and used their skin to fashion myself some rags so that I was not exposed all the time. They were tight-fitting and barely covered me at all, but I managed to cover the essentials. I just wished my breasts weren't so big. I could have covered more of my torso that way. Still, the less I weighed and the more the clothing fitted snugly, the less drag I would experience. My top only covered my breasts, my shoulder blades, and failed to my false ribs on downwards. They were also tattered along the sleeves, neck hole, and bottom. My shorts covered my nether regions and didn't even reach halfway to my kneecaps. The clothing was dirt brown in color. I knew the danger I was putting myself in, but I figured the plain colors would make me less obvious. I knew, thanks to Codex, about the evils of males who can't keep their dicks in their pants when they see a pair of perky breasts like mine. He told me that many would call me beautiful and that being so was a double-edged sword in this world. It would gain me envy and potential companionship, but that I should always sleep with one eye open because in this world the only person you could really trust was yourself. I wasn't worried too much about being raped. Even if I did attract attention, I knew how to defend myself. I built myself up, taught myself new things and gained experience as I climbed in ranks over many, many years. In hindsight, I consider my mentality at this time to be very, very foolish. I eventually managed to get into a secure position as Togabito number 1151. Since there were at least 300,000 Togabito here in Hell, but probably many, many more than that, I figured it was a good number so long as I avoided the higher-ups, and so I spent a majority of my time in Circle 1 to avoid conflict. I made the most of my life. I participated in the Colosseum regularly to keep in shape, knew how to avoid the Kushonada, and regularly bathed in the waters of Circle 3 to keep my body from reeking. I got caught a few times by Hell's Sentinel drones and it was not a pleasant experience, but for the most part I did well for myself. Life was like a game to me and I never really felt the unforgiving nature of the world for the most part. I was, strangely happy in the world I lived in, just as I had been when Zurich took care of me. I matured well, taking on the appearance of a woman in her late 20s, early 30s. I was in my prime, there was no doubt about it. After fighting for so long I became confident in my skills, but always knew when I was biting off more than I could chew, or so I thought. I stopped keeping track of my age after my body stopped growing, so I have no idea how long ago this was or how long after it was when I met Codex, but the next major event in my life was my spiral downward. I hit rock bottom and it was this that made me curse this land and its rules. I was traversing Circle 4 having just cleansed myself in 3 after fighting in the Colosseum. I was done for the day and knew that the Warden would soon be sending a Kushonada rampage through Circle 1, so I was down here for my own protection. A little while later I wound up in confrontation with several Togabito. They were part of a group, featureless by recount of my memory at this point. I don't wish to remember their faces because of what they did to me. There were 4 of them. 2 of them had higher ranks than me, 2 had lower ranks. The difference was not significant and none of us were above 1,000. I thought I could win. I did not take into account the pragmatism they intended to employ by fighting as a group. I was defeated, but not killed. No, that was too good for what these beasts had in store for me. I was beaten, too exhausted to fight back. I waited for the killing blow only to be stripped naked. Wait, what are you going to do to me? My question was answered by having my breast grabbed. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Damn, you're fine. That tight-fitting uniform of yours, you've just been asking for this, haven't you? Asking for what? One of the Togabito tore off his pants and loomed over me. And no, not that. Don't do that to me. Please, just kill me. I don't want to be raped. They laughed at me. To the victor go the spoils, as they say. It's about high time you learned your place, bitch. You might be climbing towards the top, but we're going to put you back on the bottom. And no. Don't. The Togabito pushed me down onto my back and grasped my shoulders tightly. He entered all the way into me, tearing my hymen. I screamed in pain, clawing at him with my nails, but he didn't seem to care. Oh man, check it out. She was a virgin. Wow, that's a surprise. I didn't think there were any virgins in hell. Must be our lucky day. I just sobbed and turned my head to the side, waiting for things to be over. Please stop, I moaned as I sobbed as I was raped. This was so humiliating. The Togabito raping me fondled my breasts as he fucked me. Damn, you've got like the perfect body and you're so tight. Damn. I just sobbed throughout the whole experience. This was humiliating. I wanted it to end. I was a strong warrior, not a bitch. It got even worse as another one of them stuck his thing in my mouth and forced me to suck on it. Even the brimstone of this place didn't smell as bad, and I'd never had anything so foul in my mouth. He withdrew from my mouth and released his sperm on my face. I cried from the humiliation. The Togabito that was fucking me started raping me faster. Oh man. I like this so much. I'm gonna release deep inside you. What? I lifted my head up. No. Don't do that. What if I get pregnant? I exclaimed. There weren't any reports of babies being born in hell, but that didn't mean it couldn't happen, right? My answer wasn't responded and the guy just ejaculated inside me. And no, I am so going to get pregnant. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. They took turns raping me, filling me with their seed. They double-teamed me, used my ass, even ganged up on me all at once. One of them using my vagina, another my ass, a third my mouth and the last one jacking off on my breasts as they swayed back and forth. It was too much and they forced me to climax so many times. I cried all the way through it. It was so humiliating. This wasn't pleasurable at all. Sex was supposed to be something beautiful, so Codex had said. He was right when he told me that rape was different. This was terrifying and humiliated. I felt lower than life. I wanted to die again. I passed out on the ground filled and covered with their sperm. The 4 Togabito took me back to their hideout. When I regained consciousness I found that I had a collar around my throat and I was chained to a cave wall. I was still naked, but either the sperm they had covered me with had been cleaned off or it had dried on me. I couldn't tell and I didn't care. All I could think of was breaking this collar and getting out of here. I went to summon my claws only for my hand to come down and slam hard against the steel chains binding me to the wall. I felt my power slipping away. I couldn't even call upon it. One of the Togabito entered the small cave I was sitting in. "Enjoying your stay?" he asked me. "What did you do to me?" I asked. "Why can't I use my powers?" "The collar you're wearing, which we've locked onto your neck, is a material called Sekizeki. It's a rare rock that nullifies Ryotsu completely. As long as you wear that collar, you can't do anything. You're our bitch, our sexual slave." He cupped my chin with his grubby fingers. "Understand?" I yanked my head away and bit his finger. I broke through the skin. "You just made the worst mistake of your life." He was right to some extent. He came back with his friends and they held me down and fastened a bracelet to each of my wrists. I felt my vitality being sapped into these cuffs. However, I could still move my legs and I kicked forward with one of them only for my leg to be grabbed. A stone-like high-heeled shoe was put onto it and I could feel my vitality slip even further as the same thing was done to my other foot. Both shoes gripped to my body like a suction cup. Kicking my legs would not send them flying, it was like they were stuck to me. Now I could barely move at all. My free will to move was being drained from my very being and my limbs felt like lead. You won't get away with this," I said crossly, and then my expression turned to one of sorrowful desperation. "When I get free I swear I will make you all pay." One of the Togabito slapped me lightly. "Get out of here. I'm afraid you don't understand your position. We're not letting you go, not a fine prize such as yourself." "Now then," one of the Togabito unhooked me from the wall, "I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself. Please just let me go," I pleaded. "If you continue to do this you'll never leave this place." "Why leave when we have you to please us for the rest of eternity? We'll fuck you so silly that you won't want to leave. You'll be to stay here with us for the rest of your life." "I'll never, you won't break me," I exclaimed. "Let's see how long you can keep that up, you whore." Then he raped me. He had my back pinned against the wall and he raped me. I couldn't move, couldn't fight back, couldn't do anything at all except lie there and take it. I cried again. Each of those bastards took a turn fucking me and they each put their sperm in my stomach. I was going to get pregnant, there was no doubt about that. I didn't want a child. I didn't want any of this. I just wanted to be free. But it was not to be. I was their bitch, their captured slave. They raped me continuously, eventually inviting other Togabito to do the same. They would put me on a leash and parade me around like a dog, training me to be their obedient pet. It was so humiliating as all the staring eyes looked at me, judging me like I was a common whore. I wasn't like this. This wasn't me. I was a warrior, Togabito number 1151. How could they treat me so poorly? It was then I began to understand what was meant by the unforgiving nature of the world. It was terrible. They made me howl like a bitch in front of an audience and they continued to find new ways to violate me and crush my pride. For example, they would inject my ass with fluid and force me to vacate my bowels all while they watched. There are no toilets in hell, but relieving yourself is always done over the sides of the circles into the abyss when you're sure no one's around, or in a small hole in the dirt that you later cover up. But no, they forced me to do it in front of them with my arms chained to the walls and my ass facing them. I hated them all. I begged them to kill me so many times. Death in Circle 9 was preferable to this constant torture. They broke me eventually. I started getting off on the rape and the roughness. I started to become unable to think of anything else other than sex. I became complacent in my fate as their semen dumpster, and I completely made the transformation from warrior to slut. I would wrap my body around whoever was fucking me, moan and take pleasure in the tantalizing feeling running through my body. But somewhere inside I knew this was not me. I knew this was not what I was meant to be, and I wanted to be able to fight back to make them all pay, but my body wouldn't listen to me anymore. After much time had passed, my stomach started to bulge and my breasts started to swell up and my areola darkened. I thought that impregnating me would make them stop, but it didn't. They continued to have sex with me well into my 3rd trimester. They would squeeze my breasts and drink the fluid I lactated from them. They called me a "come crazy pregnant whore" and other names, and asked me to confirm that I was such, as I would unfortunately do with a smile on my face. My expression betrayed my heart. I hated this. I wanted to just die or to fight, but my body acted like it was happy. They told me that they would impregnate me time and again, that I would forever be their bitch, that was my destiny for the rest of my life. I thought that they were right, but we were both wrong. I was 8 months along when release finally came for me. They were having me crawl on my hands and knees again, blindfolded in front of a crowd. They had since done away with the restraints as I had stopped resisting. I had a new collar, one with a cowbell around it to signify that I was their slave. I was still wearing high-heeled shoes. They said I looked sexy wearing them. I had no sekizeki holding me back, but my will to fight had long since disappeared and I could only do as they asked. I had even begun to refer to them as my masters. Thankfully though, my nightmare was finally at an end. During the public display of humiliation, right after one of the Togabito finished ejaculating inside my ass, a familiar sound echoed across the landscape. The Kushonada were coming. Everyone ran and I was left abandoned on the ground. I still was horny and began to pleasure myself on the ground, blindfold still on. I was taken to Circle 9. I experienced blackness and numbness like I was in a deep sleep. While in there I experienced no visions, just constant pain. The slut in me seemed to vanish as my mind was reconstructed. My sanity was being restored. I could feel the warrior in me returning. I was a whore no more. My body reformed. I was back in my rags with my cloak wrapped tightly around me. I felt relieved. I had almost forgotten that Circle 9, though tormenting, restored the injuries to one's body, including psychological and mental scars, and therefore my mind was back in order. My virginity was still gone, but the scarring of my vaginal canal would at least be repaired, hopefully. I knew that my lust was gone, so that was a good sign. I had reawakened lying on the ground in the same position I had been taken. I made to get up only for something to kick me from the inside. My mind and body trembled. There's no way, my body was destroyed, how can it? I stood up and looked down and see that my stomach was still swollen and my breasts were still producing fluid, the milk leaking through my rags. I was still pregnant. Being sent to Circle 9 hadn't stopped the process at all. But, I said hoarsely in shock, looking at my breasts and stomach. I dropped to my knees and screamed in a high pitch as I pushed my hands against my stomach. I broke down and started crying again. Although my mind had been restored, the parasite and physical effects of what I experienced had not vanished. Was it because pregnancy was not seen as an injury? Was it because something could not be murdered in Circle 9? I didn't know and I didn't care. I just crawled into a fetal position and cried, knowing that I would soon be giving birth to a little hellspawn I didn't even know the father of. I felt so weak every day, the little demon feeding off of my ryotsu. Thankfully I was able to find a place where no one was around in Circle 6 in order to give birth. This was not for the little demon in my belly, but for me. I didn't need anyone coming near me while I did this humiliating action of giving birth to the child of one of my rapists. I removed my shorts and leaned against the back wall of the cave as I waited for the process to begin. It started when I felt a whole bunch of fluid shoot down my legs. I thought I had peed accidentally, but it was not piss. My water had broken. Labor had begun and the contractions soon began to come. The only greater pain I knew than this was when I was in Circle 9. I cried out in pain every time there was a contraction. My whole body was on fire. I felt like I was going to die. Get out. Get out already, you piece of filth. My body. It hurts. I hurt all over. Get out of me. Get out of me. Get out of me. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I chanted the words, "Get out of me," and "I hate you" as I forced myself to give birth and eventually forced the child out of my birth canal and onto the cave floor. It was hideous. What I had given birth to barely looked like me at all. So many men had violated me that I couldn't even be sure what kind of creature it was that had knocked me up. I didn't care though. I balled up on the ground and started crying again. My baby started doing the same. It was calling for me, but I didn't care. I had sunk so low, treated as barely even a form of life. I sobbed in the same position as my child as it remained attached to me via the umbilical cord. I had nothing but contempt for the little creature that had growing inside me. I had no idea who knocked me up and I really didn't care. As I lay there on the ground, crying along with my baby, I just wanted it to stop crying. I had been thoroughly violated and it was selfishly demanding that I do something for it. I never even wanted it in the first place. The little monster was forced upon me. I hated it. I hated its existence. I hated the process of fertility, hated sex, hated my appearance, and hated pretty much everything I could think of that was related. I became so consumed with rage, self-loathing and angry thoughts, and all the while my fucking child wouldn't shut the fuck up. Due to all of what I was feeling, something inside me snapped. I got up with hate brimming through my entire body and loomed over the child. Seeing it closer, I could pretty much consider it to define the term, spawn of hell. I extended my claw up with one hand and with an anguished tone I shouted, "You fucking thing." I shut my eyes as I brought my claw down deep into the body of the little beast that had come out of my stomach. Blood splattered my weapon and face. I refused to raise it. It would be a permanent reminder of the humiliation I had suffered. "I hate you," I exclaimed, stabbing it again. "I hate you." I stabbed it again. "You should have never been born." I stabbed it again. "You should have never existed." And again. "None of this should have ever have happened, you little parasite." I stabbed forward again only to strike against something hard, and there was a loud clang as my claws impacted against the rock. I opened my eyes to find out that between my Ryotsu and my claws I had reduced the little demon to just a pool of blood and giblets. I laughed nervously. "It's gone," I dispelled my claw. "I got rid of it." I stood up, still laughing with a nervous grin. None of this ever happened. I dropped to my knees, fell over and went to sleep on the ground. When I woke up again I was in a much more stable frame of mind. I felt a draft along my legs only to remember that I hadn't put my shorts back on before going to sleep. Before I could though, I noticed that I still had the umbilical cord hanging from in between my legs. I yanked it out along with the placenta and membranes and then incinerated it with my fire as the bloody mess impacted against the wall. I pulled my shorts up as the waistband snapped against my pelvis. As I proceeded to leave, grabbing my cloak from down the corridor leading into the dead end I had given birth in, I noticed the pile of dried blood and rotting giblets and remnants of flesh. I simply stormed away in disdain. I had done what was best for me, that little bastard be damned. I was not its mother. It was not my baby. It was a little parasite forced upon me, and like any parasite it had been dealt with accordingly once it was vulnerable. That was not my child, I said as I ventured out into Circle 6 and went back to 5. By the time I got there I was in a different mindset. I was a warrior, yes, but after all of what happened, the trauma and the pain haunting my mind, I didn't want to remember it ever again. I staggered up to the tallest cliff in the circle and intended to throw myself off of it. However, before I made my swan dive I remembered that suicide was impossible for a Togbato. If I threw myself off this cliff and injured myself beyond repair, I'd just go back to Circle 9, experience the numbness and all of those torturous images. I started to cry again. This world really was unforgiving, and I knew now better than any other Togabito, I assumed, what that meant. This trauma, this pain, this agony, I would have to live with it for the rest of my life, shoulder this baggage all on my own and never have anyone to comfort me. As I realized this, I went from standing to sobbing into my arms as I lay down on my now flat stomach and continued to cry. I was so upset that my stomach churned and I lurched forward, vomited over the side of the cliff and continued to cry, sprawled out on the ground and eventually coming into a fetal position again. If only there were a way to erase what had happened, I thought through the tears. I want to make all the pain go away. I want vengeance. I want power. I want the power to make me strong. For once in my life, I felt as if something I wanted would finally come to pass. A flash of light shined so brightly that it lightened and seeped through my closed eyelids. My eyes shot open and I stood up, eyes red from crying, but no longer dripping uncontrollably with tears. I turned behind me to see a dust cloud off in the distance. Curious, I went to check it out. Codex had told me a long time ago that artifacts of untold power sometimes dropped out of the sky like that. The Warden sent them to hell when they were destroyed to prevent them from being found somewhere in a place called the Soul Society. Codex said it amused the Warden to watch us Togabito take these artifacts and objects and use them to our advantage, like we were just the pieces of some board game. After my experience, I was starting to hate this so-called Warden more and more. In the crater that had formed, I saw a shimmering sphere of white light half buried in the ground. Curious, I reached out and touched it. It was hard like a stone. In the next moment though, it gave off a bright light and I was blinded. I heard a mechanical voice in my head. Symbiote accumulated. Lotus system engaged. Host name, Kazumi. DNA type, humanoid, but not human. Further analysis will be undergone. Initiating mind meld. Not human, what does that, AAGH? My train of thought was cut off as my brain stung like someone was electrocuting it directly. I clenched my right hand to my head, clenching my eyes shut in pain. However, with them closed, I saw, or rather believed that I saw, detailed instructions of how to utilize the device of which I had just acquired. The Lotus system would allow me to absorb the very essence of souls that I delivered a somewhat fatal strike to if I called upon its power before delivering the blow. It would prevent them from respawning and it would add their Ryotsu to my own, making me stronger. Also, if they had any abilities compatible with my own, I would be able to utilize it to my own advantage. It was exactly the type of thing I needed for my revenge. I opened my eyes. The sphere had disappeared and my body felt different. I felt as if there was now something inside my brain giving me extra information that I could access whenever I closed my eyes and focused. Inside my mind I found, besides the instructions, a folder titled Powers. However, there was only one folder in that folder and it had my name on it. I could see a list of abilities I had accumulated and all the folders were open. However, one folder was closed. I surfed for a help section to find what a closed folder meant. It meant that I had yet to access this power at my disposal. Also in the help section it said that my folder could expand if I had innate abilities I did not know I had, considering that my DNA type was unknown to the system. Still, I opened the folder. There was a file for something called high-speed regeneration. I opened my eyes. I summoned my claw and gently drew blood across my arm. White protoplasm shot out and melded over the punctured skin, instantly healing it. Well now, I said with a grin, that's useful. I spent a little while getting used to the Lotus system and reading through its instruction manual and accessing my powers using it. It was kind of interesting. Once I had mastered this system and understood its effect, I set out to use it. I decided to destroy the defilers that had put me in this state. I was going to kill and absorb all of my rapists until they were gone. I found them one by using the apparatuses strung about hell. Codex told me about these things. The Warden left tablets throughout hell to let Togabito look up information about other Togabito. It was easy to find all my targets. I just typed the keywords, rape number 1151 Kazumi, into the tablet. The search engine would then pop up, I figured, any Togabito who was involved in my humiliating past. In doing so I realized I had fallen to number 1734 because of my weakened state from having spent 9 months without exercising. I looked at myself. I wasn't in perfect shape. As if to add insult to injury though, my profile showed that I was now being called, Hell's Come Toilet. At that point I destroyed the apparatus. I set out to find another one, so that I could memorize all of my rapists. I would rebuild my reputation and destroy all traces of the incident. I would be feared. And I would erase such a disgusting name from the lips of the world. It took me a long time to destroy every last Togabito on my hit list. By the time I was done I had devoured 1,411 souls with the Lotus system, some of which were quintuple digits. By going after the weaker ones first I was ready for the stronger ones. Apparently none of the really powerful Togabito had raped me. It was convenient to say the least. Upon killing my last target I set out to find another apparatus and check data. My pride had been restored. I was feared again and I had risen higher than ever before, 763. But it was not enough. I would destroy all the apparatuses. No one would be able to know anything anymore. I knew where they all were. Codex had told me and the Lotus system was able to help me access that memory. Unfortunately though memory access was possible, memory deletion was not, which would force me to remember all that pain, suffering and shame for the rest of my damned life. Knowing of this memory access option though I tried to see if I could access my infantilian memories in hell, but they were damaged because my brain's neural network did not work when I was so young. Furthermore, I apparently could only access my memories as a Togabito and so it was impossible to know my origins and what I had done to deserve all of this. No matter what I had done, I didn't deserve any of what had happened to me. No one deserved that at all no matter how much they had sinned. What I went through was unbearable and I wouldn't wish it upon my worst enemy and I still feel that way because I know I would feel sympathy to see someone I loathed suffer the same way because I know what it's like and no one should have to feel the way I felt, no one. And so I went out and destroyed all the apparatuses, except the one inside Mount Lucifer, destroying all traces of anyone being able to find out my embarrassing nickname ever again. I was number 763, people were fearing my again and my new nickname was, the Vengeful Brunette. A nice title, but I was sure I could do better. When I was finally done with that quest, I stood still and tapped into the Lotus system yet again. Lotus system settings menu. Settings. Deplete all powers absorbed, retain all gathered energy. Depleting. I would not use the powers of my rapists. It would be a reminder of the suffering I endured, just like that damned parasite that had grown in my womb. Just remembering the moment I stabbed it into an unrecognizable mass made me want to hurl. I hated it. I hated every bit of what I endured. The only reminder I still had was that my breasts were a little bit bigger even long after I had given birth and I remained full of milk for a while. Depletion complete. I took a deep breath. Now I could pretend as if what had happened never happened. I was actually starting to feel better too. The faces of the Togabito that had raped me were vanishing from my mind, becoming nothing more than mere shadows. The suffering was there, but now that I had my vengeance, it didn't hurt as much. The damage they did to me though, the joy I once had in living here that would never return. After the mental repression, I decided I had to find out what I had done to deserve all this. I made up my mind to go and see the warden. Mount Lucifer. I had no idea what the warden was like. I hoped they were an understanding individual. Codex had said the warden had a good deed policy to allow Togabito to atone and reduce their sentence. I was not prepared for what stood before me. When I was on solid ground after climbing up the mountain it turned out that the warden was a woman. She was a head shorter than me and had ears like that of a squirrel. She was wearing a beige cloak draped over the rest of her body and she was carrying a pyrite staff with circle on the top end of it with a triangle in the circle and an eye in the triangle. There were several rings sagging along the bottom of the circle. "Are you the warden?" I asked. "Why yes," the woman answered. She appeared to be very cheerful. "The name's Rita Jinanga. And you would be?" I am Togabito number 763. "My name is Kazumi." Oh, her cheerful attitude dropped. "I see. Is something the matter?" I asked. "I'm not good with appearances, but I'm very good with names and numbers," Rita said to me. She turned around and opened the door to her tower. "Follow me inside," she waved me forward. "I'm sure there is much you wish to ask of me." I followed Rita inside her abode. She fed me, gave me a banquet, a feast. There was a large table full of food from full-sized chickens to slabs of sliced beef, ramen, hard-boiled eggs. There was so much food. I salivated and wanted to cry tears of joy. It looked so delicious. I moved forward only to stop. Wait, what's the catch? Catch? Rita seemed confused. I just thought you were hungry. She backed up by the door. You eat? Okay. My eyes quivered. I didn't know if she was kidding or just that nice, but I didn't care. As long as she wasn't going to stop me, I tore into the food on the table, devouring it like an angry beast. It was so delicious, I wept tears of joy. I was happy again. After I'd eaten for a while, Rita sat down next to me. Eat as much as you'd like, Rita told me. I know your appetite is particularly voracious. Don't worry, Kazumi. I'm someone you can trust. As I finished chewing a piece of beef, I looked at her. I swallowed. How do I know you won't betray me? Rita reached towards me. I recoiled on a reflex. Kazumi, I'm not going to hurt you, please relax. Fight the urge. I did as she requested. There was definitely something different about Rita than any other being I had met. Rita took my hand and had me place it flush against her collarbone. Do you feel my cloth and skin upon your hand? Why yes. Do you feel the chains of sin upon my body? No. That's because I'm not a sinner, but neither am I a saint. Rita let go of my hand and I pulled it away and massaged it. Kazumi, I am not a Togabito. I am a soul reaper. It is my job to help others. I am your friend. She smiled widely with her eyes closed and tilted her head to the side. Okay. Rita was being so nice to me, nicer than any Togabito I had ever met. She wasn't violent or angry and I couldn't sense any hostile intent from her at all. She was definitely different from anyone I had ever met. I felt my lip quiver as a genuine smile worked its way upon my face. Okay. My stomach growled and I returned to devouring everything in sight. When I was finished, I leaned back against my chair and patted my full stomach. Kazumi, why don't you stay with me for a while? Rita offered, standing nearby. There are many things I wish to teach you before I can answer your questions. What do you want to teach me? I asked, sitting up straight. Basic knowledge, book smarts, and other things like that. There were things Codex couldn't teach you that I have the time to. You are safe in my domain, Kazumi. Feel free to let your guard down. I know you have suffered. I want you to take it easy while you are here. Thank you. There was really nothing else I could say. I had hoped the warden to be a nice and understanding person, but this was overwhelming. I spent a long time under Rita's care. She made me strong, taught me many things, math, physics, and she even helped me get back into perfect shape. For one of her prisoners, she almost seemed like she trusted me, like she didn't care that she was making me stronger. I knew from spending time with her that Rita had a good heart. She taught me about the Soul Society, and any question I wanted to know the answer to, she would tell me what she said was the absolute truth. If she didn't know the answer, she would sometimes bring me to her apparatus and we would look up the answer together. The only questions she danced around were questions pertaining to me that I did not know. Her answer was always the same. It's not time for you to know yet. There is more for you to learn. That's what Zurich said, I said angrily, the first time she answered like that, and look at what he tried to do to me. She put her hands on my shoulders. I cringed and trembled, but Rita's grasp was firm and gentle. I still didn't like it when she touched me, even if it was in a comforting manner. I felt like a skittish cat. Kazumi, what Zurich did he has already been punished for. I am not telling you the answer because you are not ready for the truth, not because I'm trying to hide it. I don't want to hide anything from you, Kazumi, but you're not ready to know this yet. I really felt like Rita was looking out for me, as if she really wanted me to trust her and to be happy. I started to let my guard down around her. It was such a foolish mistake. After a longer while of being with her, I simply began asking periodically, "Is it time yet?" She would say, "Not yet." And I would ask, "How much longer?" And Rita would say, when I feel I have taught you enough. I spent more time with Rita, and one day out of the blue she asked, "Kazumi, do you trust me?" "I've started to," I said. "I know that you don't want to hurt me." An awkward smile formed on my lips. "I think I've started to consider you a friend." Rita seemed happy to hear this, and I was happy to confirm it, but I would come to regret it. A few days later, Rita walked up to me while I was reading one of her fantasy novels and said, "It is time." I knew what that meant. I would finally get the answers I had been seeking all this time. I followed Rita to the roof of her tower, where she hung her cloak just as we reached the top of the staircase, and I stood atop the small platform at the pinnacle of her tower. Underneath her cloak, Rita wore an orange leotard with ankle-high rubber boots and long thigh-high black socks. She also wore fingerless gloves, and it was easy to see that she had some muscle mass on her. We were very high up in hell. We were undoubtedly in Circle 1, but I couldn't see the city from our location, just a lot of red fog. "I didn't know your tower reached up this high. It's hidden. My existence is a myth to the weaker Togabito," Rita stated with a serious deadpan expression I rarely saw upon her. "Why?" I asked, turning to face her. "Is that really the question you want the answer to?" Rita asked, indicating she would answer it later, but ultimately knew that I knew she had brought me up here for a reason. I took a deep breath, contemplating which question to ask first. I decided on, "What is my sentence?" Rita answered with the same serious look. 12 millennia, 4 centuries, 3 decades, 6 years, 4 months, 5 days and 16 hours. "What?" I gasped. What did I do? How did I get here? Kazumi, I want you to listen to me very carefully, and I want you to understand that I will never be able to apologize enough. Can you understand that? I don't think so. Rita exhaled and reworded her statement. I spent all this time helping you to show you that I am not out to get you, that I do not dislike you or hate you. Please understand that. Of course I understand that, Rita. You've been good to me. I put a hand on my chest and smiled. You're my friend. Yes, I'm your friend, Rita said with a smile and sighed. She then looked at me with eyes full of regret. Kazumi, Rita paused and sighed. You were an accident, a misentry. I didn't know what Rita meant by that. Huh? What are you saying? What could she have meant by misentry? Kazumi, Rita said, taking another deep breath, you were born here. A shiver coursed through my entire body. I could barely get the next 2 words out. Be born here. I have always lived in this world. I never deserved any of this. Rita nodded with her eyes closed. When you first appeared in my database, you were an infant. One of the Kusanada attacked you. I looked up your history. You had none. That's never happened before. But then, my mouth hung open, still in shock. I finally got the rest of my sentence out. How did I rack up 12,000 years worth of sin? I felt like I was going to cry any minute given how heavy my jaw felt. Rita took a few steps towards me. Cannibalism, murder, mutilation, vandalism, and vengeance, all of these things are unacceptable. You committed them yourself. You can't pretend to have forgotten. Before you had been able to be conscious of yourself, you had been caught by the Kusanada 3 times, building up 15 years of automatic sin. And then Zurich took you in. You used other Togabito for food, burned them with fire and ate their bodies. You grew and fashioned your uniform out of your victims. You sparred regularly for the very thrill of it. You murdered many Togabito in that revenge scheme of yours and killed the child that you bore from being raped. You broke all of my apparatuses, she paused and said more sympathetically, though I can understand why you did most of that. After the brutal incident you suffered, I made it so that what happened to you could not happen again. I altered the atmosphere of hell. Now it is impossible for Togabito to conceive a child if they are not pregnant prior to dying. All of this was so much to take in, but one thought ran through my body. Rita knew. She had always known, and now she was telling me a reality I didn't even believe could have even been possible. I felt so dizzy, like I was going to fall backwards off Rita's tower. I righted myself and balled my fists down at my sides. I leaned forward and began shouting, but I'm innocent. I'm innocent. The tears started to fall as my shouted turned to a whine 12,000 years. You've got to be kidding me. I'm sorry, Kazumi. Rita's tone was now very apologetic as she reached towards me. Please, I didn't mean for this to happen. She put a hand on her chest. I'm your friend, remember? I ignored her and stared at the ground, continuing to rant. You let the Kusanada attack me. You sat in your comfortable little chair and watched as I was raped and impregnated. You don't give a damn about me, do you? I looked at her right in the eye and sniffed. Some friend you turned out to be. No. That's not true. That's what I was trying to show you when I took care of you all this time. I was trying to make amends. I really do care about your situation. Rita looked devastated. I really want to help you. If you want to make amends, then free me. Bring me downstairs and free me. I would if I could, but that supersedes my authority. You know that. Rita had told me before about how any of her bigger decisions had to go through the Soul King, the man who gave her the title of Hell's Warden. So I have to work it all off? All 12,000 years? You've gotta be kidding me. I was hysteric now. I'm sorry, Kazumi, why can't you understand that? Rita asked me in anguish. I felt betrayed. Just like Zurich, Rita had given me a nice cushy life and then she took it all away from me with a big revelation. I should have seen the signs coming, should have realized that I could never be happy and that life will just piss and shit all over me like the garbage the Togabito are. Sorry does not erase the humiliation. I yelled hysterically. Sorry does not erase my suffering. All of the enjoyment I once had is gone. I could tolerate being born here, but 12,000 years. Your system is fucked up. I began shaking as I became more and more hysterical. Why didn't you save me? You knew the path I was heading down, why didn't you stop me? Your situation is tragic, but I cannot be responsible for every last Togabito's predicament. There are actual sinners that die every day and I have no one to help me lessen my workload. I'm also not allowed to directly interfere beyond my contract. Honestly, Kazumi, I wanted to help you, please believe me. No, I'm done believing. I'm done. You're not my friend. You never were. You just pretended. You made me think you really cared about you fucking bitch. I held my hands by my face. How could you do this to me? Kazumi, please. Rita sounded like she might cry. I really wanted to help. I still do. If you stay with me we can fix all of this. I'm sorry I wasn't there sooner, but I had no choice. I don't like not being able to interfere, but it's what I have to do. I'm really sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it, Rita. I shouted, looking down as I strained my vocal cords. I started to cry and then sucked in the tears and steeled myself. For what you did to me, for betraying me and letting me go on with a lifestyle I never even deserved, I crossed an arm over my chest and readied my claws. I'm going to kill you. Rita leaned forward with her hands upon her chest. Think about what you're doing, Kazumi. If you attack me it'll only add to your sentence. This is not the answer. I don't fucking care. I shouted, pointing my claw at her. Do you have any idea the misery I suffered? Do you have any idea the irrevocable psychological damage that I have endured? The first person I ever trusted betrayed me. The second person I trusted taught me that this world sucks, but I made the most of it. I was raped and robbed of my virginity. I was held down against my will and forcibly penetrated until I conceived the child. I was humiliated sexually over and over until I earned the nickname, Hell's Cum Toilet. I was well along with my pregnancy when I was sent to Circle 9 again, hoping it would destroy the child. But I was still fucking pregnant. I gave birth in a fucking cave to a child whose father I don't even know that I brutally slaughtered with my own 2 hands. I've always thought about motherhood, but never like that. Never. Like that. I thought about committing suicide only to remember that I fucking can't. I then destroyed every trace of the incident, so now you and I are hopefully the only ones who know that it ever happened. I started to cry and came down from yelling. I slumped as the tears splashed the ground. And now you tell me that I was born innocent. That I didn't do anything to deserve any of this. What the fuck? I shouted again and stomped my foot. Just what the fuck? I panted for a little and extended out my other claw as my knees buckled a little. On top of that, everything I've done, all the pleasure I've felt is being held against me. You said you were my friend, but friends don't do this to each other, not from what you taught me. I don't like you, Rita. You're not my friend, never were it seems. I tensed up. I could feel a strong sensation welling up in my body. I panted, trying to find words that would fit the end of my rant. I fucking hate you. In rage I flew at Rita to attack her. She dodged my attack so easily. She didn't fight back at all as I angrily lashed out at her. I died, but it was only because I fell off the tower and plunged into the abyss, smashing my body against the ground, hitting it at my terminal velocity. I formed back on the spot in Circle 4 where I landed. I stood up and shouted up at the sky, "Damn you, Rita! Damn you!" I crawled into a fetal position and cried again. I didn't know anything else I could do. I couldn't go on anymore. My entire life was a lie, that's what Rita had just told me. This world really was unforgiving and I was just its bitch. I was a slave to the world, forced to dance in the palm of Rita's hand. I felt that this was one depression I would not be recovering from. I was truly alone in the world. If I was to go on, I needed a friend, an ally, someone who would always be there for me no matter how tough things got, but such a person did not exist, not in this awful world. As I lay on the ground crying, a gentle, feminine voice spoke in my head. "There is one thing you can do, Kazumi." HMN. I opened my eyes. "Who's there?" "I am the one that has always been watching you. You must become strong. You should become strong so that you will never suffer again." "What? Who are you? How do you know who I am?" The voice did not reverberate, but it didn't matter. It had given me an idea. I should become so strong that I should never suffer again. I grinned fiendishly. Yes, that's an excellent idea. I summoned one of my claws and looked at it. The weapon had become encrusted with so much blood over the years. I could barely see my reflection in the Damascus-edged blade. At the very least though, I could still see my eyes. I will gain power. I don't care if it adds to my sentence. I scowled. I will become the number one. I will suffer no more. Then I will use Rita to lower my sentence, make it seem like I've forgiven her, but all the while I will look for ways to surpass her. I will have my revenge. I shouted to nothing and no one, head tilted towards the sky. Revenge is what you seek. I heard a voice behind me that I hadn't heard in a long time. I turned around to see Codex. "Oh, it's you," I snorted with animosity. "I can sense that you have become much stronger since last we met," Codex said with a nod. "You only need to become a little bit stronger and you can take vengeance upon your father." "Zurich is not my father." I spat. "My apologies. Are you and Zurich still numbers 1 and 2? I asked. "Nay, I am number 70 and he is number 67. Many stronger Togabito have arrived since you first arrived, Kazumi. I will crush them all," I scowled, "even you and Zurich." "I figured you would say that, but for now I wish to call a temporary truce. I desire your help in defeating Zurich." "What do you want in exchange?" "Not much. I simply ask that when you take his essence with the Lotus system that you transfer half of it to me. Zurich stole much of my power once before. It's high time I took it back. Unfortunately, Rita has charged Zurich with being the historian of hell. He is a permanent sinner. He can never leave. Even your Lotus system will not completely destroy him, but it will absorb a fierce amount of his power. It will weaken him and empower you." "How do you know I won't just keep all the power for myself?" I asked. "Because you owe me for everything I've taught you. You're noble enough for that, don't you think? Besides, if you intend to become the number 1, it doesn't matter how strong I become, does it?" Codex had a point there, but something about this seemed off. "Taking vengeance though, this will raise your sentence. Do you not seek salvation?" "We are sinners, Kazumi," Codex responded matter-of-factly. "It is in our blood to commit acts of evil. Although you were born innocent, that innocence has long since shattered. This life is still a game, Kazumi. Rita hasn't the power to alter the rules of the game, only the board. Do not be afraid to commit sin in order to remove it in larger chunks later. I've been around long enough to understand that. As always, Codex spoke in ways I could understand. Very well, I told him with a nod, I will help you. Excellent, he extended his hand to me, come. Codex and I successfully took vengeance upon Zurich. It was a quick battle. Codex weakened Zurich with his magic while I distracted Zurich with my incredible speed, further enhanced temporarily by Codex's magic. He never could get a hold on me, and despite my inferiority in rank, my high-speed regeneration allowed me to take any hit meant for Codex and survive it. I felt alive during the battle. Fighting had become a part of who I was. Codex was right, I was born innocent, but the innocence left me long ago. I was a Togabito at heart, and like all the others I cursed this world and hated it for what it was. As Zurich and Codex clashed spells against one another, I ran around behind Zurich, leapt into the air and dive-bombed towards his skull, penetrating my claw into it from behind. With the damage he had suffered from Codex already, he was weak enough for me to use my power. Lotus System Absorption activated. Zurich's essence was ripped from him, draining him of much of his power, but his body and soul remained intact. There was a portion I could not rip from him, as Codex had told me, and I felt that portion resisting the system. When I was finished, leaving Zurich to disappear for Circle 9, I felt powerful, taking as much of Zurich's essence as I could. Before I transferred it to Codex though, I decided to sweeten the deal. Lotus System Transfer, activate. Copy all data from previous target to next target. Copying. I see, so you intend to duplicate what you have stolen. That Lotus system is more amazing than I imagined. Transfer ready. I stabbed Codex in his cloak where his abdomen should be. Transferring. I waited a while before I heard a beep in my mind. Transfer complete. Codex and I parted ways after that. The next time I would see Codex, he would truly be my enemy. I would later find that my rank increased from 763 to 187 just from that absorption. I honed my skills, trained my body and practiced what I had, absorbing other Togabito, purging abilities I felt did not suit my style of combat, and eventually I was ready to make sure that I would never suffer again. With the power I had accumulated and all the hard work and assimilation I put into my existence, I was finally crowned the number 21 most powerful Togabito. My plan was coming together. With the Lotus system at my disposal, I knew that I could reach the top. From the very beginning I had this goal in mind. Now that I was number 21, I would defeat and absorb the top 20. The number 22, who would then become the number 2, would then be so far beneath me that I alone would stand at the top. I would break the bonds of my limitations and I would never suffer again. To be continued. Chapter 187, Kazumi's Origins, Conquest of the Top 20. Kazumi's POV. The time had come for me to finally show all of those around me the true extent of my power. I was to become a legend. I would be feared throughout the 9 circles. All would quake in my presence. I negotiated such an arrangement with Inigo. When he told me he would have to get permission from Rita, I did not think I would be allowed to commit to such acts, but to my surprise she permitted my conquest. Perhaps she thought I would fail, or perhaps she thought I did not intend to do as much damage as I did, or perhaps, satanic bitch that she is, she probably saw the entertainment value such a string of battles had to offer. Ladies and gentlemen, Inigo announced, Togabito of all ages, sizes, types, and species. We've got a real treat for you today. For the next few hours or however long it takes, we will be showcasing an attempt at conquest as a single Togabito attempts to take on the top 20 all by her lonesome self. Laughter echoed through the stadium, but they wouldn't be laughing soon, and soon I would be the crowd favorite. The challenger is none other than the number 21 herself. Give it up for Kazuuyuma Iinith. Clapping preceded my entrance into the arena. I took a stance and readied my claws in my eyes as well as the power of the Lotus system. Soon I would have more power than any of the stronger Togabito combined. No more pain, no more suffering, just pure, raw undulated power. Starting the match is the current number 20. She's ruthless. She's cruel. She commands an army of monsters. Cheer loudly for Sinet Hisei. A woman around my same stature wearing a long black coat with long blonde hair entered into the arena. She carried no visible weapon, but I had done my research. Sinet Hisa was a summoner. She commanded many fearsome otherworldly creatures to fight for her, but alone she was relatively weak. I aimed to strike her down before she would even be able to summon a beast. At the sound of the air horn I unleashed my claws and struck forward with all of my speed, striking her twice in a plus-shaped pattern. The dumb bitch never knew what hit her. My eye glowed, Lotus system absorption activated, I turned around, tore forward and plunged my claws into my opponent's back. The ranking system made it so that all Togabito were ranked by the power of their strongest form and power. Sinet Hisa was weak as shit if she did not have a monster ready to defend her. I twisted my claw, plunged the other one in and tore her in half from the inside out. I heard her bloodied gagged pleas of protest, but I wanted her out of my way as well as the rest of the top 20. Sinet Hisa's abilities were incompatible with my own, but I absorbed her Ryotsu nonetheless. And now, you are a part of me. Ladies and gentlemen, Inigo's voice was dumbstruck and there was silence in the audience. I just saw that like you did, but, ladies and gentlemen, the presence of the number 20 is just gone, vanished. Yes, she is gone and soon, so will the rest of the top 20. Their power will be mine. The number 19 went by the name of Emperor Kong. He was a specter, a creature that had sloughed off its fleshy shell for a demonic body that ran on pure elemental energy. In comparison he was as proficient in lightning as Zurich was in fire. Kong, much like Zurich, was many centuries my senior. His bloodline still runs on planet Varsina, the Shapani bloodline. Kong was once a tyrannical guild master, but he was cast down by his successor for rebellion. Now the Borgal Guild was a prouder, more valiant guild. However, it is of no concern to me. Right now my concern is this former shell of a man who stands with his long yellow robe and shadowy claws and faceless shadow beneath his hood. The horn sounds, the deceased emperor strikes with bolts of blue plasma, but I am already gone from my location and circle around him. By the time my claw strikes into the back of his neck he is unaware what has just hit him. Lotus system absorption activated. King's body convulses as his life essence pours into me. Many of his lightning powers mingle with my fire ones and I am empowered. His essence is added to my own. Number 18 they called Zankuro. A bioengineered weapon created for one purpose, destruction. However, its creators far exceeded their expectations with their creation. Zankuro went haywire and killed them all and then sought its own purpose and found one. It was a similar purpose to the one it was created with, but Zankuro's desire was to seek the ultimate opponent. It killed all that did not meet that expectation. Zankuro was built with quick reflexes, telekinesis and strong hand-to-hand combat potential. It also drew upon the power of elemental darkness. It stood before me with its black body at 2 meters tall. It had long two-toed feet. It had a long neon blue tail that whisked ever so swiftly back and forth in the exact same motion. Its long, ball-tipped three-fingered hands curled with anticipation to meet me in battle. Its right glowing red eye stared menacingly at me while its regular dark blue eye looked at me in a way that indicated the creature was sizing me up. Zankuro was not human, never was. Its head had a C-shaped appendage that connected the back of its head to its spinal cord. No, that wasn't its neck, it already had one that was attached normally. The creature had two low rising ears that came only a few centimeters sticking straight up like creased napkins. At the sound of the air horn the creature's right hand glowed dark blue to try and catch me with its telekinesis. I jumped far to the right to avoid Zankuro's attack and ran towards it with all of my speed to try and attack it, but was stopped mid-strike as it rose up slightly off the ground and had me trapped within its telekinesis and flung me into the dirt and along the ground. As I tumbled like thrown child's toy, I quickly gained my ground, used my claws to steady myself and dispelled them. I decided to use the newfound powers I obtained to combat this science-born creature. I formed my hands as though I were holding a bow. I jumped into the air and for a flash of an instant it looked like I was holding a bow completely made out of blue lightning. Thunder arrow. I drew back my left arm and instantly dozens upon dozens of blue arrows rained down upon my target, but it was quick and nimble enough to dodge them all and then came after me in close quarters. I braced for impact with my bare arm and then made to punch the creature, activating my claw at the same time in an attempt to skewer it, but it dodged out of the way and dropped to the ground awfully quickly. Aura Shadow Cluster. Zankuro launched a ball of blue-colored dark energy at me. I braced a counter-maneuver with my claws crossed over one another, dispelled the attack and dropped to the ground before charging forward. I fought Zankuro in close quarters only to be caught telekinetically, its hand inches from my breasts, and then it punched me, only moving its arm 2.2 centimeters towards me without pulling back, and sent me careening into the boundary of the Colosseum dome. I bounced off the wall and watched as a dark blue sword of pure energy was formed in front of the creature with the intent of skewering me. A wry smile crossed my lips as I watched the blade be fired, and then, as I fell forward, gained aerial control and pushed down on the blade, using it as a foothold to push off of, and went slamming towards Zankuro and kicked him hard in the neck, sending him spiraling away. I extended my arm, no weapon at the ready. I was going to use my elemental power. Flames of Malice. I covered the area in front of me with countless amounts of fireballs. I was certain I could hit my target with at least one, but I underestimated Zankuro. He pushed them apart with his telekinesis and came straight for me in close quarters. I dodged his energized fist and spun to get behind him. Let's try this on for size. Electric snare. I grabbed Zankuro in strands of electricity, binding his neck and limbs. One strand connected to each of my fingers. The greatest thing about the Lotus system was that I obtained all of my enemies' powers on a dime and the mastery that came with it. I had the memories and experiences with the powers I obtained, and so I did not have to waste time understanding how to use them. It was like I always had them. With Zankuro in my grasp, the battle was just about over. Lotus system absorption activated. I disassembled Zankuro's molecules as I absorbed his very essence through the electric snare. And then, I had all of his combat reflexes and fighting prowess added to my own self-taught abilities. I did not have his psychic powers, but I retained some of his dark energy. However, as I took his power within me, I felt a surge well up within me. I dropped to my knees as Zankuro's presence mingled with my own. His corrupted body was not fusing properly with me through the use of the Lotus system. I had to find out some way to release this energy and keep my body from losing its stability. As I clenched my hand over my left and clenched my eyelids shut as I screamed out in agony, a transformation took hold of me. When the rush of pain was over, I rose to my feet. The ground crackled around me. Shadowy energy surged all around me. I could feel it within my body. The fusing with Zankuro had increased my ability far past where I expected it. I felt incredibly powerful. I flexed my left hand a few times and clenched my fist. Dark energy swirled about it. I threw my arms out at my sides and laughed. I laughed at the sensation at finally obtaining the first step towards true power. With this new feeling of confidence welling up inside me, I decided to field test my newfound skill. I started by waving my hand over the ground, burning it so much it turned to glass. I saw my eyes. It was them that had changed. My brown irises were gone, replaced by black sclera and with white rings around my irises and pupils, both black. I could see things so clearly, it was like my vision was exceptionally receptive. This sensation was simply delightful as I felt a chill of pleasure run up my spine. This challenge had started out as an ordeal, but now suddenly I wished for the blood and carnage to continue. Bring me the next opponent, I declared. I will crush and absorb it until I alone stand at the top. The next opponent I faced was the fearsome Lord Darmap. He was a vampire and another former guild leader of the planet Varsina. In his case it was the Transmere Guild, the Guild of Fog and Mist. Darmap had broad shoulders, wore a blood-red cape and had claws like jagged knives for hands. He wore a blue suit with a red ascot and his eyes were large and slanted with beady red irises. He had a power similar to the Lotus system that let him drain his foe's life energy and add it to his own. Unlike the Lotus system, however, since Togabito respawn, it did not permanently keep his target from retaliating, and if he were caught by the Kushonada he would lose all of his gained power. In the case of the Lotus system, I lost nothing. The air horn had not sounded yet and Darmap spoke to me. My, what a fair woman you are," he said, adjusting his cuffs. "If only I could have had a queen of your grace at my side, perhaps I would not have fallen." "Silence, vampire!" I shouted. "I will let no soul touch me again." The air horn went off and I tore towards Darmap with my incredible speed. With grace, skill, and speed of which I was not prepared for, Darmap delivered a sweeping kick into my head as I made to strike in from down low. I was knocked to the side as he prepared a follow-up attack. Oblivion Rush. Blades of dark energy formed up from a magic circle that appeared beneath him instantaneously as he levitated and honed the blades in upon my being. I had enough speed thanks to Zancuro's reflexes to deflect them all with my claws. I retreated away. I needed a moment to gather myself. I hadn't had enough time to properly adjust to Zancuro being in my body, so I needed to take a moment to use his added power to my advantage. "What's the matter?" Darmap taunted. "Feeling the heat of the competition?" "As if," I declared. I focused my mind to tap fully into Zancuro's power, enhancing my melee combat capabilities and the full bulk of the power I had absorbed. I rushed towards Darmap with a furious speedy kick. He blocked, crossing his arms to brace for impact and then prepared to counter-attack with one of his claws, but I was already behind him as I charged concentrated dark energy in my arm as I held back my hands together, wrists rubbing against one another. Darmap was incredibly slow compared to my current state, so he had yet to realize I was behind him and charging my attack. Shadow Stream. A blast of dark energy exiting through my body through my joined wrists exploded out as I thrust my arms forward, keeping my wrists together. I blasted a gigantic hole straight into Darmap's body with my power. If it was just Zancuro it probably wouldn't have done much, but my current power was mine, Zancuro's, Kang's, and Synthesia's. Darmap hadn't a chance. As he fell forward and hit the dirt, I extended one of my claws and stood over him before he could fade. He tilted his head to look up at me as I scowled down at him. "And now you will become a part of me." My claw glowed. Lotus system absorption activated. I stabbed him right above the eyes and took Darmap's power for my own as his energy faded into my body. Darkness welled up within me and I levitated momentarily into the air before extending my arms out to my sides and dropping down to the ground. I pushed off the ground and used magic to counterweight my bond with gravity. It seems I've gained his ability of levitation, but I don't sense the acquisition of anything else other than his energy. I dropped to the ground. It matters not. Number 16 went by the name of Salem Schnitter. I didn't know much about this one and was not prepared for what I saw when he entered. In front of me stood a boy, barely older than 9. He had black hair and wore the standard togabito binding all along his body. A child? The air horn sounded. Wait. Too late. The child stood there, staring at me. I wasn't sure what to do. I wondered how a child could possibly get all the way up the ladder like this. What could he have done to be in hell so long that he had ranked in the top 20? Suddenly I felt a shadow rise up behind me. I dodged. The shadow had taken form of a hammer and had tried to crush me. I looked to the boy, his gaze became affixed upon me with a bored expression. Did he do that? I wondered what I could do. There was obviously more to this child than meets the eye. If I were to fight this boy I would require the eyes of a demon, or something similar. Demonic eyes and abilities that utilized their vision allowed creatures to see things for what they truly are. I did not have a technique like that as far as I knew. Or, perhaps, maybe I did. I took a calm breath and proceeded to tap into the energy supplied to me by Zancuro, only to be attacked by something invisible as though a whip had just lashed out against my bosom. "You bore me, lady," the kid said, and suddenly I found myself hoisted up in spread eagle position, upside down. No, not again. I attempted to struggle, eyes closed, but whatever was holding me was elastic and I couldn't see it. "You should know your place, number 21. Allow me to show you." "No. I will not be humiliated like this in front of so many people again. I refuse. I will not go back to that shame." Anger built up inside me and I found the proper power to tap into. Zancuro did indeed have an ability to grant me demonic vision. It was from his glowing eye, which had caused my eyes to blacken. Excellent, I thought, and tapped into my core abilities that I had stolen from Zurich. I flung my eyes open as I torched everything around me. I landed on a 3-point stance, crouched low to the ground. That's when I saw Salem's true form. He had a mass of black nightmarish goop surrounding him in a formless mass. Many portions of the mass had eyes and mouths chattering and blinking on it. The goop was leaking from around his body and extending out of his arms. It was truly vile. It was a good thing I'd experienced and seen worse. So you see me for what I am and you still retain your sanity? I am impressed. I've experienced far worse than your appearance. I readied my claws. When you've been raped over and over again to the point where you lose your mind, be treated like cattle only to be ripped limb from limb as you are later tortured as you regenerate in Circle 9 as your fragile mind is put back together piece by tender piece only to realize you're still carrying a rapist's child. I have already lost my sanity. I stood in a right lead stance with my right palm up and facing me, left claw at my side. I will never again fall to corruption. We'll see about that. The darkened mass attacked me as it took the shape of pointed needles and thick whips. I imbued my right claw with fire and the left with lightning and hacked and slashed my way towards Salem's body. He nearly got me when he attacked me from all sides with 8 different tendrils, but I tapped into Zankuro's fierce speed to race forward in conjunction with Darmap's levitation to tear towards Salem while still airborne. I leapt at him from above and he leapt backwards. In my path he put up a wave of the goop that was a part of his body and used it to try and consume me as though the hideous mass and I were single-celled organisms and I was to be devoured by it. Sorry, I said, I'm no one's captured prey. I electrocuted the area around me and the mass let me go. Since it was mostly water it had to be painful. I then made to locate Salem. He was off to my right and was surrounding him with his goop like a protective barrier. That won't protect you, I thought to myself. I summoned a pair of sayas, something I picked up on the way to becoming #21 in place of my claws and launched them at Salem with graceful speed, lodging them right in the holes in his defenses. With a snap of my fingers they detonated within the boy's defenses and he exploded into piles of goop all over the place. He reformed in the center of the arena as little more than a jumbled mass of that same damn goop. So, that is your true form. Now I don't feel bad for what I am about to do. Using one of the chains of sin attached to my body I attached a sai to it. I did not want to get close to that thing. I threw the sai into the creature and clenched down on the chain. Lotus system absorption activated. The sai glowed from within number 16 and his body disintegrated as his power was added to my own. As his form was not compatible with mine the Lotus system granted me no new abilities. Number 15 was the first of the top 20 with a nickname. She was known as the Dreaded One. She had long violet hair that covered her right eye, always wore a cross expression and carried naught but a sword. The sword in question was cobalt in color and was designed like a rapier, but even the guard had blades on it as it came down around her hand in a 4-pointed star with blades along the points and the guard was directly connected with the blade giving it those same 4 sharp edges. The Togabito's name was Arya Alkenhame. She was infamously known for being a ruthless sword master and being one of the few Togabito whose natural skill made her fierce. She had no special abilities and was completely human. At the sound of the air horn, without a moment gone to waste, Arya attacked me. Her movement speed was nothing short of pitiful in comparison to mine. This would be over quickly. After all, Arya was facing down the equivalent of no less than 6 fearsome Togabito put together. My claw entered her through her breasts and I activated the Lotus system. So much for the Dreaded One. By this point I wonder if any of the remaining Togabito even stand a chance against me. Most of the fights leading towards the top were hardly much of a challenge. Number 14 of the Togabito was Sector. He had what looked like a catfish for a head and wielded powerful telekinesis and levitation along with having sharp claws, quick speed and could fire red electricity. However, his skill set paled in comparison to my rapidly growing enhanced abilities and I cut him down in one strike. He did little more than further augment my speed and electric powers. I already had levitation and telekinesis was not a power I seemed to be compatible with. Number 13, Melba Jennings, was a woman with a hairstyle designed to make it look like she had small little mouse ears extending off of her long black hair with the way it was designed. She was a quick and nimble fighter that could fire blasts of her own inner energy, project barriers, and manipulate and formulate her body's own inner energy. My claws smashed through her barrier and into her face. I obtained an increase in my speed and her barrier projection. Number 12 was a young man with flat, white hair, wearing nothing but the so-called Togabito bands that, because I was born in hell, I did not have the advantage of ever obtaining. They were these violet bands that acted as cloth and covered the skin of most Togabito to help protect them from climate, and prevent more traumatizing cases like mine for the women. The young man's name was Mose somebody. I still found his last name to be so odd, and he could transform were creatures that were limited to an owl, a bat, a pterosaur, and a wasp. I obtained no compatible powers. Number 11 was a demon by the name of Zector that boasted he could control an element superior to all the others called Twilight. It was the element that combined the elements of light and darkness into a single element and drained the energy of those not compatible with it, did nothing to those who were, and empowered those who utilized it. It was unfortunate that I could not use this power, but I did make short work of Zector. The stacking of my riot was building and making things so easy that I almost felt bad for my opponents, almost. Number 10 was particularly notable of an opponent. Its name was Spade. It was a large, black wolf twice the size of a wolf one could find on Earth that could speak human language. His name was Spade. He had glowing yellow eyes, wore red battle armor along his back, and had a golden horn sticking out of his forehead. His tail also had red fur at the tips and was fan-shaped rather than being straight. He was steeped with shadow, much like Zankuro. At the sound of the air horn he rushed towards me even faster than any opponent I'd dealt with thus far. I had become so complacent in my ease of victory that I didn't realize there was such a gap between numbers 11 and 10. Spade had run right past me and head-butted me right in the back. I felt like I got smashed with a steel boulder. I flipped forward and somersaulted before using levitation to perform a U-turn and sailed back towards Spade, but I missed and he was already circling around me and bit at my shoulder. I slashed at him, but he tore away with a piece of my flesh and ate it. I used my high-speed regeneration to heal the wound. "Fast little fucker, aren't you?" I asked. Spade growled and darted upwards at a diagonal before slamming down towards me. I barely had the time to dodge. Aura shadow cluster. Spade turned his body and deflected it by, and I couldn't believe my eyes when this happened, turning his tail the consistency of steel and swatting the blast away before charging back at me. I nimbly dodged his assault and tried to swipe at him with my claws, but I missed. Force lightning. From my claws the lightning extended, but Spade was way too fast for me. We stood a far distance apart from one another. He was as quick as he was deadly. All I could think of was how all of that speed would soon be mine. It was then that his horn fired off a blast of electricity that I rolled to the side to dodge. He began blasting me with electricity fired from his horn before opening his mouth and firing a blast of flames along with the lightning. I countered with my own. I didn't know what to do. Spade was way too fast and way too brutal for me to get in on him, and right now I was being overpowered. "Come on, Kazumi, think." I chastised myself. "When struggling, remember your roots, Kazumi." "You again? Who are you? Remember your roots." I growled at the strange voice, not knowing what it meant or where it was coming from, but it had given me an idea. "Remember my roots, huh?" I tapped into one of my older abilities, teleportation. I dropped flat, disappeared from sight, and wound up on top of Spade and looped my arms around his neck. "Get off me, girl!" he snarled. "Make me," I goaded. Spade then began rushing around the Colosseum, intending to fling me off like this was a rodeo. The centripetal force was harsh against my arm as I did my best to lift it and grab one of my hairpins. I stabbed it into Spade's head, which caused him to howl. Then my hand hovered over the pin I had lodged in his head. "Chain lightning!" I shouted, channeling the lightning between my body and the metal pin, shocking Spade to his core and dropping him to the ground. I then prepared to stab him with my claw through the face. Lotus system absorption activated. Victory was at hand, but like with Zankuro, I went through a metamorphosis. My body became steeped further in shadow as I felt my clothes morph. My shirt extended down to properly cover my body, and I now had a black, leather jacket vest over it. I had two black, detached sleeves along my arms with a floral arrangement towards the wrist ends. The sleeves were bound tightly to my arm by a band of red jute fibers that tied around my elbow. My jacket was adorned with red fur along the hems and the zipper. Neither my jacket nor my shirt covered my shoulders. I could now feel a strapless bra underneath my upper body clothing, and I was finally wearing proper undergarments over my nether regions and was wearing a short black skirt that wasn't too revealing and went down just far enough to create the least amount of drag. A giant red ribbon also fixed itself around my waist. I still wasn't wearing anything on my feet, but after what I went through I swore I would never wear footwear again, especially those god-awful high heels. There was a serpentine dragon printed along my jacket and shirt in a white color. Still, in this new uniform I felt very powerful and I almost felt like taking pride in my appearance. It felt very me. But my appearance is what led to my downfall, and I would show that this rose had very sharp thorns. With my newfound speed, number 9, a golem by the name of Garnet Amethyst was hardly a threat. Because his body was more durable than mine, my skin became more resistant to physical strikes. It was just as soft to touch and I could cut it with ease, but lesser Ryotsus would have a harder time making me bleed. As I realized how far I climbed, I prepared myself and wait for number 8. I had been preparing to face him for a long time now. With his power I would awaken to some of the most powerful magic one could find in hell. After all, he and I had met before. My opponent was Codex. I was eager to fight the being that had rivaled the man who had initially taught me how to fight. He was the same man who I owed much to, but now stood in my way and I would not hesitate to strike him down. "Ah, Kazumi," Codex said pleasantly, "it has been a while." "I see you've gotten back towards the top," I said with a smirk. "Yes, thanks to you it was easy to make my way towards the top again." "I sincerely thank you, but you and I both know that for one of us our fight and struggle ends here." "Sure, there's not a way you'll just let me take you in," I winked. "Not in the slightest. You and I are not friends," he responded. "Well, it was worth a shot," I said, running my right foot through the dirt on the Colosseum ground, kicking a bit of it up. I took a deep breath and took a stance as I readied my claws and prepared to fight. "Here I come." The air horn went off. Codex raised his right arm and suddenly blades of energy came charging towards me of various elements: fire, ice, and lightning. Proton laser. Using one of Kang's abilities, I fired a blast of lightning straight into Codex and then dodged each of his swords. I then executed a burst of speed to rush towards him with a claw, but he sank into the shadows and disappeared. By the time I realized he had reappeared at the top of the dome, he had fired down a fearsome, colossal blast of dark energy so wide, thick, and dense that dodging was impossible. It was so overwhelming that it pushed me flat on my stomach onto the ground. It was my first serious injury of the day. With minor scrapes and burns along my arms and shoulders and my right sleeve completely burned away, I knew that if I could take Codex I could stand a proper chance against the top 7. Codex disappeared again and I did not expect him to appear at point-blank range and then freeze me in a prism of ice. I broke free by tapping into my fire powers, but Codex had disappeared yet again and before I knew it I was struck in the back by a lightning bolt. I recoiled forward and following the strike I was blasted from various portions of my body. I was being struck with blunt force trauma to various portions of my body and the strikes were coming in as rapid as Codex was teleporting. I was in trouble. I had to figure something out, but every time I tried to gather my thoughts a new wave of pain would erupt through my body. I slumped back, straightening my legs, clutching my left arm. I had only one option left, though it was dangerous. First I tapped into the former #9's defense to steal my body. I would receive injury, but I would be able to take it without flinching. I would need it to make my declaration. I wasn't sure if this would work, but I had to try. One of the greatest things about the Lotus system was that it didn't allow for all of the abilities to be used at once. So, restriction bypass codes were necessary to keep the user from wearing themselves out. However, I needed to bypass those restrictions if I intended to win. Lotus restriction bypass, level 213. The lower the number the stronger the power released, but one had to be careful how low one declared the number to be, and grudgingly using data algorithms that Rita had taught me I figured 213 to be my current limit. Great shadow seeped around my entire body, wafting up towards my hair. My Ryotsu flooded the Colosseum. "Now," I asked Codex, holding my hand with my fingertips touching the edge of my palm and my fingernails extending downwards, "where were we?" "Power of the Heavenly Creator, Materia spell." A bright blast of holy energy of incredible magnitude went barreling towards me. "I don't think so," I declared. I braced for impact and using just the energy within my body I completely blocked out the attack, leaving Codex stunned. With a fierce cry I rushed down on him and struck my claw straight into his abdomen. Lotus system absorption activated. As Codex began to fade he spoke to me one final time. "And so it begins. I regret standing in your way. I wished I could have watched you continue to grow. You have amused me all this time, Kazumi. I believe that one day you shall accomplish great things. And with that Codex faded and became a part of me. Codex, I said, putting a hand on my chest, although you said you were never my friend, I regret having to have rescinded your life. You were the only one who never did betray me, though you said you would. For that, all I can say is that I will use your power to do great things. If you ever cared about me at all, know that your power will make it possible so that I will never feel pain again. From there, majority of the top 10 were relatively easy. I had all of Codex's magic, from lightning, ice, and fire spells, to high-level teleportation, to fierce shadow magic, to high-level transfiguration magic, to simply having just a lot of power. I obtained a majority of his knowledge of physical hand-to-hand combat and all of his natural resistance to spells and spell-like effects. I led my bypass limit after the fight. I couldn't be tuckered out with only 7 fighters to go. Number 7 was a man in an ebony suit of armor, wearing a mask with no eye holes, carrying a katana as long as his body, having long white hair extending down his back and having 2 eyes along the sides of his shoulder blades peering through his armor, 4 on each of his ankles and 2 on the backs of each of his hands. They were all protected by a special red lens that safeguarded them from harm. I mean, covering yourself in eyes was not the brightest of ideas. Eyes were glowing weak points, but number 7, Kuro Kinakari, had this weakness stomped out. His reflexes were a godsend. It was hard for me to get a hit in on him, and that long sword of his seemed to counter anything I could throw at him magically. With 16 eyes he had rather perceptive vision, and I felt like he could counter any strike I made. In order to beat him, I was forced to use another Lotus bypass. I maintained it at level 216. My power had increased thanks to Codex, and while my number limit had increased, I didn't want to overshoot it. Once I was charged up, Kurokin fell and his reflexes were mine. Number 6 was nothing special. He was just a demon that wielded several scimitars in each of his 8 hands and stood 5.5 meters tall. His name was Garmal Lokatos. His rank was due to his massive size and sheer fear factor of his 8 arms. No one could get around such solid defense and offensive power except for the top 5, at least until I showed up. It was a tough battle, and again I needed my Lotus system bypass, but I managed to win, and the gargantuan being that was the number 6 fell before my ever-growing power. I didn't obtain anything from him other than his Ryutsu and some added strength. This time when I took a practice swing with my claws, the wind pressure cracked the barrier that formed the Colosseum arena. I also found now that I could create a numerous number of Sais from the ability I had taken from another Togabito. I was growing to like this Lotus system. Sometimes instead of gaining new powers, my old ones were amplified instead. The number 5 was known as Exodus. He had long black hair and 2 large bird-like wings, black like that of a raven. He carried a long Masamune blade and could conjure up large pillars of fire, and his very stare could fill you with utter agony. He was a fierce opponent. But thanks to absorbing number 7 and number 6, I had the skills to go toe-to-toe with him, and the force of my strikes eventually overpowered his arsenal. Agony? Ha! I had sunk to the lowest form of life. No amount of pain and suffering from such a power would affect me. The strange thing was that I obtained this ability after defeating him, and my dark magic from Codex was amplified. I also gained a pair of wings of my own, but they were like the wings of a fairy, translucent in creation, and had 4 winglets rather than being straight-out wings. Still, they served their purpose. The number 4 was yet another swordsman. His name was Alphago. He wore armor made of adamantite, the second toughest material in existence, the third being adamantine and the first being adamantium. People got them confused a lot. The number 4 carried a big long great sword and a tall tower shield. Although he was as slow as a tortoise, his ridiculous power and defense made up for it. I could barely get a scratch in on him. My weapons were practically useless against him, and even my magic wasn't doing jack, even with the 216 Lotus system bypass. Like I thought. You do not have the power to go up against my tough armor. This is where you reach your end, Kazumi. Not a chance. I said I was going to become the number 1, and I meant it. I extended off my wings and prepared a new restriction bypass. It was about time. Lotus restriction bypass, level 169. With my new fearsome level I charged towards AlphaGo with my fearsome speed. He steadied his shield in front of me, but I used no weapon as I made my momentum as fast as I could and combined my fire magic with my hand-to-hand skill, creating a new technique altogether. As I approached, the speed of sound, blue flames in a mock cone formed around my fist. Moet Iruahayabusa. Blazing blue falcon. The impact of my fist smashing against AlphaGo's armor shattered it into fragments. Then I created my claw along my left hand and drove it straight into his chest. Lotus System Absorption activated. AlphaGo's power was mine. His adamantite level defense became mine to utilize, and my barrier shields I obtained from Melba now could reflect such a level of defense. Number 3 was called Leviathan. He too wore a thick layer of spiky armor, but his was made of much less durable metal than adamantite. He was stronger than AlphaGo, much faster, and carried a sword that could emit flames, and he could slam the ground with it to create earthquakes. His left arm was also massive and demonic compared to his more normal right arm, his sword arm. Still, with AlphaGo augmenting what I already had, Leviathan was no match for the likes of me. The numbers 2 and 1 did not use swords, and now I had swordsmanship knowledge from many different wielders. If I ever obtained a sword I would know how to use it considerably well regardless of its type. Leviathan augmented my defense further, and now I could project lava using my fire magic, and Codex's magic spell that utilized the power of the destroyer was even more powerful than it ever was. I tested the wind pressure of my strikes. This time I nearly broke through the barrier that formed the arena. I was overjoyed. My strength was marvelous, but strength alone did not win battles, as was obvious with the numbers 4 and 3. As I started the battle with the number 2 though, I started to get a headache. The number 2, Ryuani Hanumura, was a humanoid that wore human-like clothes. He had a dark blue jacket with flames printed all over it and had spikes all along the arms, shoulders, and back. He wore normal pants and black shoes. However, what defined him was that his head was a skull and it was on fire. And the flames were green. He carried only a chain whip. It was his standard weapon. Kazumi, he called me by name as his voice echoed, communicated through open telepathy. I've been eagerly anticipating doing battle with you since you defeated Codex. Why's that? I know of your desire to become the number 1, vengeful brunette, and I must say you have my respect. Even with that said though, I cannot permit you to defeat me or the number 1. Oh really? This should be good. Kazumi, the Lotus system is a power that will throw the entire system out of balance. You do not control the power it holds. You're already feeling the effects. My head throbbed and I palmed my forehead. That is precisely what I'm talking about. You have absorbed too much. If you continue to fight, it could mean the end of you. The Lotus system does absorb all compatible techniques, but that does not mean the techniques are compatible with one another. If you don't stop using it, it will drive you insane and it will control you. I grunted through the migraine, talk as if you understand it. I've done my research on you. I wondered how you reached your rank so efficiently and so quickly. I must fight you in order to show you that the power you are gaining is not true power. The power you... Blah, 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 heard it all before. Are you a hero or a Togabito? I asked, readying my stance. Not all Togabito are the same as they have entered. Just look at yourself. Humph. It seems talking serves no purpose. Then have at you. The air horn blared and the battle began. As Ryuani anticipated, the Lotus system was taking its toll upon me and I was slowly slipping in and out of consciousness as the power within me threatened to overload me. If that happened, I would not only die, but I could lose all of the power I had stored up. Or I could become corrupted. Those were the warnings being given to me. I ignored them as I desperately fought back. Lotus system analysis, activate. Target is dead center. Scanning. You really are stubborn, Ryuani said and grappled me with his whip and then burned me with his full power. I screamed from the injury. I felt like I was being burned alive. Scanning complete. I closed my eyes and did my best to ignore the pain. My analysis proved hopeful. If I could absorb Ryuani, this imbalance would go away. His soul was the perfect counterbalance for the dark powers I had absorbed. Dark powers? That's it. Lotus system restriction bypass, level 1. 0. 8. You fool. Ryuani was blown back as I managed to break free. Lotus System Restriction Application, Element, Darkness. My Ryotsu lessened as all of my dark powers were temporarily sealed within me, significantly weakening my energy output. That was foolish, Kazumi. Now you will burn. He clenched a first and a pillar of fire erupted from beneath me. Without Zankuro, Dharmap, Spade, or Exodus augmenting me, my speed was cut considerably. Still I had the access to my Seius and my lightning magic, and that was what I needed right now. I began throwing Seius out of nowhere and smacking against Ryuani by zapping him with them. They were enough to destabilize him for the moment as I began to circle around him, dodging his whip and analyzing his tactics. I was only going to have one shot at defeating him, and it was going to be risky business. A pillar of fire erupted beneath me and I forward rolled towards him before leaping into the air. My chance had come. Application removal, Dharmap. I could levitate. Power of the critical destroyer. My right hand glowed red. Power of the heavenly creator. My left hand glowed blue. Codex, your powers are going to save my life. I held my hands up above my hand. My left palm pushing against my right one as powerful energy swirled about in my hand before I thrust my hands forward with as much power as I could. Application removal, et.al. Materia spell. There was a massive explosion of solar energy that engulfed the entire Colosseum. I dropped to the ground, my head hurting worse than ever, and I noticed Ryuani's clothes burned away and he was just a skeleton with a flaming head beneath, his fiery skull currently being the only thing not sending him to Circle 9. It was lying on the ground, disoriented. I attached a sai to one of my chains and pierced the skull with it. Lotus System Absorption activated. And with that I had conquered almost all of the top 20. I made a T with my hands indicating I need to take 5. I need to catch my breath. The people wanted a good show and I intended to give them one. Using my high-speed regeneration I restored the injury to my body caused by the explosion. Codex's materia spell was not meant to be used beyond a 3-component level and I'd gone and used all 6. Thankfully, with Ryuani now in my system, augmenting my fire powers even further and counterbalancing the dark energy, I felt incredibly mighty. I waited around and soon I was ready to face the number 1 Togabito. His name was Hebiga Shinigeki. I couldn't find anything about his abilities, which meant I was going in blind. There was one thing I knew about Hebiga though. He deserved his number 1 spot. If I had not accumulated all the power I had up to this point, based on the parameter data I had researched, I would not stand a chance. Hebiga wore a red fedora hat, suit jacket, and trousers and a navy blue dress shirt with a white tie. He had sky blue hair and always smiled while keeping his eyes mostly closed and his hands either both in his pockets or one on his hat. Well, looks like the underdog finally got towards the top. You've got quite the tenacity, Kazumi. Hebiga said as he appeared, walking to his starting position with his hand on his hat, smiling. I'm not here to exchange social graces, Hebiga, I called the man by his given name. If there was one clear personality point anyone knew about Hebiga, it was that he loved to provoke people into fits of rage or manipulate them. I intended to stop that before it happened by choosing not to speak. Unfortunately he didn't bite. Oh, but why not? I've heard you've been busy these many years. Hebiga acted like he gave a damn. No one knew his fighting style. Most never were able to grasp it because no one lasted long enough if he ever decided to stop jerking them around and fight for real. You don't even know me, I scowled as I readied my stance. Now shut up and fight. The air horn sounded. I stood my ground. I wanted Hebiga to make the first move. I didn't know what he could do and I didn't want to rush in blindly. Oh, don't say that, I've been keeping quite the eye on you, Kazumi, Hebiga showed teeth as he smirked like an asshole. Bullshit, I responded. Oh please, if you graded all of my villainous traits then you could give me an F on my report card for lying. I hate liars, Kazumi. Why tell me this? If you won't make the first move, I will. I didn't want to wait around anymore now knowing that Hebiga wouldn't make the first strike, forcing me to. He swiftly dodged my attack and grabbed my wrist, twisted it and began to bring his elbow down on top of mine. I surged my arm with fire so that he would let go. He did, and I retreated. Hebiga clapped his hands mockingly. Very nice, you've drastically improved your techniques. You weren't nearly that fast when you first started. He put one hand on his hat and one along his hip. And I always tell the truth, Kazumi, it's what made people hate me oh so much, because I always told the truth no matter how much it would hurt those goody-goody heroes in shining armor. He opened his eyes. They were eerie and yellow, like a venomous snake. Unfortunately, I wound up pissing off the wrong guy one day. We fought on top of a high rooftop. I was suffering from minor indigestion and well, accidents happen. He closed his eyes and whistled as he simulated with his hands to show that he pretty much fell off the roof to his death. He then put his hand back on his hat and reopened his eyes. My death was an accident. Furthermore, very much like some of the denizens here, I don't deny that I'm a true and tried monster. I was the most powerful thing on the face of the planet that I inhabited, and I'd like nothing more than to go back there to wreak havoc. Why are you telling me this? Why should I give a damn? I shouted. You want out too, don't you? I tried not to act like he had guessed right, but I failed. I could tell I did because Hebiga's smile grew wider. So what do ya say, Miss Fanservice, you wanna team up? His unnerving smile turned into a cunning smirk. You and I will overthrow that annoying squirrel and we'll go our respective ways once we're done. And if I refuse? I asked. Now why would you refuse? I don't think I'm being unreasonable, Kazumi, he stated in a faux pouting manner. I know you've had a tough time with all the shit you've put up with. You started out tired and hungry, Zurich betrayed you, some asshats raped you to the point where your mind broke, impregnating you and you forcing you to give birth. You killed the child and you went on a roaring rampage of revenge. And now here you stand desiring to be number one because you don't want anyone in your way. You poor thing. The tone of his last sentence sounded like he was mocking me and barely believing the words he was saying. How exactly do you know all of that? I growled with a snarl. Information is my forte. You think you're the only one who has ever taken a sneak peek at Rita's data? Newsflash, Kazumi, he raised his voice and then lowered it. The number one is privy to data about all the sinners in hell, and my brain is so spacious that I know the abilities of every last sinner down to the last detail. So acquisitioning all of those powers isn't going to do you much good, unfortunately. So fucking what? I spat. I will win, so you had better just surrender and save yourself the defeat. What makes you think I need to trust you to get what I want? I inquired. Now what reason do you think I have to betray you? Hebiga asked, faking being hurt. I still spoke bitterly. The strong dispose of the weak when they are done with them. A monster such as yourself cares not for his tools when he is done with them. Hebiga chuckled. You won't join me? No, I said defiantly. And why not? Am I really that untrustworthy? I told you I hate liars more than anything. I didn't answer. Is it because you consider us vastly different from one another? I blinked, not knowing what he meant by that. I know all about it, Kazumi. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a handkerchief, pretending to wipe his eyes as he spoke. You were born here and you can't find your parents, you poor, innocent thing you. In reality, he put the cloth away and continued to smile, eyes closed. All you want to do is die for real. You want your existence to be gone so you can rest in peace. Just shut up. Ah, what's wrong, number two? Did I hit too close to home? Maybe I should hit somewhere else. I growled. Easy, he pushed his hands back and forth and then laughed. I'm only joking. Sure, you're supple. He opened his eyes, they were eerie and yellow like that of a snake, but I've got better things to do than taking advantage of damaged goods. You bastard. I flew at Hebiga in rage. I only saw a devilish grin as I neared him and was suddenly flung back as something smashed into my stomach. I fell on my back and got up. I blinked as I saw a weird creature coiling itself around Hebiga. It had a serpentine head, but the rest of his body was made up of rectangular chains. The creature's head was black and the chains glowed with a gray aura. The chains were not part of the chains of sin that bound Witogabito. Hebiga was back to having his eyes closed, smiling widely. Oh my, you really have become strong. Normally when Terazuma here strikes an enemy after they've charged at me in blind rage, he tears a hole straight through them. I'm surprised you got off with a simple bruise. Maybe this will prove interesting after all. I'd rather not fight though. Come on Kazumi, you made it this far. Second place is for winners as they say. Sorry, no dice, I said, readying myself again. I'm going to absorb you with the Lotus system and take your power for my own. Ah yes, the Lotus system. You've been abusing it quite a lot, haven't you? Don't you think it's high time you gave it a rest? I put a hand on my breast. I know that the Lotus system can have negative side effects when it comes to incompatible souls, but I readied myself for the next exchange and glared. Once I'm done here, I shall search for Togabito that are capable of countering those side effects that might still persist within me if Ryuani was not enough. Hebiga opened his eyes again and smirked fiendishly. Well, I've come this far. I might as well go the whole 9 yards. Say Kazumi, what say we make this interesting? Why don't you come at me with your full power? You know, use the Lotus system to its full advantage. Come on, I saw you do it earlier. I don't know what you're up to, but it's your funeral, I said and concentrated as I bathed my claws in a white light. Lotus system restriction bypass. Level 108. I then unleashed a furious scream as a white aura erupted from all around me, coating my body. Right now I was using the full energy of all of the Togabito I had absorbed, and with Ryuani added onto that and my wings spread out, levitating off the ground without beating them, I felt incredibly powerful. That's pretty impressive. You're giving off such a fine aura. How did you do that again? I believe it was, Hebiga cleared his throat, Lotus system restriction bypass. Level 108. Restriction passcode, Soul. Passcodes were part of the Lotus system that allowed the user to not bypass the restrictions or use it if they were put under mind control, keeping them from using their full power if they did not want to, or, in some circumstances, some mind controllers could feed off the free energy being exuded off the full power of such an individual. The problem was I didn't understand how Hebiga was using it. His aura was blue and flames seemed to lick at his suit. His fedora hat had also faded into thin air, possibly being used an accessory to create the aura, revealing that his hair looked like he stuck his finger in an electric socket. There was such mastery of the Lotus system that it begged a question. Just how can you use the Lotus system too? I exclaimed. Gee, I wonder why. Hebiga was mocking me. Wanna guess? He smirked provocatively. Don't screw with me, asshole. I exclaimed. Ah, party pooper, he whined. Well, let me think. He didn't miss a beat as he said almost immediately after, oh, here's the obvious answer, how about the fact that I invented it while I was still alive? My eyes widened. What? Surprised? You've been in here longer than I have, Kazumi. I dumped out a copy of the system into hell just for shits and giggles. I wanted to see what would happen, and lo and behold you come along and pick it up. So, do you really want to get into the ring with your existence on the line? You may have lived in hell all your life, but I lived a full life before I wound up in this shithole. I'm older than you, Kazumi, more experienced. Do you really think you're going to have a chance against me? The odds were now becoming stacked against me if Hebiga had the Lotus Syst me as well, but I had to try. If I could dispose of him I would become so powerful that no one could hope to stand up to me. He may be promising a ceasefire between us, but what would happen if a new number one came about that wasn't as kind? I wasn't going to take that chance. It doesn't matter if I have a chance. I must try. Hebiga cackled. Oh, that's rich, you actually think you can fight me? A swirling grey flame coiled around him as well as his snake chain creature thing Terrazima. Come on, why not just give up and save yourself the trouble? If you let me use the Lotus system on you, you'll die. Isn't that what you want? No, that's not dying. Becoming a part of the Lotus system is having your soul trapped inside a cage with no form of consciousness. You have no idea you are trapped, but somehow you exist. Whenever you tap into another's power you affirm their existence. I will not allow you to use me to whatever twisted ends you may desire. Oh, so now you're an anti-villain? Make up your mind. Hebiga exasperated. Are you a protagonist or an antagonist? I do as I choose and I answer to no one. Ugh. That is so cheesy and cliché. You know what, just for that I'm going to beat you to pulp, let you go to Circle 9, have my way with you and then use the Lotus system on you. Talk is cheap, put your money where your mouth is. Hebiga laughed again. Alright, fine. It's about time we started this shindig anyway. Let's dance, partner. Hebiga and I stared each other down waiting for the other to make a move. A bead of sweat trickled down the side of my face and then I made the first strike. Ibara no Amashi. Storm of Thorns, extending my right arm out forward and panning it towards my left up and back around, stopping at a 270-degree arcade I spread out a multitude of thorns. With a flick of his wrists Hebiga created a glowing, blue, rectangular barrier and blocked my entire assault. You're going to have to do better than that, Kazumi. Terizama. The snake creature thing charged at me with frightening speed. I dodge-rolled to the side and tossed a sai at Hebiga. He backhanded it away, surprising me and then moved in quickly almost front-kicking me in the face in my crouched-down position, but I swerved my head to the side and performed a backhand strike with my claw in an attempt to shred Hebiga with the sharp ends. He dodged back and fired out Terizama again. I dodged this time and caught the little bastard with my bare fist. Chain lightning, I declared. I sent a channel of electricity along the creature's chain in hopes of shocking Hebiga, but he didn't even flinch. I was met with a crimson energy blast to the face, knocking me along the ground. I quickly got to my feet. Oh? What? You think Terizama and I are connected? Please. Now then, how about this, Blood Devourer? A gigantic, black, and red, energy claw shot forward towards me in an attempt to grasp or slash me. Shadow Stream. I used Zankuro's technique to counter. It didn't destroy the technique, but it slowed it down considerably, allowing me to attempt to flank Hebiga. Devil's Maw. A pillar of darkness erupted beneath me as Hebiga flicked his wrists outwards. I dodged again and then summoned several arrays of sais to whirl around me and went on the offensive, firing them off at random in an attempt to get Hebiga. Most of my strikes were missed or blocked, leaving me with only half of what I started with when Hebiga finally got away from me by sending his snake companion out like a grappling hook towards the side and connecting with the ground. I fired all of my sais at where he was going to be, but he fired another chain snake thing into the wall of the dome, escaping my attack. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, did you think Terizama was just this one snake? Tisk, tisk, Kazumi. Inconsequential, I responded and ran towards him, zigzagging as I made my way towards him. I moved quickly, but carefully trying to confuse him, and then I stopped short at point blank with a proton laser. I only succeeded in nearly searing a hole in the dome, which quickly closed up. Hebiga kneed me in the stomach and then smacked me across the face. Lotus system absorption activated. He fired forward Terizama at me with the intent to skewer me and absorb me. I would not let that happen. I rolled to the side just in the nick of time. This is getting serious, I said, and summoned my black translucent wings I had picked up from number 5. Saranhuri. Mayhem Beam. I fired the most powerful dark blast of energy available to me at Hebiga, but the next thing I knew my blast was pushed back by one of his own and I was forced to dive backwards heels over head and remain airborne on my wings as an even more powerful blast connected with the ceiling of the dome, nearly shattering it. It was a good thing this Colosseum was self-repairing. I didn't need more sin added to my soul for casualties. My, oh my, Hebiga stood with his wrists and elbows bent at his sides, smirking. Did you really think an attack of that magnitude could defeat me? You're going to have to try much harder than that, Kazumi. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. I held my hands apart, Kurai Hissen. Dark splatter. 10 arcs of dark energy went sailing towards Hebiga as I homed in on him while he ran around them to dodge. Terizama. Hebiga launched his serpent friend into the air and got even with me momentarily, only to fire another snake at me. I dodged and watched him sail to the other side of the dome and pursued with my wings. I would get him this time. Lotus system absorption activated. I intended to ram Hebiga through the back, but I missed and nearly hit the wall. I beat my wings harshly to stop myself, only to nearly get impaled through the back by Hebiga's Terizama. The strike just barely missed. I looked back at Hebiga. Terizama Unlimited. A bunch of ghoulish snake spirits rose up from Hebiga's back and dove straight at me simultaneously. It was like a hydra trying to bite its prey with all of its numerous heads at once. Die. 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 Armoric projection. I used the power I had earned from number 4 in conjunction with number 13 to protect myself, but my shield shattered and I was sliced in right shoulder. Hebiga laughed at my misfortune and then began whipping daggers at me relentlessly. I countered with as many Sayas as I could possibly summon. My arsenal won out and I managed to stick 2 Sayas in Hebiga. I got him in his right arm and his left inside shoulder just below the collarbone. Hebiga pulled out my weapons and treated his wounds like they were nothing. Well, what do ya know? This cat's got some claws. Conran Maho. Chaos spell, the same dark energy spell from before that had countered mine, came rocketing forward. My only option was to dodge into the air. My opponent was too dangerous for me to delve into the Lotus system and check for untapped abilities, too risky. I'd have to work with what I had. Using my wings I dived down towards Hebiga to try and tear into him with my claws, but he used that damn snake of his and I was forced to veer off course and disengage, leaving me about 75% closer to the ground than when I had begun my descent. I launched back up into the sky and absorbed red energy in my hands. Power of the Critical Destroyer. Materia spell. I unleashed a gigantic fireball at my original height from before, one so big it could engulf 1/5 of a Kushanada, and blasted it at Hebiga. Whoa-ho-ho! He declared as he used his grapple to get into the air and then launched another one into the air towards me and swung on it to get closer to me to attack me, but he missed and was forced to take to the ground. Lotus system absorption activated. I dove towards him to try and strike him through the back of the head, but he was too quick for me and I impacted with the ground. Lotus system absorption activated. He sent Terrazuma at me before I had a chance to recover. I was forced to grab the chain with my bare hands to prevent the thing from piercing my skin. The snake head bit and chomped at me. Damn it, buzz off! I exclaimed, pushing the thing out of the way as I took one hand off the chain, summoned my claws and swiped at it before traversing sideways. I panted a little. Ah, what's the matter? Tired already, Kazumi? Hebiga asked. Not, I panted, quite. Hebiga laughed. What did I say about lying, Kazumi? It's quite obvious you're out of breath. But that's okay. You're in over your head. He was talking to me like a mother to an infant. He then said rather harshly, you're never gonna beat me, kiddo. I will not let you continue to walk Hell's domain. I crossed a claw over my body. Oh, give it a rest. Hebiga exclaimed. His expression matched his tone. You gave it a fair shot, but now you're starting to tire. You ain't gonna win, so here's the deal. If you quit, I'll let you live. He smiled at me smugly. This has been quite entertaining. So what say you just give up? Never. I declared. Oh well, you had your chance. Guess I got no choice. A magic circle appeared beneath Hebiga's feet. Hope you're ready, Kazumi, cause I'm about to unleash my greatest technique. And you won't have a chance in hell of victory. Ahaha, see what I did there? I'm not going to give you that chance. I charged. Too late. Hebiga declared, and the energy being released from his body surged dramatically and I was forced back to keep myself from suffocating from his incredible might. There was a flash of crimson light and it blinded me momentarily. When I could see again, Hebiga was surrounded by a gigantic red serpent completely covered in regularly colored flames. The creature was coiling around Hebiga as its scales seemed to be flowing with pure energy. It was so big that it took up the entire section of the Colosseum around Hebiga, practically the entire 1/3 that was in front of me. What's the matter, Kazumi? You don't look so good. Are you scared? As if. I readied my stance. You and that snake are both going down. Hebiga laughed as though I had just told a joke. Surely you jest, Kazumi. This is Terrazuma's true form. There isn't a soul alive or dead that has survived his wrath. You aren't going to be the first that does. He pointed his index finger at me as he leaned forward. Attack. Terrazuma opened its gaping maw wide and attacked me. I jumped and flew to dodge. Saber Slasher. I sent out a bunch of multicolored energy swords to attack Terrazuma, but the attacks just appeared to bounce off his scales like they were nothing. I only then noticed that Hebiga was jumping at me from behind, and he appeared to have levitation abilities as he hovered with crimson dust that sprinkled beneath him. Since when could you levitate? Oh Kazumi, what's the matter? Did you think I had revealed my entire hand? I've always been able to levitate, silly girl. Hebiga attacked me with a blast of crimson energy. I dodged only to see Terrazuma attempt to swallow me whole as I was enveloped in the shadow of its maw. Armoric projection. I sent out the projection to both sides of me to block Hebiga and Terrazuma's attacks and then flew up towards the ceiling of the dome. Hebiga bounced on Terrazuma's head and came to attack me from high up. He attacked me faster than he had ever before and kicked me from above in the abdomen and sent me careening into the ground. Bastard, I coughed, having had the wind knocked out of me. You were, I panted, holding back this entire time. I stood up as I clutched my stomach. Hebiga clapped his hands repeatedly up above his shoulder, mocking me. Bingo, my inferior in rank. You didn't really think you stood a chance against me, did you? He laughed maniacally. He held his arms out at his sides. Ryuani, Leviathan, Alphagio, and the others wouldn't stand a chance against me even if they combined their efforts. Do you really think your standard power would make up the difference? He cackled. Oh, how utterly naive, Kazumi. I'll give you one more chance to give up. I haven't had a chance to go all out like this in a really long time, so why don't you give up? I won't think badly of you if you do. I'll even let you go. What do ya say? For the first time, I actually considered Hebiga's proposal. It was obvious to me that he was incredibly powerful. Since both of us had the Lotus system that made it difficult for me to charge in rashly. He could absorb me just as easily as I could absorb him. While you're contemplating what to do, Terrazuma is getting hungry. Do keep that in mind. There has to be something I can do, I thought. I've come too far to fail now. I need something he won't expect, something I can use against him properly. Do you ail, Kazumi? Would you like some help? I heard that voice in my head that I'd heard so many times before. You. I've had enough of your games. Who are you? I demanded to know. Show yourself. You won't find me with your eyes, only with your mind. I am the part of you that you have long since neglected. In your quest for power, you haven't bothered to understand me at all or recognize your heritage. What are you talking about? What heritage? Kazumi, I would not be able to communicate you if not for a very important fact. Your blood is 3/4 that of a Soul Reaper. My blood is, what? Me? A Soul Reaper? Or rather the offspring of one. The very idea was ludicrous to me. Soul Reapers were heroes and great men and women, or perceived as such, much like Rita. That I could be related to one was absurd. As your memory is not solidified of your origins, I too do not understand it either, but I could not have entered your mind from the world of Zanpakuto, having been a part of your soul for so long, if you were not, in fact, part Soul Reaper. You're kidding me. I've got a multitude of powers to choke a Kusanada at this point. Now I'm getting Soul Reaper abilities on top of that. Coupled with my experience is what's next. Do I make amends with Rita and we get all cuddly and have a pillow fight? I commented sarcastically. I understand your confusion, but don't take it out on me. Do you want to beat Hebiga or not? Yeah, I dismissed. What do I need to do? At your current level, since you are not full blood, you would not be able to hear me give you my name. You have not fulfilled the requirements of our synergistic contract either. However, if we fight as one, you will become stronger. Again, what do I have to do? Are you quite finished? Hebiga snapped. The crowd is getting bored waiting for your answer. Here's my answer, I said, getting to my feet. I will never surrender. I will fight until my dreams are fulfilled. That's good, Kazumi. Now, call for my presence. Focusing my mind, I envisioned the shape of a sword as I crossed my right arm over my body and a katana began to form in it. I swung my arm out towards my side and it completely materialized. The weapon in my hand had a bright red handle with a circular guard. There were 2 points coming out of the guard at seemingly random locations at different lengths, as though the 2 points were hands on a clock face. The blade itself almost shimmered with the way it was masterfully crafted. Having used the same blood-encrusted, Damascus claws for so long, to see something so sharp and so clean was refreshing in a way. "What the hell is that?" Hebige asked with irritation. "Oh, this thing," I asked dryly. "This happens to be." I leapt into the air and attacked Hebige with both hands on my blade, my Zanpakuto. I missed, but barely. The voice in my head was right. I could fight much better with it supporting me. Soul Reapers, Zanpakuto, I'd heard the terms, but the idea that I could be related to them, not to mention not have their full blood, I did not understand that was possible. Soul Reapers were the lifeblood of the afterlife. They were the good guys. Rita only altered this land to prevent conception after I confronted her to prevent more cases like mine, but still, how was it that I could possibly be the daughter of a Soul Reaper? Less thinking, more fighting. Right, sorry. I turned around to face Hebige as he stood, waiting for me to make a move. He seemed confused as to my ability to use a Zanpakuto. Anyone would. And thanks to many of the Togabito I had absorbed, I knew how to use a sword. Running with my body tucked low and my arms out behind me, I charged at Hebige. Terizama came in to bite me, but I dodged to the side and took a wide sweeping arc attack as I closed in on my target. Whoa-ho-ho! Hebige projected a barrier to block my attack and sprinted to the side before throwing a multitude of daggers at me. I began blocking them with my blade when Terizama came at me from behind. I leapt out of the way. I wonder. I thought to myself. I saw Hebige over away from me and focused my attention on Terizama. I wondered why I hadn't thought of this before, but perhaps it was the newfound confidence instilled in me thanks to the voice in my head. I charged towards Terizama and attacked with my blade and made to attack it, but the snake head pulled back up into the air and tried to chomp down on me. He missed. I'm only going to have one shot at this. I drew back my sword by my ear, both hands on the blade, and prepared to stab forward. Lotus System Absorption activated. What the hell? I heard Hebige exclaim as I rammed the tip of my blade into Terizama's forehead. No. Impossible. My blade was caught in Terizama's head only for the snake to thrash about, and I was knocked onto my ass and almost did a backflip as I was lifted into the air due to the force I hit the ground with. I got to my feet and both Hebige and I watched as Terizama thrashed about. Do you realize what you've done? Yes, I've targeted your gigantic pet snake with the Lotus System. Soon he'll be under my control and the tide will have turned. TCH, Terizama. I am your master. It is I who you will obey. The serpent continued to thrash. Damn it. Lotus System Absorption activated. Terizama threw a dagger into the snake's body, but it bounced against the hard scales as the creature turned green as opposed to crimson. What? This can't be. My sword, lodged in Terizama's head, dissipated of my command and I levitated over to the emerald snake. Terizama is now under my employ, and as such the bond you once shared that made you strong has made you weak now that it has been severed. I waved my arm and sent the giant serpent away. Now I am the one who is control. And I am the one who will ask you to surrender. Hebige just laughed like this was the funniest thing in the world. Oh wow, I actually didn't think that would work, you know. He scowled fiercely. To think my bond with Terizama could be severed so easily. His energy surged. Don't think you've beaten me just because you took my pet from me. I will crush you with every ounce of power I have. Hebige failed to realize the true difference in our power. I moved faster than he could react and plunged my right claw into his gut. He spat up his blood into my hair. What? This was over before it began. I had the resolve to beat all 20 of you before I came here. None of you ever thought I was a true threat, and now that I've caught you, you have all paid the price. I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my left shoulder as a dagger stabbed into it. Hebige's hand was firmly clamped around the handle of the weapon. We smirked at each other. Both of us knew what was coming. At the same time we declared, Lotus System Absorption activated. Now it was a test as to whose power, willpower, and resolve was truly stronger. I was weakened from all the fights I had been through, and I could feel the mental tug of war going on. I could feel the Lotus System overloading too. No matter what happened, it would be the last time the victor could use it to absorb another. My body became numb and I became blinded by a bright white light. I thought I had lost as my consciousness slipped out of me and I felt a sense of nothingness. However, I eventually did regain sensation and I woke up on the floor of the Colosseum on my back. I stood up and I could hear cheering. Inigo's voice came over the loudspeaker. Let's hear it for the new number 1 Togabito, Kazuuyuma Iiniith. The battle was over. I had won. My quest for power was at an end. I would suffer no more. Until my sentence was finally lifted, I would no longer feel pain. From this day forward, I stood at the top. Much later I found myself in Circle 5 looking out over the horizon. The fake sun hidden behind the dusty yellow clouds seemed somewhat calming in a sense. I was wearing a white cloak to conceal myself that I had fashioned using some of Codex's magic. My sentence was long. In time those that were around when I hit the bottom would fade one way or the other and soon I would be able to conceal my identity so proudly and the only thing people would know was that I was number 1. Marked by her white mantle and her fierce power that would be the kind of image I would superimpose into the minds of the other Togabito here. What will you do now? My Zanpakuto asked me. I'm not sure. I thought. I am the strongest now, but my sin must be great from all that fighting. I suppose I will try and reduce the sentence I have. Rita does have that good deed policy. And what about our relationship? Perhaps it will grow, perhaps not. I am truly in your debt for pulling me together, but do not feel bad if I do not use you or do not visit. You are just another tool in my arsenal. I see. Do not leave my side though. Wherever I go, I do not wish to be alone. Then if that is your wish, let us go, Kazumi. Let us go, together. Present day. And I have not been alone, I smiled. Soon it will all be over. I may be cheating, but soon I will finally be able to die. The world will hate me, but I will be reborn. Right, Monokama. True companion. A phantasmal projection of a white-haired girl wearing green, a t-shirt with a white long-sleeved shirt under it with emerald green eyes, was lying down next to me on her side smiling at me. She stroked my arm. Yes, Kazumi, soon your pain and suffering will end. Thank you for being by my side. You're quite welcome, she spoke to me and I squirmed towards her and hugged her. She put her arms around me to comfort me. She was truly deserving of her name. She was the only one I could really trust. My Zanpakuto would never and could never betray me of her own volition. I'm a little sleepy. Then rest, Monokama told me. I will awake you if you have a visitor. You deserve a pleasant rest. You have not had one in quite a long time, always needing to sleep with one eye open, always needing to be on alert. You just rest now. I will be right here. Monokama, I mumbled and fell into a deep sleep. End of chapter 187. Chapter 188, Kazumi's Plan B, All Hell Breaks Loose. Soul Society. Ichigo stood in 4th Division standing by the doorway, deathly concerned for Orium as she lay in bed. She hadn't been feeling well yesterday and he was checking up on her. Yesterday. As Ichigo and Orium walked towards the Shiba Manor where Kaien said they could crash, Orium suddenly remembered that she had seen Kazumi's full name and she needed to tell Ichigo straight away. I don't see why that's important, Ichigo said when she told him she had. But it is. I don't even know if she knows. Orium exclaimed. Everyone just calls Kazumi-san, but her full name is. Orium suddenly clutched her stomach, feeling sick. Hey, are you okay? I am fine, Orium said, sticking her arm out and getting up. It must be this heat, she laughed nervously. Ichigo shook his head. You most certainly are not fine. We're going to go see Hinamari-chan right away. But, I feel fine. Really? Orium suddenly pushed past Ichigo. Ichigo panicked, not knowing what was wrong until Orium puked all over the side of a pathway. Ichigo righted her after the projectile vomiting had passed. Okay, he said, now you're definitely going to see Hinamari-chan. Present time. Ichigo had no idea what was wrong with Orium. He was so worried. They hadn't even been married all that long yet and he worried that some illness might be trying to take her away from him. Ichigo-kun. Ichigo nearly jumped out his skin when he heard Isane call out to him. When Isane heard him shout, she got nervous too. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. And no, it's okay, Ichigo said, I'm just a little jumpy over all this. Well, you don't have to wonder anymore. I just got the test results in this morning. Orium-chan's going to be just fine. Really? That's great. So, what's wrong with her? Ichigo asked. Nothing's wrong, or rather she's not sick. But she had a stomachache, she threw up. How can she be perfectly alright? In her condition signs like that are perfectly normal, Isane told him. Condition? Ichigo was growing more worried by the moment. She just turned positive, that's all. Positive for what? Ichigo grabbed Isane's shoulders. She whined in fear. Oh, Kurosaka-san, Ichigo heard Momo's voice and turned around. I saw the charts this morning, she smiled, congratulations. Ichigo was confused, congratulations. On the baby. Isane came down here to tell you. Ichigo felt like someone just hit him over the head with a hammer. Say what now? He asked flatly, bewildered. That's what I was trying to tell you. Orium-chan is having a baby. She's just reaching the end of the first trimester. She can leave the 4th division, but she probably shouldn't do any more fighting until this is over. Momo gave Ichigo a serious look. If she uses too much Ryotsu she might draw upon Ryotsu from the child and could kill it. That's what happened to Susanna-senpai. But, she's. Ichigo stuttered. Momo smiled happily. Yes, she's well on her way. I'm so happy for the two of you. Ichigo looked down to the side. His frown then suddenly turned into a wide smile and his eyes turned softer than most anyone had ever seen them. I'm happy too. A baby, I can't believe it. You can see her if you want. I haven't told her yet. I was just coming down to give the news, Isane told him. Yeah, Ichigo said and turned to go inside Orium's room, thanks. He entered the hospital room and sat down backwards in the chair. He was about to speak, but Orium smiled and reached out and touched his arm. I heard everything, Orium smiled warmly, I'm so happy. Tears of joy started to form. I'm having your baby. Ichigo stood up and walked to Orium who sat up and he hugged her. To think I would bring life into the world amidst all this chaos. Now I definitely cannot fail. The amount of people I want to protect just increased by 1. 3rd Division. Hisuna Kukaki sat at her desk signing off on paperwork and writing a wartime exemption report, knowing that the battles before were just the beginning. It still lingered in her mind how Talbumasuk had thrashed her so easily. Straight to Bankai, use of her first song, and he cut her down in seconds due to that stupid time-stop ability of his. After the fiasco, Hisuna had immediately checked up on the twins to make sure they were alright. Kyo and Isao had grown so much in the last 2 decades. Both children were starting to look like a clone of their same-sex parent. Because she looked so much like her aunt, the only way to tell Kyo and Rukia apart was the fact that Kyo wore her hair shorter and didn't have the curl coming down her forehead. Isao, meanwhile, looked just like his father in his youth. Strangely enough though, both children had the eye color of the opposite sex parent, often leading to jokes at the dinner table of Isao looking like Lelich. Both children were of the age to enter the academy and would be doing so in the Brighton Neon calendar year of 2022. Knowing immense danger and great battles were approaching, Hisuna wanted to set a good example for her children when the inevitable came. And just in case the unexpected occurred, she made it a point to let her children know that she loved them. Byakuya told her that she was worrying too much and that nothing would befall her so long as he could help it. Hisuna smiled at this notion. Both children looked up to their father. Byakuya set a good example as a role model, as a parent, a clan leader, and a soul reaper. Isao did his best to emulate him, but he must have gotten his attitude traits from Hisuna because he was nowhere near as stoic as his dad. Hisuna chalked this up to nurture versus nature, that Byakuya had become what he was due to his experiences more so than his genetically inherited traits. Kyo was the same way, and she was even sweeter than Hisuna, often provoking a protective instinct from her twin, despite being the elder of the two. Kyo admired her mother though the same that Isao respected her. Hisuna was a proper lady by Seoul society, and even Japanese culture. Hisuna was so refined and so graceful, but was also strong-willed and able to stand on her own two legs as well. In comparison to Kendra, who fought fiercely against objectification, Hisuna was much more subdued in that respect, taking the admiration with pride and yet still having that sense that if you put a sword in her hand she became as deadly as she was beautiful. Hisuna had tried to get Rukia to act in a similar fashion, but growing up on the streets had made her sister much different from her. Rukia was the opposite of her older sister, iron on the outside, but with a soft center. It was amazing Kyan put up with it considering Kyukaku, but considering how silly he could act, Hisuna could smile at the fact that he needed an extra foot up his ass every once in a while. Still, love was obvious between both couples, her and Byakuya and her sister and Kyan. Hisuna knew that the way she lived her life was the reason Kazumi's spell had not affected her. She couldn't ask for it any other way. Now daydreaming and staring up out the small window over her bookshelf across from her desk, Hisuna jumped a little when a polite knock came to her door. Yes. Hisuna, may I come in? She recognized Lelich's voice. She smiled. You may. The door slid open and Lelich entered. Do you have time for a social visit? He asked. The look on his face was of the utmost seriousness, but that's just how Lelich was. Still, he seemed troubled regardless. Not really time, Hisuna said, stretching her arms out in front of her. She bent her elbows and interlocked her fingers, smiling at Lelich, but I can't concentrate anyway, have a seat. Lelich nodded and sat in front of Hisuna's desk. What can I do for you? Her smile faded slightly. I needed someone to talk to. I'm surprised you came to me rather than Yuna then, Hisuna said only to smile, not that I mind. I'm flattered really. Well, actually, I don't think Yuna could give me the advice I'm looking for, or the answers I seek. Oh. Hisuna's interest was piqued. I just found out from Ichigo that Orium is expecting. Hisuna hadn't expected that statement. Well, you certainly know how to drop news without warning. Sorry, guess I could have been a little more tactful, Lelich said with a sly smirk. Hisuna chuckled a little. I'll have to tell Rukia later. Anyway, you were saying. Lelich nodded, clasping his hands together and putting them on his lap. Momo took her off the active roster for whatever's up and coming. She said it was to protect the child after what happened to Susanna, and it got me thinking, you were at the battle with Talbumasuk, you fought valiantly. In fact, you were injured pretty badly. I know you were still carrying before the first battle, in the early first trimester. How did you manage to keep the twins? It's because I have Bankai, Hisuna answered him. Lelich wriggled his eyebrow. He didn't understand how that made a difference. You're not the only one with that kind of curiosity. I asked Anohana Suteiko a long time ago about it. She said that Kaze no Iriko was able to substitute the energy I used with her own. Because of the nature between us, I could draw more on my Zanpakuto's power rather than draining my unborn children's. Hisuna shook her head back and forth. I wish I had the diagrams she showed me. She looked right at Lelich. Basically, what she showed me was that due to having a Bankai, rather than drawing on the Ryotsu of my unborn children, Kaze no Iriko created a protective pocket around my womb and vaginal cavity to protect the fetuses. It would weaken me, yes, but I'd hardly feel it at all. So your Zanpakuto protected your children by substituting their Ryotsu for its own. Hisuna nodded and made an affirming grunt. I see, Lelich said, tapping a finger to his chin. It's a shame that Susanna doesn't seem to have the potential to reach Bankai, but that just means that if you find out she's pregnant you need to make sure she doesn't overexert herself. That's why there's a maternity leave clause. Hisuna smiled. Does that answer your concern? Lelich nodded. Yeah, thanks. He stood up. Oh, by the way, as long as you're here, Hisuna opened the top right drawer, I was going to give these to the mail office, but I guess I can hand them to you in person. Hisuna pulled out a small stack of papers held together by a paper clip and put them on her desk. Here, she pushed them forward. Lelich furrowed his brow and picked up the sheets. He didn't question what they were. He could find out by reading. All of them are the same form, but there were 3 different individuals. Lelich's hand gripped the pages to the point where the reports crinkled in his hand and his scowl became a mask of icy fury. I see, he said with a dark tone, thank you for this. I appreciate it. No need to thank me, just doing my job, Hisana said, looking up towards Lelich. She wasn't being sarcastic. It wasn't her involvement in what she had given Lelich that had him so upset, it was the incident itself. Lelich stuck the pages in the folds of his shiakusho. I think I'll take my leave. Hisana nodded to him. All right, come again. My door's open to you. Lelich simply walked away. Yeah, thanks. He shut the door behind him. Royal Dimension. Marianne had acted as Rita's escort through the Royal Dimension. She led the warden straight to the Soul King's palace, whereupon Marianne was asked to stand by and wait while Rita was brought before His Majesty. Rita was escorted by 2 guards who brought her inside, and she was brought down towards the lower regions of the Royal Dimension to speak with the Soul King in his personal recesses, as Anohana had done with him when she first became head captain. The form the Soul King took before Rita was that of a large blue, glowing spider, hanging from a non-existent ceiling, with a violet hourglass imprint on its thorax. Rita, the Soul King's voice echoed, how long has it been since you stood before me in this very location? Rita was down on one knee in allegiance with her hands on her raised knee, head leaned forward. Too long, my lord, but many more millennia than 2. I understand your will is to stand and fight, to suspend your job until Kazumi and the others have been brought back to your domain. Yes, my liege, Rita nodded. If they are to be able to be sent back at all. Rita looked dead ahead at the Soul King's glowing green eyes. I must be on that battlefield. Such conviction you possess. The Soul King morphed into his neutral, robbed figure form. But tell me, why should I let you? Sir, Kazumi is my responsibility more than any of the other Togabito. She is far too powerful for even the Royal Guard to handle. If I am not the one to fight her, I fear for the Soul Society. Also, she scowled, lest we forget whose fault it is that she could not be saved. Bite your tongue. I'm merely stating the truth. How many times have I asked, spare Kazumi, she was born innocent into the world and does not belong in hell? You have ignored every request of this I have sent to you, even before her unnecessary fall into despair. I've lost count, but how many times over the years have I asked for Kazumi's release? The Soul King was silent for a moment. He finally answered with, 11,506. And in all those requests you have not once allowed her to be free from a life she never deserved. Your inaction despite my desires has led to this situation. If you won't clean up your mess then as warden, I will do so. Don't you dare pin this on me. The Soul King's riot so nearly crushed Rita into the ground. She was gasping for air and her eyes bugged out. It let up and she coughed. You failed to save her before she became a Togabito. Asking me to fix your mistake is not a solution. But my mistake could not have been foreseen. Rita exclaimed in anguish. And I would have helped her directly, but you've forbidden me from acting on my own. Rita was now on both her knees, bowing in mercy towards the cloaked figure before her. Please my liege, I'm begging you, let me fight. I must save Kazumi from herself. She picked her head up, eyes looking like they might become wet. And I must protect the Soul Society and the world from her misguided, but otherwise understandable wrath. She's like a child on the inside, she's scared, she's angry, she doesn't know what else to do except for what she's doing. One job, I asked her for one last job and she refused. She can't bear one more second where she has lived. Now a tear fell as Rita blinked. Why can't you understand that? I am a being driven by logic. The Soul King said, unmoved by Rita's tear. However, it seems you finally understand the lesson I have been trying to get you to understand for so many years. You finally understand the value of life. Rita's eyes trembled. You mean Kazumi is? Rita shut her eyes and squeaked in anguish. That's terrible. How could you do that to her? How could you use her like that? Rita opened her eyes and exclaimed, that's hypocritical of you. The fact that you are calling me out on it shows that you have learned from your past, but as I said, I am a being of logic. Was it unfair for me to let Kazumi suffer? Yes, but as you yourself know, she can be saved and there are things I know that you have yet to figure out. Like what? Rita sniffed. I cannot tell you that, but you will understand in time. Still, let us come back to the original reason why you are here. You wish to suspend judgment of souls to protect the Soul Society and its denizens and to save Kazumi from herself. Rita, I grant your request. A big grin swept across Rita's face. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Know this though, to compensate, I will not deploy the Royal Guard immediately. Sending you out, unless things become dire, is more than enough. I understand, Rita said joyfully and then got to her feet and held a hand by her chin and said with quivering eyes, thank you. Do not make me regret this decision. Yes. Absolutely. Rita bowed. I will make you proud, my lord. Then go, the others are waiting for you. Rita was then dismissed from the Soul King's palace. She told Marianne that she was going out while the former empress was to stay until notified. Is that so? Marianne seemed displeased. You make it sound like you wish to talk with him yourself. Marianne looked towards the guards, see if he will speak with me. Hi, Marianne-sama. Marianne smirked towards Rita, hope to see you on the battlefield, Rita. Yes, aim, Rita said with a smile, I've read your profile, 6 Britannia Marianne. You deserve the position you are currently in. If you had come before me to be judged, I would have shown you mercy. Marianne smirked, I feel all warm and fuzzy inside. The doors opened for her. Go, I have things to discuss with His Majesty. Rita nodded and made haste towards the Royal Dimensions entrance and Marianne entered the Soul King's palace. 10th Division. What the hell were you all thinking? Lelouch slammed Hisona's reports on the table, chewing out Yuffie's subordinates that had tried to have their way with her. He was livid, ready to cut them down with his own blade. He would if he had the authorization to. The Soul Reapers just swallowed. I have a right mind to have you all dishonorably discharged from the Godii. At what point does raping your superior sound like a good idea? No one said anything. I asked you all a question. It doesn't. Correct. Lelouch's riot surged. His subordinates nearly collapsed under the weight of it. Lelouch led up and they all got to their feet, helping each other up. Luscateico will be notified of this and you will all be put on trial. Lelouch pointed to the corner of his office. I want your Zanpakuto over there. I'm putting them in my wall safe for later. Until your trial you are confined to the barracks, do you understand me? Yes, sir. The Soul Reapers rushed to the corner and put their swords up against the wall before rushing to stand in front of Lelouch. Good. Now get out. Lelouch spoke crossly. His men couldn't rush out of the door fast enough. Bunch of horny, Lelouch grumbled under his breath, pressing his fingertips to his forehead. Still had my geese I could've, he continued to grumble incoherently under his breath until Kyokaku poked her head in. Hey, when you've cooled off we gotta get going to 1st Division. I just got word from Rangiku who heard it through a long list I'm not even going to get into. Rita's on her way back, alone. I suppose that means Mother's staying in the Royal Dimension for now, understandable. All right then, Lelouch nodded. He followed Kyokaku out the door to head to Division 1 with her. Royal Dimension. Marianne stepped out from the palace with a straight-faced look. The Soul King had denied her motion to get involved despite already being involved with the words, Rita is handling it. Hikaifun and Shutara were outside waiting for her, the former having seen Rita leave and had gathered the latter to speak with Marianne directly. Grounded? The lavender-haired woman asked. Marianne nodded. Yes, even though I got involved already. Apparently I'm also not being punished for jumping into the fray, either. You took initiative. It was a risky move to make. I don't know if one of us may have made the same decision, Shutara said, still, it is His Majesty we must protect. I don't understand why you saw it a point to go to the Soul Society in the first place. It's not our business. It reached the Royal Guard the 5 of you were out cold it became our business and I figured I could get more answers in the Soul Society. No one enters His Majesty's throne without permission and the guards were asleep. So I improvised. Marianne took a deep breath and folded her arms. I must say you two have been rather kind to me for the most part despite what I did to you both in my attempts to kill the Lord I now serve. You serve him now, what difference does it make? It was not our call to make, Shutara said, do not mistake tolerance for kindness. I, personally, Do not trust you. Oh, lighten up, Hikifun said, giving Shudera a few hearty slaps on the back. Mari-chan's doing this for her little boy, how could she be so bad? Mari-chan was Hikifun's nickname for Marianne. Besides, you're the only one who thinks we can't trust her. Mari-chan hasn't read from a single book since she's been here. Or so she says, Shudera said, and the only reason Nimeiya and the others haven't been antagonistic towards her is because they see a pair of perky nips and a beautiful smile and they melt. Shudera sent a disapproving glance Hikifun's way, much like they treat you. With a big smile, Hikifun whacked her friend across the back of the head and knocked her to the floor. Shudera got up. Marianne offered her hand to help her to her feet as a peace-offering gesture, but Shudera just glared at her hand and ignored it, standing up and dusting herself off. Anyway, there is a chance we might go into battle, yeah? Hikifun asked with a cheerful demeanor. Marianne nodded. Hikifun smiled and held a fist by her chest. Awesome, I'll go whip us up a big feast right away. First Division. Rather than piling into the meeting hall again, everyone sat around outside or leaning up against walls or standing wherever, as Rita addressed everyone. Anohana felt that since this was an open-floor discussion that it would give a semblance of equality amongst the group. Rita was currently sitting on the rock in the middle of the garden with the many soul reapers scattered around the area. Anohana counted up the individuals besides just the captains or vice-captains that knew what was going on and either asked to attend, were asked, or came of their own volition. Naomi, Yolanda, Ribatuka, Nozomi, Shisato, Kyokaku, Mei, Yuffie, Yumichika, Kian, and Shirley plus Ichigo and Urahara Kisuk's group. Anohana and Lelouch both did a count to make sure everyone was in attendance and then Lelouch said to Rita, mind picking up where we left off? You were about to tell us about Kazumi. Rita nodded, right. She gave everyone a straight-faced look. Kazumi has been the #1 Togabito for a little more than 2,000 years now. No Togabito since or before her has even come close to being as strong as her. And she's been around for that long. Shunsui asked, lifting his hat, mind telling us exactly what she did? Rita put her head down and closed her eyes. She folded her arms, stood up and extended the fingers of her left hand. What I have to say does not leave this discussion area. Kazumi's past isn't exactly something I'm going to enjoy reiterating. She hates me enough as it is. Sympathy towards a Togabito? Stefan asked, confused. You'll all understand in a little while. One explanation later. She told it all to them all. They listened unquestionably feeling various levels of anger and emotion, Ichigo especially. Rita didn't go through all of the details or even into graphic detail. She also added a few details Kazumi was unaware of, such as the fact that Rita had pleaded her case to the Soul King time and again, that Rita had attempted to use the Kusanada to save Kazumi long before she got pregnant, but never managed to get the drones there in time. And she'd done everything to try and get the #1 out of hell by offering her jobs and lowering her sentence. It was all she could do. Rita really felt awful. She was crying by the end of her retelling. I've done everything I can to try and help her, Rita stared at the ground, fists balled, but she hates me. She sniffed. I don't understand what I did wrong. I know I never managed to make things completely better, she stared at her hands, but with these hands I at least tried. It's understandable she'd want you to do more for her. I understand her pain and I sympathize, Lelouch said. It's the system that's to blame, Rita, not you. It does beg the question though why she didn't attempt to fight the system, Yuna input. Indeed, Tyson stated, in the name of justice laws and rules should be secondary. But if she broke those laws and rules she would face the wrath of the Soul King himself. Would any of you wish that upon yourself in her position? Byakuya inquired. Most everyone swallowed. Ichigo walked over and stood in front of Rita, hand on her shoulder. I want to save Kazumi like you do. Thank you, Ichigo, Rita said, rubbing her eyelid. Ichigo turned around. As long as this is an open floor session, I have something to say. Then say it, no one's stopping you, Shunsui stated. Ichigo took a deep breath, I count Kazumi amongst my nakama. She helped me save my sister and she helped me save Lelouch and the others from Kokuto. I understand why she's doing this and I know she's crying on the inside. It sounds like whatever she's planning we can't stop it from happening, but we can keep it from doing too much damage. Ichigo gripped a fist. Kazumi isn't the real enemy here, it's those she's aligned herself with. Rita's been warden for well over 5,000 years. I think we can trust her, based on what we've heard, to handle Kazumi. Kazumi is the most sympathetic enemy we've ever fought, Anohana spoke up calmly, but loud enough to be heard. However, let us not forget that our understanding of her situation does not excuse the actions she has committed against the Soul Society. We can get her to stop fighting, but she will come at us with lethal force. We must do the same to survive. What exactly is her plan anyway? Ashido asked. It's... Suddenly the ground began to shake and tremble and the sky flashed red, then green, then yellow, and then back to blue, but dark storm clouds formed overhead. Rita stared up in awe. I was wrong. No, not this. Kazumi, I can't protect you from this. Rita. Oi! Ichigo exclaimed. Rita shook out of her disorientation, terrified out of her wits. Retsu! She shouted, now showing an expression of the utmost scowling professionalism. Yes, Anohana responded promptly. Start getting the Senkaimons on permanently active duty. Ichigo. Lelouch. Cornelia. Follow me. Why, what's going on? Hitsugaya asked. Rita used Shunpo to reach Anohana and whispered into her ear. Anohana trembled. That's not a good sign, Shunsui said, getting the willies himself. Rita opened a hell gate. The gate created a shattering noise like a mirror breaking as it opened rather than sounding like someone undoing a zipper. Ichigo. Lelouch. Cornelia. The three of them formed up, Tatsuki, Yuna, Shirley and Susanna formed up behind them. We're coming, Tatsuki affirmed. No, Shirley, you stay here, you'll never survive Hell's atmosphere with your Ryotsu. Just wait here, all right. I see, I'll be in the way, won't I? No, it's more like the hellish atmosphere could turn you into a Togabito because of your low Ryotsu, Rita told her. But, I'd get ready for battle, even so. Even the academy students will have to pitch in. But we're coming, yes? Yuna asked. Lelouch looked at Rita. Yes, I can take the 6 of you. They all entered the portal. Everyone. Anohana exclaimed, battle stations. She looked at Momo and Isane. Please take Kurosaki Orium back to her room, would you? Hi, Anohana Suteiko, Isane said, let's go, Kurosaki-san. Orium left with Isane and put a hand on her stomach. She was worried, she was deeply worried about what was coming to pass. Artificial dimension. Kazumi's plan was finally starting to ripen. She had sent Tsukishima back to Hell briefly to mess with Rita's apparatus, knowing he could handle her guards and knowing that Rita would be away from her desk. With it she had managed to corrupt the apparatus and make good on her plan. With Tsukishima having added his soul to the apparatus memory, she could now use the Book of Volcarona to overcharge it and create the merge now currently underway. She was gleeful as she watched this using a clairvoyance spell of the struggle currently going on. And now we wait until the merge is complete, then we shall go to the world of the living and we shall create chaos. Kazumi was gleeful of this idea, unable to contain her excitement in seeing living beings suffer as she had, running from the Togabito, creating a sense of freedom, a true apocalypse. Do we just stand here and wait? Talbumasuk asked. Unless you have any last-minute preparations you'd like to take care of, yes, Kazumi said continuing to look at the clairvoyant portal. Then you'll have to excuse me for a moment, Aizen said, leaving. Naira followed after him. I as well, Vanguard said, leaving. Mia whispered in Talbumasuk's ear for a quick one and they left the room as well, leaving Tsukishima and Kazumi by themselves. So this is your revenge? He asked Kazumi. I'm surprised you're still cooperating after what happened to Jinjo. This hell merger will free Jinjo, yes. Assuming Rita didn't send him to Circle 9. I imagine that if you want him to be freed you'd have to go to wherever Circle 9's parallel would be and free Jinjo as you freed Aizen. You have me curious what made you the way you are, Kazumi. 370. Tsukishima was confused, but continued, I sometimes feel as if I really understand you. 295. Oh, don't mind me, keep going, Kazumi told him. Tsukishima cleared his throat, and so I was wondering, he stepped up next to her, if you needed a real companion at your side when this is all over. Someone you can rely on. 183. Okay, I'll bite, Tsukishima sighed, what's with the numbers? Little hobby of mine. I hear these tired speeches so often that I started counting how often I hear certain phrases. I see. Well, I can't imagine why anyone would want to mar such a gorgeous flower as you. Kazumi had the right mind to shank Tsukishima on the spot, but withheld it. She needed him alive. 982. My attempts to get you to like me are falling flat, aren't they? Pretty much, Kazumi said, looking back at the portal. I really mean it though, Kazumi. 57. Fine, ignore me, but I do like you for more than just your body. You really appear to me as if you've been through a huge ordeal and I find myself drawn to you. 12. And that's understandable considering I tend to have that effect on others. Tsukishima simply stood next to her and watched the chaos unfold. So you think we'll fail? I don't know, but on the chance it does, that's why I have 3 plans. Why not use your first plan from the start? Because it needs time to incubate and this plan is more effective, gives me a chance to see if plan 3 is necessary. You really know what you're doing, don't you? I've lived more than 1,000 of your lifetimes, Tsukishima, Kazumi told him. Tsukishima's eyes turned sympathetic as he raised his arm to put it on her shoulder. Touch me and you lose that arm, Kazumi said promptly. Tsukishima promptly hooked the appendage at his side. Hell. Rita's abode. Crap. 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 Rita chanted as she dug deeper and deeper into her apparatus. Rita, what's going on? Lelich asked in alarm. By the stars, Rita trembled as she opened a file and an endless stream of characters and numbers flowed down the screen. I didn't think she'd actually go this far. Stop being cryptic for once. Ichigo exclaimed. I agree, Rita. What is happening? Yuna asked. Kazumi and her comrades hacked into my mainframe apparatus and turned off all of the security features. I can't believe how she outsmarted me like this, Rita panicked. Tatsuki went wide-eyed. Wait, but if she did that then? Yes, Rita nodded, with extreme concern, it means that the world will merge with hell. So then it's the end of the world, Rita finished Lelich's statement. Earth. At precisely high noon over the prime meridian of the blue planet, the Earth's rotation stopped and a thick, red fog surrounded the entire planet, darkening the sky with its crimson hue as lightning struck high in the air. Following that, there were worldwide earthquakes as the ocean floors and all large bodies of water were replaced with the 9 circles of hell, drying up most of the landscape. Large structures rose up around the world and the Togabito began materializing on the planet's surface one by one. Almost all of them instantly began causing chaos and panic. Due to the merging of the worlds, the barrier that once separated the living from the dead collapsed. Soul Reapers became visible to the human eye as did the Hollows. All things were overrun by the Togabito. Worst of all, the Kusanada, Rita's sentinels entrusted to her by the Soul King, could not survive in Earth's cleaner atmosphere and had turned to stone statues, as had Rita's heralds, as they were constructs of the Soul King. Rita's tower appeared at the meeting point of the prime meridian and the equator. Lelich and the others could only see what had become of the place. Everyone was bugging out. This is horrible. Susanna clasped her hands to her mouth, finishing Tatsuki's sentence. Ichigo took off like a rocket. Tatsuki followed, knowing what was going to happen. Yuna, you and Susanna go and start saving lives. I have things to discuss with Rita. Yuna and Susanna didn't even respond, they just took off. And I'll be heading for Her Majesty to make sure she is safe. Cornelia was about to go, but Lelich grabbed her arm. Belay that, he said. He looked at Rita. You said that anyone can see us. Yes, there are no boundaries separating the living from the dead. In that case, Lelich let go of Cornelia. Cornelia, Nunnally should be safe bunkered down for a crisis. It can. Send my sister straight to the capital inconspicuously. Cornelia, once there, prepare to go to DEFCON 1 if Nunnally hasn't jumped there already and deploy the troops. 1. Maximum readiness was used in the threat of nuclear war, but the Flaja had been discontinued and any signs of nuclear weapons had also been readily discontinued with foreign relations started to increase worldwide. It was now sinking in on Cornelia just how bad the situation was. Did I stutter? Lelich glanced at her. Cornelia shook her head rapidly. No, I understand. Will that work though? If the boundaries between the living and the dead have vanished, I imagine it also means the same for Itogabaito's resistance. Even you, who have not been given Rita's anti-hellfire, should find no trouble in dealing with the dead. Go, Lelich looked at his sister. Are you not coming? I have my own intentions, he glanced at Rita. All right, Cornelia said and spun her brother towards her and gave him a hug. If something happens, just know that I love you, little brother. Lelich gave Cornelia a hug back. And I to you, sister. I'm sorry I was such an idiot in the past. That's the past now though. Cornelia let him go and turned around. The future is what matters. Indeed. Lelich glanced back. Rita. Just about ready, Rita said, firing up the teleportation, which encompassed Cornelia. Just as Cornelia began to dematerialize, the last thing she saw was Lelich saluting her, feet clasped together. And the last thing Lelich saw of her was her smile as she saw his salute. Lelich then faced towards Rita. He put a hand on the back of her chair and leaned over her shoulder. Since Hell and Earth are merged, is it possible for you to hack into any computer system? This apparatus probably could, but Rita trailed off. What's the matter? Rita bopped herself on the head and gave a goofy smile. I can't do hacking. Move, Lelich said urgently. Rita got up out of her chair with a nod, letting him sit down. Lelich asked for directions, learning Rita's apparatus and taking the initiative to use it to his own devices. He had a plan, and his plan would turn Kazumi's plan to destroy the world into his new plan to perfectly unite it. Brighton Neon underground bunker. Just give me the world, Nunnally, and I'll deploy the troops. You did a good job going to DEFCON 1. I'm proud of you. It was Schneeisel's suggestion. He said to be ready for anything. Where is Schneeisel? Cornelia asked. He's with R&D right now, they're trying to get the Beowulf online. Miss Nunnally. I'm sorry, Cornelia, the other world leaders need me. Deploy the army, protect Britannia. Yes, Your Highness. Cornelia exclaimed with the proudest declaration she'd ever made in her entire life. She signed off the video chat. Nunnally returned to discussion with Tianzi, Kaguya, and the other representatives of the UFN. I'm sorry about that, Cornelia just returned from her overseas trip. Never mind that now, does anyone have any idea what's causing this? Kaguya asked with professional clarity, what kind of scientific dilemma are we looking at? These readings are off the charts, Zinc said from within the view of Tianzi's camera. I highly doubt this is any natural disaster. But if it's not natural, an EU representative said, then what is it? You can't honestly expect us to believe that this is the finger of God. The finger of God? That may be closer to the truth that you think. That voice. Zinc exclaimed. There's no way. That's impossible. On the conference call, a voice-only panel appeared, sending its signal from 0 degrees latitude and longitude. Impossible, Zinc, you of all people should know me to be better than that. It can't be, Kaguya said, losing her voice in between words. Big brother. Nunnally said lowly. Lelich finally got a visual, the chess piece of a black king wrapped tightly around his fingers, wily smirk upon his face. You. This is your doing. Demon Emperor Lelich VI Britannia. A bald, milk chocolate mustached representative of the EU declared. My doing? Lelich asked and put his fingertips on his forehead and laughed with a devilish chortle, his shoulders moving over dramatically up and down as he laughed. I can no more bend the planes of existence than any of you. He moved his hand away, but still kept that sly smile. Being dead does not grant one godlike powers. Lelich looked forward and spoke with a serious look, but I have seen God and I foresaw this occurrence so that I could prepare for it. You all saw me as a tyrant, but in reality I was saving this world by sparing you from the pain and suffering that a very vengeful denizen of hell itself now brings upon you. Give us one reason to believe a word you say. Zinc accosted. You slime ball. Beings unlike anything you've ever seen before walk the earth. The oceans across the world have dried up. This planet's rotation has ultimately stopped. How would I even try to fathom creating an occurrence like this and yet know that it would come to pass? This all hinges on them believing my intricately woven tale. If I can get them to believe my lies, not only can I make Nunnally look more trustworthy, but I can unite the world and pin it on the Togabito. I am in a position to deploy hundreds of extra soldiers, several with the manpower of more than 1,000 nightmare frames. Lelich swapped out his image for one of the Earth itself, as nightmare frames around the world were getting pummeled by the Togabito with ranks above 1,000. Zero did not understand my true intentions. He cut me down because he saw the suffering the people I was creating, not knowing that I was both looking to be killed so I could plan for this very moment and rescue all from the one who seeks this world harm and spare many lives from its wrath. Those that perished at my hands are all safe within another plane of existence entirely. Lelich, Kaguya found her voice, how is it that the dead have rejoined the living? Lelich tilted his head upwards in a philosophic manner. Many cultures predicted that the world would come to an end, the Mayans, the Aztecs, even the biblical figures of Christianity and Judaism predicted that the end of the world would eventually come about. But none of them could foresee the date. The world is ending, but I can save it and protect it. Lelich tilted his head and brought his hand up underneath his cheek, chess piece gripped tightly in his fingertips. You need only say the word. You expect us to trust and believe you. An EU representative shouted. After everything you've caused with your geese. My death ultimately caused me to lose my geese. I couldn't use it now even if I wanted to. Still, you don't have much of a choice, do you? At this rate you will all be wiped out. The human race will be finished today on the day the earth stood still if you do not ask for my help. If you're so inclined to assist, why not just do it? If I simply act, you'll cover up that I was involved in any way, even if others were to tell you. Also, if any of you saw me in the thick of battle, you'd go for my head. I cannot allow that. I am a key player in this conflict. So now, you have a choice. You can let me help you, or you all can die and the earth will be consumed by the plane known as hell. Rita stood silently out of shot of the camera. Lelich had requested that she remain silent, even if what he said questioned the very laws of the Soul Society. If the Soul Reapers did not act, then even the Soul Society would overpopulate and balance would be completely out of whack. However, she trusted Lelich to know what he was doing. She had watched him, and if there was one thing he was good at, it was manipulation. Therefore, she remained silent. Empress, you've been awfully quiet, Tianzi said to Nunnally, what do you think? I say we ask my brother for his help. I know Lelich better than anyone. Even I was not privy to the details of this at all. I thought he was really gone. Nunnally knew better than to reveal that she could see the dead. Lelich knew she would cooperate with him. How do we know you're not just corroborating with your dead brother? Because it's the right thing to do. I still resent what Lelich did, as do many of you. Even if he was not the representative for these soldiers he is about to send out. If it were someone else we would not be hesitating. He came before us because we would recognize him. We must put our faith in his hands, not because we trust him, but because our people need him in order to go on living and we are in a position to protect them. Lelich would never make a promise he could not keep. If he says he'll help, he'll help. I know that much. Kaguya nodded. Yes, this much is true. Zinc placed his hand over his face underneath his mandible, so a deal with the devil then, interesting. If we cannot decide this matter unanimously, shall we take a vote then? Nunnally asked. And it came to pass. Upon making the tally, Lelich's plans were successful and he would deploy his troops. A big smile crossed his face. Excellent, I'll deploy my soldiers at once. If you really can help us, Lelich, another EU representative spoke up, then do so. God help us all. God cannot help you, Lelich said, but I most certainly will. Lelich logged off. Looks like all we can do is band together and see this through, an EU representative said. Indeed. Let us hope that we can speak again on less chaotic terms, Kaguya said as each representative of each nation began to log off. Your Majesty, please allow me to go out in the Shenhu, Zinc said to Tianzi. Tianzi got up from her seat and walked over to him. Zinc, are you sure? Your condition has been worsening every day. I'll be fine, he told Tianzi and gave him his pinky. It's a promise that I'll come back safe and sound to you, my lady. Zinc, and the young empress linked pinkies and tapped their knuckles together before Zinc gave Tianzi a brief, tight hug and headed off. United States of Japan. Todo was busy organizing Japanese troops on the Empress orders, hoping news of this chaos would finally be brought to him. With the Zanjutsu out of commission since Zero Requiem, he couldn't go out into the thick of battle like he was organizing his men to do. He was surprised though when Tatsuki, his most trusted drill sergeant, came down from the outdoor command post he was stationed at, high above ground level. She was flying down towards him on a pair of wings and wearing a black and red bodysuit, the likes of which surprised him. Arisawa. Tatsuki saluted to the commander of Japan's army. Director General Todo, how goes the battle? Ah, rather well, Todo said, his tone suggesting he was trying not to freak out at Tatsuki's appearance. Mind telling me what your appearance is all about, soldier? Sir, the legend of the Karakura 7 lives on, sir. Todo smiled. I see, so this is the type of enemy you fight, is it? He became more serious. I always wondered what it was you and Britannia's General-in-Chief had been up to all this time. All right then, I won't ask for details now, frankly it doesn't matter. But as your commander, get out there and protect Japan. Sir, yes sir. Tatsuki took to the skies and headed into battle. She had appeared before Todo to give him hope that things were not as bleak as they looked. Todo watched as Tatsuki, no more than a speck on the horizon, generated ungodly amounts of flame unto enemies from afar. Haircut since become a drill sergeant, Lemmeter long since removed by Urahara Kisuke himself, Tatsuki, noble dragon, Arisawa was back in action. But she had more of a reason to fight now more than ever. What do you mean Orium can't fight? What's wrong with her? Tatsuki, can you protect something I want to protect? Idiot, I'm your friend, of course. Then, listen closely. It's really important. Ichigo, Orium, I will protect this world. This is our home and it is the home of your child. I'm glad you two are happy with each other and for that future, to see my best friends happy. Tatsuki drew back her hands, fist pushing against her palm as magma-like Ryotsu coiled around her fist. I will fight with everything I've got. She blasted the Togabito along her on the ground with a fierce blast like an erupting volcano. Tatsuki suddenly flew sideways to avoid a black blade aimed at her chest in an attempt to run her through. She stared forward at the being before her. It was a woman with long red hair wearing glossy black armor that looked like the armored version of a Valkyrie's uniform. She was wearing a white mask upon her face that let her left eye be seen through the eye hole. She was not a hollow. She had a rotary of blades spinning behind her back where metallic, bird-like wings appeared at her back. And just who the fuck are you? Tatsuki asked, taking a left lead stance. Togabito number 100. I'm called Nightwalker. 100 huh? Tatsuki said as she rolled her eyes up and to the side to think on things for a moment only to look forward with a grin. Yeah, I should be on that level at this point. Don't underestimate me, human. 5 blades went sailing at Tatsuki that seemed to appear seemingly out of nowhere. Tatsuki created a blast of heat that split into 5 and destroyed each of the black blades. And don't underestimate me. Tatsuki told her. You're twice the rank of the last Togabito I ever fought. You're also one of the more powerful Togabito. She goaded the Togabito forward with the wave of her hand. Come, I'll take you on. I hope you will make things interesting, human. I have a name you know, Tatsuki stated. I'm Arisawa Tatsuki, the noble dragon. Center of Earth's surface. You think it'll work? Rita asked Lelich. It's your apparatus, you tell me? I was talking about your success. Delaying the field of battle like this is. Kazumi's probably watching us. She won't make her move until she's certain we're ready to fight her. She wants death and she wants chaos. Aizen will wait until he knows I'm around as well. We have Ichigo and we have the army. Besides, Lelich said, getting up from Rita's apparatus, as the chair sunk into the floor and he stood in the center of the room, I rather like this part. The panels went high up along the walls and aimed down at Lelich. His full body would be broadcasted this way. Rita stood out of camera shot, but leaning against the wall directly underneath the panels. Suddenly, Lelich's image was broadcast to the entire world. Every working screen across the globe projected his image. Things felt nostalgic in a way as Lelich stood with his legs spread apart in a room with blue-hued lighting. "Hear me, members of the human race," Lelich announced. "My name is Lelich Lamperouge. Although many of you know me by another name, former Emperor of Britannia Lelich VI Britannia. You cast me down in hatred, bringing you closer to together. This was exactly what I wanted. For I, Lelich, foresaw this outcome and saved as many of you as I could from this apocalypse. I made you hate me so that you would cast me down and so I could prepare for this day at hand. And now the day of reckoning has arrived. Your world leaders have understood my position. I have peered into the realm of the dead and use it now to save you the living. I am no sinner. I am no saint. I am a soldier. I am a man of many faces. I am the one that now saves you from hell and ensures your lives. People of Earth." Lelich crossed his arm over his body. "I am not envoy of your rescue. But I alone and my soldiers cannot save you. We are but the dead. You, the living, the inhabitants of this world, must fight as one. The world will band together and I am the one making the decree." Lelich extended his arm forward, very reminiscent of years that were long since passed to him, but very recent to his audience. "Obey me, world. Unite together under your banners. Believe in your power and fight back against the menace. Use whatever weapons you have at your disposal. For today, we are not Britannians, Japanese, Chinese or anything like that. Today we put aside our differences to ensure that tomorrow will be a brighter future. Today," Lelich flipped his hand over, palm cupped and extended towards the sky. "We fight as one." And with that Lelich, having set a voice-activated signal to those last 4 words, allowed the Senkaimons to open worldwide as the Soul Reapers flooded into the world of the living. Even members of the Academy flooded into the living world, their extra hands would be needed. Each captain began shouting out orders and directing their units across the landscape. And of course they were not the only ones fighting. Lelich's speech had been received and the world listened as it had before. Everyone agreed, or rather could not argue with what he was saying given what was going on around them. "Heh, well said Lelich, well said," Schneeisel thought as he heard the speech. "Lloyd. Is the Beowulf operational yet?" "It's nearly ready, but we'd need someone incredibly gifted in piloting it to actually make it work." "If you're looking for a pilot," a feminine voice called out as a long, lanky woman wearing a student's academy robe with red hems stepped into the room. "How about putting that little toy in my hands, Lloyd Asplund?" "No net Enneagram," Schneeisel gasped. At first he had thought Lelich could have simply faked his death. It was possible considering Zero was in cahoots with him, but seeing a woman he knew to be dead before him, he knew absolutely that things were as Lelich had declared them to be. "Well now, this is quite a shock," Lloyd chuckled. "Yes indeed. Let's give the synchronization test a try, shall we?" Somewhere in Japan. In the Gurren S.E.I.T.E.N8 elements, Colin's radiant wave surger helped her crush Togabito left and right and she heard Lelich's speech come in over her open channel on her onboard computer. "Lelich, I will protect this world. We both want to protect it. I know who and what I am. I am Colin Kojiki." Colin shouted at the top of her lungs. "And I am Nightmare Pilot." A strange, mechanical being looking like a fighter jet fired at Colin with a machine gun on the underside of its hood. It suddenly transformed into a nightmare-looking machine crossed with its jet form from before, but it had a face and everything. Its mouth moved as it spoke. "A nightmare? What a cheap imitation of my kind you creatures of flesh have created." "Your kind? What the hell are you talking about? I am a Daodan, a sentient robot, aerospace model. Or at least I was until I was blown to scrap." He pointed a finger at Colin. "Now I am Togabito number 1313, Sun Shrieker. Prepare to be annihilated." Sunshrieker unleashed a salvo of missiles from within his chest plate. Colin blocked the impacts with her shields and suffered no damage. Bring it, you oversized scrap heap. This baby's just been upgraded. I'm going to send you right back to the junkyard. Artificial dimension. Looks and sounds like they're ready, Aizen quipped. Indeed, Kazumi agreed. Let's go then, shall we? I'd hate to keep Rita waiting. And Lelich, Aizen said as the group proceeded to exit into the living world. Southern South Britannia. Wow, that was a really nice speech, a woman with green hair wearing white spandex and an orange scarf and boots said, sprawled out in front of her TV screen said. Idiot, it wasn't just a pretty speech, a guy behind her, reaching into a closet cabinet, wearing a black sleeveless t-shirt with white hair and muscles enough to punch out even the toughest bodybuilders, said. He twirled a combat knife in his hand as he turned towards her. Get your Zanpakuto and let's go Mashiro. Yahoo! Fighty time! Fighty time! Mashiro leapt out the window and somersaulted 3 stories out of her and Kensei's apartment to the ground, perfectly landing on her feet, and then used Shunpo to hitch onto a motorcycle parked around the back of the apartment complex. She then donned her hollow mask and sped off. Yeehaw! Kensei just face-palmed, she's way too excited over this. He looked out the window, but it looks like things are really heating up. He then noticed a presence and leapt out of his window as the whole apartment complex disintegrated due to a massive explosion caused by a laser-like attack. Thankfully only he and Mashiro had been home. Kensei looked up to see an equine creature with holes in its hooves and a seaweed-colored mane, with a horn above its eyes like one might see on a unicorn shaped like a lightning bolt, and rather than a horse's normal jaw it had fangs like that of a bat. The creature had bright azure skin. Kensei prepared his combat knife Shikai. Oh drat, I missed you. Not bad for a human. Wrong, demon. I'm a soul reaper. Oh my, this will be interesting then, the unicorn-like creature said with a chuckle. It had a feminine voice. Dragonfly-like wings that, up until this point, had remained invisible with the way they were folded upon her back sprouted outwards and then beat rapidly. Tell me, what's your name? The demonic horse asked. Meguruma Kensei, Kensei answered. You. I go by Chrysanthemum. I am Togabito number 9. 9 huh? This ought to be good then. Kensei said and then shouted. Bankai. Kensei emerged in a large gust of wind in his Bankai form. Tekken Tachikaze. Southwest of the Tropic of Capricorn and the Prime Meridian. Aizen was surveying the area with a smile on his face. He was watching his foes tear into each other while acting like a tiger watching the fire from the opposite shore. However, his peace was interrupted by a blade aiming right for the back of his neck. Aizen's pre-prepared Kido shield spontaneously emitted and stopped the attack full throttle. The shield shattered on impact. I must say you've grown quite strong since I last saw you. Aizen glanced back without turning his head. Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo was already in Bankai and already using his visored mask. A disgusted look was upon his face. Ichigo used Shunpo and attacked Aizen from the side, but Aizen blocked. Did Lelich send you here by yourself? Has he gone mad? Lelich didn't ask me to do anything. I came here to fight you on my own. Ichigo drew away from Aizen, flipped backwards and swept up high from down low. Aizen blocked, finding it difficult to push the police chief back. After all, Ichigo retreated back a little and held up his blade with both hands on the handle. I'm the only one capable of fighting you. How utterly pretentious, Aizen mocked with a smirk, to think that you and I are equals. You may have grown stronger, Aizen's smirk grew wider, but to say you are on my level is laughable. You have thrown away the one weapon you had capable of killing Kazumi. You have failed at reaching your potential, Kurosaki Ichigo. You will never be able to best. Aizen was surprised when a slice sounded through the air and a shallow cut appeared along his shoulder. He touched the wound and felt the blood in his fingertips. I have spent most of the last 10 years under Rita's employ, being trained by her. Ichigo turned away from his location behind Aizen to face him and swung his blade out at his side, blood dripping from the tip. Did that information slip your notice? I know how to control my Ryutsu, full and complete. Ichigo's eyes converged into a strong scowl. I'm more than a match for you now, Aizen. Aizen tilted his sword in front of his body at a 45-degree angle. How intriguing. Then let's make it interest. In the next instant, Ichigo had pushed Aizen's blade away from guarding him and his hand was touching the blade. To escape Kyoka Suijutsu, you must touch the blade just before the illusion takes effect. That's what Jin told me. He said it took him a long time just to hear that one sentence. So just try and use Kyoka Suijutsu on me, Aizen. I'll stop you every time. Aizen drew away from Ichigo. Why is he this fast? Aizen looked at Ichigo's mask. Is it because of his hollowification, but why is he acting so calm? He shouldn't be able to. My hollowification and my Zanpakuto are one in the same. I can maintain my mask for as long as I wish. Isn't that what you're curious about? Ichigo swung out his sword again. Let's not waste any more time, Aizen. Let's end this. This is for my mother. This is for creating that thing that killed her. He's unnervingly calm. Are you ready, Aizen? Lelouch said you always wanted an equal to your strength. Well, let's just see how I measure up, shall we? Ichigo's blade became coated with Getsuga as he swung the blade up high above his head with both hands. Getsuga, Ichigo said with the utmost calmness only to get right in Aizen's personal space mid-swing, Tensho. Aizen was engulfed by the black color of the attack, disappearing from the view of all. To be continued. Chapter 189, Kazumi and Togabito vs the World. Brighton Neon Battlefront. Soldiers armed with every type of modern ballistics weapon imaginable continued to fire upon the Togabito advancing their way, but the demonic entities, varying in strength and stature, began plowing through the weaker humans. That was, until a big green, metallic hand went sweeping through the ground and sent them flying like bowling pins. There stood a 7-meter-tall bulky nightmare frame with a football-shaped helmet for a head, a massive arm cannon, dwarfing even the mightiest of railguns, which fired 2 very powerful explosive shotgun shells each capable of leveling a city block, on the right arm, and a rapid-fire grenade launcher equipped into the mecha's left hand. Instead of using a land spinner propulsion system, it used a rocket propulsion system and weighed slightly more than the average nightmare frame with its heavier plating, though could not fly as a result. The soldiers recognized the massive mecha. Yo! It's the chief! They shouted, referring to General John Chief Masters. This was his personal nightmare frame, the Goliath. Everyone, get behind me, the chief spoke calmly over an open communication. This is going to get ugly. Then, without warning or word, John unloaded grenade after grenade after grenade from the launcher until the weapon was spent, before then discarding the weapon and charging forward with the rocket propulsion system, turning the enemies into roadkill. None of the Togabito he was mowing down ranked above 9,999, more than enough for the average nightmare to tumble through without any effort. John then fired his /Harkins at abandoned buildings to use them to crush the enemies all clustered together. Chief, Meredith radioed to him, could you kindly not go destroying the infrastructure of the nation? I know you like to do things your way, but the situation is bad enough as it is. With all due respect, Deputy General-in-Chief Mirdia, when Cornelia was otherwise occupied, she had Meredith assigned as next in charge. Ever since Darlton's passing, our nation is tumbling down around us as is. I promise not to shoot any civilians. Meredith sighed. How did you ever get to be general? Tenacity and a lot of luck, John responded, and began closing in on a rather large Togabito in the distance. You'd be surprised how far that could take you. He fired the massive arm cannon on the Goliath's right arm, which smashed into Tyrannosauride's Togabito in the distance, annihilating it down to the skeleton. John then noticed another large, serpentine Togabito on the horizon. It was orange and black striped, the size of a Japanese movie monster reptile, but looked to be the cross between a Deinonychus and a king cobra, except that the terrible claw was on the hand talons, not the leg talons, which seemed more bird-like than anything else. John fired the massive arm cannon at the creature, but it seemed to do little more than singe the tough scales. As the creature roared at John, the sheer power of its scream sent his velocity into the negatives, and acid sprayed everywhere with its immediate space. Thankfully, John was over a kilometer away. That thing looks like it hit every branch on the way down the ugly tree. John detached the massive arm cannon to the ground, figuring he could remember where he left it, preferring to go mano a mano with the massive creature before him as it looked hungrily in his direction. Sorry, but I'm not your lunch. You want a bite, you're going to have to pay for this meal, but free with your order. He hit the /Harken button. The weapons deployed. With the motion of its blade, thin tail, the creature curled the appendage around one Harken and bit the cords with its powerful claws and fangs, severing the weapons. This is going to take longer than I thought, John said, advancing. John got within striking distance. His own personal battle was about to begin against Togabito 3230, Renazu. EU Southern Russian battlefront. Jamming on his guitar, Kigo sent powerful shockwaves out that tore through his opponents. Then he jumped on the guitar like a surfboard and began zipping around on it like a skateboard. His hands emitted strange wave patterns. In reality they were radio waves, capable of felling enemies with the power of sound. They emitted a frequency from Kigo's hands that basically shook apart the molecular bonds of his opponents. Kigo swooped down low as he emitted a shockwave of electricity from either side of his guitar and weaved back and forth, sending the shockwave out like a crashing wave towards his foes, electrifying them to death. Kigo was having the time of his life. Now this is what I call a summer extravaganza. Hua! In all the excitement, Kigo barely noticed it when he nearly crashed into another fighter standing motionless on the ground. Kigo tried to stop his guitar, but wound up smacking into the unlucky combatant and sent them both tumbling along the ground. As Kigo loomed over the person, he grunted in pain only to look down as the person looked up in astonishment at him. She had very short magenta hair cut in a fashion like someone in the armed forces and had eyes of matching color. She was wearing a skin-tight, black bodysuit as though she were a member of some sort of special ops unit. It had the Russian EU emblem on it above her left breast. If not for her very feminine-looking face and her obviously well-sized chest, it would have been easy to mistake her for a man. However, Kigo did not make that mistake, and though he hadn't seen her in nearly 20 years, he could not be mistaken of her identity. Ryrika. Kigo. And neither could she. Kigo got up off her and helped her to her feet. Ryrika. He then gave her a big hug. I thought I'd never see you again. Let go of me. Ryrika grunted as she tried to push Kigo off of her. She succeeded in separating them. Ryrika, what are you doing here? Kigo asked her, worried for her safety. You should be hiding, this place isn't safe. It was then that Kigo noticed a strange emission coming from Ryrika. Wait a minute, I thought you lost your spiritual power. How do you have it back? Ryrika explained without hesitation. After I left Japan, I went to live with some relatives in Russia. However, though I no longer had my full bring and spiritual power, I retained all of my supernatural reflexes and combat strength. Without my knowledge, my relatives put my name forth to the Russian government and I was assigned as a Russian hitwoman. I resented the job at first, but I eventually came to take pride in it because I was good at it, and then eventually, Ryrika spun her hands out at her sides as a pair of black and gold-plated desert eagles appeared in her hands. My power came back all on its own. It seems that try as one might, one's spiritual power cannot be stolen from one's soul. As long as there is pride within you, there is always a way to fight. She about face as a flying Togabito with no lower body flew towards her and Kigo. And this is my way to fight. She aimed one of the guns at the Togabito and fired. A black bullet exited the barrel, sparking with gold electricity and tore through the enemy, exploding it. Yabitsa Ishpian. Russian for assassin and spy. Kigo stared at her in awe. Ryrika smirked, tapping the hammer against her shoulder. What's the matter, Kigo? She asked. Are you so amazed by my skill that it's left you speechless? Say something in Russian again, Kigo requested, because you really sounded sexy. Oh, why you? Ryrika motioned to ferociously pounce on Kigo, but stopped mid-lunge and just shook her head and smiled. You haven't changed a bit. She turned around again. I haven't seen you in 20 years, Kigo. Shall we fight together and you can tell me what you've been up to? I've heard a lot of crazy things from Japan. You bet. Kigo said, only to realize he was disarmed. Let me just go get my guitar. He ran to get it where it had landed. Ryrika face-palmed and shook her head. How did I wind up falling in love with such a moron? She then smiled. Because he's a chivalrous moron, that's why. She blushed and then shook her head. Focus, Ryrika, you can deal with that later. Right now, She noticed Kigo approaching her, sunglasses on his face that he seemed to have pulled out of nowhere. It's time to put on a show. Center of Earth's surface. Anohana shunpoed to Lelich and Rita's location, the former of which still hadn't left and the latter of which was typing away. I thought you'd be out there fighting. Rita's setting something up. I was talking about you, Anohana said to Lelich. I was hoping to take over for Rita when she was done. Someone has to monitor the Hell system. Right now she's setting up a program that will recapture all of the sinners currently dropping and putting all judgments on hold for dead souls. She can have the program auto-execute, but I was going to monitor it. Oh, is that why you're standing around? Rita said to him as she typed away. I thought you were waiting for Retsu. Bad idea, Lelich, we need you out there just as much as we need me. It won't matter if I go out there or not, right? Once you've recalibrated the system it will all be over. I can be of more use if adrenaline isn't pumping through my brain. I'm not recalibrating the system. I don't have the crucial time needed to type out that much code on my own, not with everything that's going on. I need to be out there fighting. I'm the only one who can take Kazumi on. Only I know what she's truly capable of, Rita reasoned. Surely recalibrating the system won't take that long, Lelich stated. You underestimate the damage that's been done in Kazumi's tactics. She won't hesitate to kill you all without a second thought if there's not someone keeping her at bay. I need to be out there as fast as possible, Rita said as she hit the backspace a few times. I could take her on, Anohana stated. Rita stopped typing and pushed her chair back. She looked at Anohana. Retsu, I appreciate that, but even with your core form, you're out of your league against Kazumi's full power. What if you explained to someone how to use your apparatus so that they could fix everything while you fought with us? Lelich asked. It sounds good on paper, but we would need someone with vast scientific intelligence that has no combat ability because we need you, Urahara and Jin out there and you're the brightest we've got. Rita, what you're asking for is not possible. Lelich is right, let him take over and get out there. I can handle Kazumi until then. No. There has to be someone who fits the description. We need every last fighter. We can waste no resources. Rita slammed her hands on the dashboard. The gears in Lelich's head began to turn as he blocked out Anohana and Rita's debate with each other. Someone with no combat ability and vast intelligence does not exist in the Soul Society. We are all soldiers. Let's see, with the world of the living as it is we have access to all sorts of civilians with vast intelligence and knowledge. And if I think about it like that, the answer becomes perfectly clear. I know someone we can get. Lelich exclaimed with his arm outstretched. Anohana and Rita looked at Lelich with growing curiosity. Rita set the teleport system to Dallas, Britannia. I know the man we need for the job. Britannia. Dallas Research Base. Lloyd sneezed on his sleeve and wiped his nose in it. Gesundheit, Schneeisel said to him. Yes, quite, Lloyd said only to look at the readings. This is amazing. Lloyd was giddy with the readings he was getting. Miss Enneagram, your synchronization levels are off the charts. Lloyd was dancing around. I don't know how, but even in the alpha stages of developing the Lancelot none of the Knights of the Round could pilot it. Truly remarkable. Nonette figured the relation had something to do with her having spiritual power, but she wasn't going to say anything. She figured it wasn't important for a normal like Lloyd. Some things had to be kept under wraps. Lloyd, can I launch? Just about, I need to do one last screening and you can head out and start smashing heads. Okay. Lloyd went over to the control panel and ran a few more scans of the Beowulf and Nonette's synchronization with it. These readings really are unnatural. These readings I'm getting make it seem like Nonette's body is made of pure sakuradite, but that's impossible. As a man of science it was a good hypothesis, albeit a wrong one, for Lloyd to form under his current understanding of things. Still, this is not the time to be focused on such things. Lloyd began copying fragments of data to a folder for later analysis. All right, Miss Enneagram, you're ready for launch. 3, 2, 1. Action. The Beowulf was exited from its launch pad high into the skies. Nonette never felt so comfortable piloting a nightmare. This was so surreal, unlike anything she'd ever worked with. Even her time piloting the Elizabeth hadn't come close. Her eyes were covered with a band that fit over her eyes that had a scanner on them that tinted everything with a green color on the monitor. However, the backs of the bands were attached to a pair of cords that hooked into the ceiling of the cockpit that went to the rest of the ceiling, allowing Nonet to move the systems of the Beowulf with mere patterns of thought. A pair of shackles locked around her ankles to keep her strapped in and further synchronize her body directly to the energy filler. Furthermore, since all of the movement systems were controlled by brainwaves, the weapon systems were all designed with an interface like that of the Shinkiren. The build of the beast was similar to the Lancelot, though, but with enhanced durability and output. The Beowulf was the only nightmare of its generation at present, an 11th generation nightmare frame. Nonet looked around as flying creatures came towards her. She maneuvered out of their attack patterns before driving her fist through each of them, the radiation from just the energy filler emitting off the ends of the mecha killing them instantly. Miss Enneagram, I don't mean to be a bother, but could you give my new weapons some tests? I went through all the trouble of implementing them, you know. Lloyd's image and voice came on Nonet's monitor. Nonet smirked, you don't even have to ask. With a few button presses, Nonet unlocked a hatch on the inside shoulders of the Beowulf as two thin cannons unfolded from the hatches. They fired bright blue beams very reminiscent of the Shinkaren's Zero Beam. They obliterated everything in their path. Success. Lloyd was jumping for joy. I'm so happy right now. He exclaimed, spinning around like he was dancing with himself. I could die during this whole ordeal and I'd be happy. Rather than dying, how about doing something more productive? Schneeisel and Lloyd looked towards the entrance to the base where Lelich had now entered. Lelich. Schneeisel exclaimed in surprise. Hello brother, enjoying the weather? Schneeisel laughed. Well, I didn't expect you to come all the way here. Shouldn't someone like you be on the battlefield? Schneeisel was taking the craziness of the whole thing rather well. The world was going insane and he intended to go insane with it. All in good time, Schneeisel, Lelich told him. He looked at Lloyd. Lloyd, I need your help. Not just me, but there is something I need a man of your talents for. But you simply can't drag me away from my greatest creation yet. I'm in the middle of delicate research. The future of 11th generation Nightmare rays depends on it. Schneeisel can watch your research, Lelich said, only to say more sweetly with a waggling finger, what if I said you would get to work with technology far beyond your wildest imagination? Lloyd put his clipboard down, folded one arm across his body and stroked his chin with the other hand as his elbow rested on the back of his crossed arm. He smirked slyly. Go on. Lelich smirked and extended his hand. A man of your talents is wasted here at the moment. Schneeisel can collect data. I have something far more interesting in mind for a man of your caliber. And just why should I go? Lelich shrugged. So that's your answer, is it? Oh well, he turned around, I suppose I could ask Raxhata if she could. Now, let's not be hasty, Lloyd said, stepping forward. Since you came all the way out here to see little old me, I suppose I could humor you in seeing what it is you have to offer. Lelich glanced over his shoulder without turning his head and smirked. Excellent. Center of Earth's surface. With Lloyd in agreement, Lelich gave Rita the signal and she teleported them both back to her abode, where Lelich gestured to her apparatus system to Lloyd. Behold, he said with a smile. With odd curiosity, Lloyd stepped towards Rita's machine with her standing off to the side of it and stood before the technologically advanced apparatus looking like he was about to explode into a nerdygasm. He's not going to erupt all over my machine, is he? Rita asked. Don't worry, Lloyd's a bit quirky, but he's not that uncontrolled, Lelich reinforced. You shouldn't have to explain much to him, just the basic functions, and he should be okay to handle the rest. Alright, at least this is quicker, Rita nodded and glanced towards Anohana. I'll be out on the battlefield as soon as I can. Retsu, please be careful. Anohana nodded. Until Rita took to the battlefield, as the Soul Society's strongest asset, Anohana would have no choice except to fight Kazumi herself. I'm serious. You have no idea what Kazumi is capable of. Do not think that she's at her full power just because she says so or just because she is using all the power of a single power. She is the number one for a good reason. I understand, Anohana said with a hardened expression. No more delays. I simply must know how this thing works. Lloyd exclaimed with glee. Just a sec, Rita told him and then glanced back at her allies. Godspeed to you all. Godspeed, Lelich nodded and he and Anohana took out the door and out into the open air. Lelich went westward and Anohana went north. Both had their destinations in mind. Anohana honed in on Rita's last known location of Kazumi while they waited for Lelich to interact with Lloyd. She found her westward of the original Britannia homeland in the EU's England, just east of the Prime Meridian. Kazumi was surrounded by corpses and standing around doing seemingly nothing. Anohana approached with caution, drawing her blade and holding it down at her side. Blade drawn already? Kazumi asked as Anohana drew near. Rita told me to be careful, but from what I could sense she didn't have to give me the warning. Anohana paused. Kazumi, I give you once chance to stop this madness and come quietly. Otherwise, as Captain Commander of the Godii, Anohana aimed her blade at Kazumi, I will be forced to use violence. I think you know the answer to that, Kazumi stated, whipping out her Damascus claws and taking a stance that had her leaning back on right leg with her left hand up by her face and her right hand angled down low, right leg erect and left leg ready to pounce. I see, then you leave me no choice, Anohana said and casually held her blade in front of her face. Bankai. The 5 heads and Anohana's hood sprouted up instantly around her. Minajiki Zenmitsu. Bankai already huh? Kazumi asked, noticing Anohana's fierce Ryatsu. Even in this state you are fiercer than Kurosaki Ichigo. Someone like you might be able to handle it. All right then. She leaned forward, claws dispelled, arms spread out at her sides. Lotus Restriction Bypass, Level 108. Kazumi curled her body inward and then let out an explosion of Ryatsu as she emerged with her wings unfurled and a thick, white aura floated around her. Anohana Retsu, let's see just how much conviction you hold to protect the Godii 13. Britannia Underground Bunker. I'm scared, Nunnally said as she sat in the bunker with no one except for Zero for company. She was in a secure location deep beneath the earth and with television networks and news broadcasts cut off due to the chaos she could barely tell what was going on out there. Zero put his hands on her shoulders. It's all right, Empress, nothing is going to bring you harm. You're safe down here. I know I'm safe, but what about all the people out there fighting while I'm sitting in here like a coward? She looked up at Zero. There must be something I can do. The fact that you worry for your people is not a sign of cowardice. You are strong, Empress, but your body is not as strong as your heart and soul. The fact that you care is the best you can do. You can give your people moral support. How very sentimental, you haven't changed a bit. Ah, Lelich. Big brother. Nunnally and Zero both turned to see the captain of Squad 10 down in the bunker, Shikai already in use. How did you? Unimportant. Don't worry. The enemy can't use the same method. What was with that speech, Lelich? Zero asked and then proceeded to take off his helmet, discarding it to the floor, shocking Nunnally. I thought we agreed to the Zero Requiem. You and I both know barely any of what you said was true. Facts must be twisted to unite the world, Suzaku. I have misled the world for Nunnally's benefit. As I said, I am in a position to save the world and save it I shall. Can I not also twist facts that the general public does not even know of? The true aspects of Zero Requiem are safe within your memories. You are the only one who knows the truth. Suzaku simply stared. Suzaku, you're alive. Nunnally found her voice. Yes. Lelich had me take up the mantle of Zero as per Zero Requiem. Nunnally, Lelich looked towards her. I'll explain everything to you when things are over, but right now, he looked at his childhood friend. Suzaku, I need your help. My help? Suzaku was confused. He didn't know what he could do against demons and other worldly creatures. Lelich walked towards the computer screen, the only active machine in the room. Suzaku, every last ally I can scramble for needs to be out on that battlefield. But what can I do? The Lancelot is gone, Lelich. All I'm good for is being a direct bodyguard. Suzaku, you fool, Lelich turned towards Suzaku and reached towards him. The power of the Lancelot has always been within you. Lelich put his hand on Suzaku's cranium and a flood of spiritual power uplifted from within the son of Genbyo Kurugi. What the hell? Suzaku, Lelich spoke to him, you were born with the inherent ability to wield spiritual power, but you never properly learned how to bring it out because you lacked a key ingredient. Key ingredient? Suzaku asked as he looked at Lelich's scowling visage, his friend's hand still on his head. Suzaku, every warrior on that battlefield has a reason for fighting, something that fills them with pride. You, in your desire to put everyone's needs ahead of your own, you never felt any pride in anything you did. Or more accurately, your pride never manifested into anything. Pride, you want me to feel pride. Suzaku became angry as he swatted Lelich's hand away. After all we've done, you want me to feel pride. Can you not? Isn't there one time you ever felt pride in your life? Can you not think of a single thing that filled you with pride? A glow emitted under Suzaku's uniform. That's. Discard the uniform of Zero. Lelich extended his arm and bent fingers towards Suzaku, declaring loudly, Suzaku. Bring out your true nature. Feeling the power surging within him, Suzaku tore off the mantle of Zero. The brooch Yuffie had once given him, signifying him as her knight, glowed with spiritual power and a feeling of pride, worn over his old piloting suit. Suzaku could feel the power within him and knew what he had to do. His eyes closed as he held his palms up by his chest. I get it now. Suzaku closed his eyes as he felt his power manifest. It's like I can see it laying out before me. That's it, Suzaku. Bring out your power. Do it. Suzaku's eyes became strong with resolve. Knight, he said, of honor. The brooch expanded outwards and flowed with spiritual power, consuming Suzaku and covering him in his pride. Suzaku was now wearing a technological suit that made him a human-sized version of the Lancelot, minus the land spinners. Check it out, Suzaku said, glancing at his hands. Marvel at it later. You are the Lancelot, now use it. Yes. Suzaku prepared to take off only to remember that he was deep underground under several layers of hard metal. Lelich grabbed hold of him and got them both outside with his Zanpakuto's cape, and both warriors stood on the surface. Lelich's cape flapped towards Suzaku in the harsh, bitter, dry, heated wind. Go Suzaku, help us win. You got it, Lelich. Suzaku then took off and Lelich returned underground to Nunnally's side. Big brother, are you going to stay with me? Nunnally asked. Lelich shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't stay. But someone has to. Nunnally exclaimed. I don't want to be down here all alone. I'm scared, big brother. Lelich walked over to Nunnally and picked her up in his arms, cradling her like she was a newborn baby. Nothing is going to harm you, Nunnally. And you are never alone. Even when there is no one around you physically, you can never truly be alone. Lelich placed a hand at the center of Nunnally's chest. I'm always with you, Nunnally. Cornelia, Suzaku, Schneeisel, Euphemia, we are all with you and we will all protect you. You're very safe down here. No harm can come to you. Nunnally squirmed and wrapped her arms and legs around Lelich's back. But what if something happens? She sobbed. I don't want to lose you a second time, Lelich. I love you, big brother. Lelich wrapped his arms around Nunnally. I know you do, Nunnally. I know you do, and that's why I can't stay. I must fight to protect not only you, but those who love me too. Nunnally sniffed. Will you promise me you'll come back safe? Will I see you again before you leave? Lelich smiled and put Nunnally back in her wheelchair. He linked her pinky with his as he got down on one knee. I promise you that you will see me at least one more time before this is all over. Lelich gave Nunnally one last hug. I love you. If I stay safe, will that make you happy? It will, and it will put my mind at ease. Please, Nunnally, I just want you to be safe. Then I'll stay here. I'll stay here to help big brother. Nunnally gave Lelich a hug and squeezed. I love you, Lelich. I love you too, Nunnally. I always will. Lelich drew away from his sister, but Nunnally urged him towards her with a tug and kissed his cheek, causing him to flush slightly. You really are the best big brother in the whole world, she smiled at Lelich. Please go protect the world you've worked so hard to create peace for. I will, Lelich said convictingly, and then, with a last ruffling of his sister's hair, he walked away, wrapped himself up in his cape and disappeared. Nunnally held her hands to her chest and closed her eyes as if in prayer. If there's truly no God, then, whatever governs this world, please, protect my brother, protect this world, protect what it is I love, and protect the beloved things of what I love, as well. Back on the battlefield, Suzaku was doing a pretty damn good job for a newcomer to spiritual combat. He was not piloting the Lancelot. He was the Lancelot. This notion filled him with power and limitations beyond that he could ever hope to reach on his own. He conjured up a Mesa vibration sword and cleaved through several Togabito attempting to harm civilians. Save the civilians first. Take out the cannon fodder. I'm not prepared to handle tougher enemies. Suzaku then just realized his sixth sense was heightened even higher than ever as he stopped an assassin like Togabito with a turban wrapped around all but one eye and its mouth, while carrying a blade meant to stab Suzaku in the back. He grabbed the enemy's arm and threw him forward before calling for his blaster and shooting the Togabito straight through. This is a cause that I know is worth fighting for. This is justice. Suzaku fired off 8 Harkins from various portions of his body. The Lancelot didn't even have 8 Harkins. Suzaku looked at his hand. Can I do more in this form than I could with the Lancelot? Suzaku decided to test his limits. He took off at top speed and used his newly heightened sixth sense to locate enemies in a group. With his fast-moving speed, Suzaku wanted to try one thing he'd always wanted to try with the Lancelot, but knew the specs could never keep up with. He floored his flight capabilities and tore through the air. A Mach cone began to form around Suzaku and then boom. A massive sonic boom containing Suzaku's spiritual power destroyed all the Togabito caught up in it. Suzaku brought himself to a halt and stayed hovering in the air. Lelich, I owe you one. Suzaku calmed his mind and tried to locate signs of struggle with his heightened sixth sense. He noticed a group of Soul Reapers currently doing their best to fend off a group of Togabito. However, as he drew near, he noticed that the start of his descent towards the ground was just before all but one of the Soul Reapers was cut down by a particularly powerful Togabito who cleaved his brethren down with his enemies. The Togabito was carrying a scythe 3 times his size and had a gray, scaly body, reptilian eyes and teeth. He was wearing tattered black rags as he attacked the surviving Soul Reaper, a woman, who remained vigilantly on her feet, doing her best to block his blows. Halt, fiend! Suzaku declared as he dove towards the ground and slammed his fist into the concrete, creating a shockwave, affecting both ally and enemy alike. His back to the Soul Reaper, he faced off against the scythe-wielding maniac. Ah, such rich spiritual power. I hope you'll prove better equipped than those greenhorns. Lesson 1, Suzaku said and reared back his arm, never judge a warrior's experience by his spiritual enrichment. He lunged forward and cracked the scythe wielder in the face before performing a flipping kick and sent the enemy hurtling into the air. Suzaku was above him in mere moments. Lesson 2, Suzaku pulled out 2 Mesa vibration swords. Scythes may look cool, but they make for lousy weapons in reality. Suzaku dashed through his foe, segmenting him into parts. Lesson 3, Suzaku said as he reached the ground in a crouching position and his opponent's parts dropped to the ground. He looked over his shoulder. Never boast to an enemy you've never sized up. It could prove fatal. Suzaku then turned to address the Soul Reaper he had saved only to be floored as to who it was. She had long pink hair and was carrying a Zanpakuto with a pink handle and a rapier-shaped guard. Suzaku stared holes at her. Can it be? Yuffie. Yuffie gasped at hearing her name referred to in such a manner. The Lancelot, then. Suzaku powered down. Yuffie. Yuffie, it's me. Suzaku. It registered in Yuffie's mind that it was Suzaku, but it took the rest of her a little bit to catch up. Suzaku. She ran forward towards Suzaku, dropping her blade and then leapt towards him like a cat into his arms, nearly knocking him over, but the soldier remained firm on his feet. His lost love's scent and the sensation of her soft pink hair were soothing and comforting to Suzaku. Touching her, holding her was so tantalizing. This is real. She's really here, in my arms. Yuffie, Suzaku said almost in a whisper as he ran a hand down her pink hair, closed his eyes and found solace in being able to hold her again. I'm so glad I got to see you, Yuffie said joyfully, stroking Suzaku's shoulder affectionately. Yeah, Suzaku said, feeling whole, complete, and fuzzy inside as he held the woman he loved. When the touching moment had passed, Suzaku put her down, and then it finally registered in his mind as to how it was possible for her to be here. Wait a minute, what are you doing out here? Why are you fighting? You hate violence. I'm a Soul Reaper, Yuffie answered him, hands clasped down at her stomach. It's our job to decorrupt and help those that are in trouble. I just wanted to be useful to Lelouch since he's worked so hard to make up for what happened at the SAZ. He told you. I sort of forced him, Yuffie said, feeling sorrowful as she recalled the events. She paused, I'm sort of glad I know the truth. You two have worked so hard to make up for it. Yuffie smiled. It makes me so happy. She then ran back to get her Zanpakuto and held it up with a smile. And now this time I'll protect you too, Suzaku. I don't really think you need to be protecting me, Yuffie. Suzaku didn't finish his sentence before the back of Yuffie's sandal kicked him in the back of the head, and she had sliced a Togabito that had snuck up on him and had appeared almost out of nowhere. She then landed perfectly on her feet, blade resting just above the ground. Yuffie then got up without any strain on her body at all. Suzaku was in awe for a moment, only to exclaim in praise, Yuffie. That was amazing. Yuffie looked at him with an empty look of shock. Where did you learn to do that? Yuffie smiled. The Soul Society, of course. Training as a Soul Reaper hasn't been easy, but it's been a lot of fun too. Still, I'm going to do my best to protect you as well, Suzaku told her. Oh Suzaku, I don't need protecting that much anymore, Yuffie said, waving her hand up and down. I can take care of. A really large Togabito set upon the area, dwarfing Yuffie's spiritual power greatly. Suzaku took action and, with his Knight of Honor Fullbring activated, punched the Togabito so hard in the chest that it exploded. Suzaku looked back at Yuffie, removing only his helmet. Still want to say you don't need protecting? Okay, maybe just a little, Yuffie giggled. Northwestern Africa. Ulquiorra stood on the battlefield cutting down Soul Reapers foolish enough to get in his way. He didn't understand why they thought they could defeat him. He was much stronger than any of them could possibly hope to be. Why did they try to strike him down? It didn't make any sense. As he stood there, he felt a strong presence approach him. It was the captain of Squad 6, Byakuya Kukiki. Is this going to become habit, us clashing? You and I are on relatively the same level. Tasika being relatively close to you in power is the smartest move we captains can make. Need I remind you it took both you and your wife to defeat me the last time, Ulquiorra told him. That was close to 20 years ago. My skills have only improved since then. I will show you the true power of a Soul Reaper, Aaron Carfilth, Bankai. Byakuya dropped his sword into the ground as the petals sprouted up around him, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Enclose, Mercy Lago. Ulquiorra emerged in release form. Then prove to me that your words are not empty. I shall, Byakuya said, and the two engaged in battle. West of the Britannia mainland. Lelouch was in the midst of shooting down enemies with his fireballs, not needing to go to Bankai just yet. He figured he'd save it until a really dangerous enemy attacked him. He was amazed at just how much his physical skill had improved since he first became a Soul Reaper. It had been close to 147 years since he first arrived in the Soul Society, and back then he could barely run a quarter of a mile. Now here he was wind sprinting around enemies and firing off blasts of flame from his very palms. The sheer significance of the situation brought a smile to the captain's face. Togabito on your 6. Lelouch turned around. Sakasui. He destroyed the Togabito with a single strike. Glad you have my back. Are you kidding? This is so much fun. If you think I'm not going to help out, you're not thinking clearly. Lelouch simply grinned and then pulled something out of his robes, a Kido landmine that he had borrowed from the R&D lab just for this situation. He shunpoed over to a group of Togabito and dropped the landmine before disappearing. Don't you think that was a waste? Relax, I have 27 more where that came from. Besides, those landmines won't do jack squat to Captain Class Ryotsu and above. Best use them to take out the small fry and large lumbering Togabito. Well, as long as you know what you're doing. Of course I know what I'm doing. I am Zero. The man who... Blah. 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 Heard it before. Focus. Right, sorry. Karakura Town. Urahara had just finished enclosing his restaurant in an airtight shield that even an impact 7 times his Ryotsu wouldn't penetrate when a massive sandstorm flooded right through the area. With his blood mist shield, Urahara managed to defend himself. However, he noticed that whatever was the source of the storm was now behind him. Urahara turned around to face as the sandstorm began to converge on a single point and take a humanoid form. The humanoid was of the male hominid variety but with dark green reptilian scales in place of skin and a head of black hair with 2 purple stripes running through it. The figure had a long tail like that of a thecodont and had reptilian claws instead of hands. He was wearing black pants ripped down at the knees and a large, bulky, winter-like jacket over his otherwise uncovered upper body if not for the light violet Togabito bands that covered the torsos of all Togabito that arrived in Hell save for Kazumi because she was born there. In his mouth there hung what appeared to be a small chicken bone in the man's mouth. His hands were currently in his jacket pockets. All of his teeth were as sharp as a crocodile. Urahara pulled his bucket hat seemingly out nowhere and put it on his head, then yanked a button on his suit jacket, creating a burst of smoke, replacing it with his more comfortable attire from 20 years ago. "So, who are you to whip up a storm like that?" The Togabito spit the chicken bone out of his mouth. "Name's Alexander Gator, Togabito number 10. You did well blocking my sandstorm attack. Never run across anyone except the top 7 who could do that without suffering any damage at all. What's your name?" "Me, I'm nobody." "Bullshit," the reptilian man said. All right, Urahara said, rocking his head back and forth, "If you really must know, I'm a Soul Reaper. My name is Urahara Kisuke." "Soul Reaper, huh?" "Just like the Warden and the top 3. Kazumi-san is a Soul Reaper. From the rumors I've heard she's at least part so, but that's neither here nor there." Gator grabbed his jacket and flung it off, revealing his long scaly arms and the spikes running down his back, piercing through the Togabito bands. "Right now there's just you, me, and a battle of chaos waiting to happen. You get me? Heh, it's been a while since I've had to fight, but you picked the worst time to fight me. See, I don't have a limiter on me anymore ever since I went back to the Soul Society, so I'm at full power." "And? Your point?" Very casually, but with speed Gator couldn't even follow, Urahara ripped his blade up and to the side towards his right shoulder. The beam that left his Zanpakuto ripped Gator's right arm right off. "I think you just got it." Suddenly though, Urahara noticed how the air around Gator became filled with sand and suddenly his arm reformed on the spot. "If you thought it would be that easy, perhaps I underestimated you." No, I didn't, but am I enough to keep your attention?" "Let's find out." Gator leapt towards Urahara with his fierce claws and his nails impacted on Baniheim. "Show me the power of a non-Togabito Soul Reaper, Urahara Kisuke." Tokyo Tower. Todo continued to survey the area when he was called into R&D by a scientist. He entered the underground base where maintenance on putting more Nightmare rays out in production was being done. "What is so important that I have to be called away from surveillance?" Todo asked. "What's the matter, Todo?" A very familiar, thick Indian accent called to him. "I would have thought you were bored just standing around." Todo turned around to see a dark-skinned woman smoking a pipe with blonde hair standing in the middle of the base. "Rax Hata? What are you doing here?" "I've been working with R&D for the last 2 years at Empress Kagaya's request." "What? Her Majesty?" "Yes, she was very insistent after the incident with the Phantom Killer that I do my best to repair the Zanjutsu into a nightmare frame the same way Lloyd was repairing the Lancelot Albion into the Beowulf." "And? Are you saying you developed something that can fight?" Todo asked her. "I have," Rax Hata said and urged Todo to follow her. She brought him to a secluded area in the base only accessible by her retinal skin where a large blue tarp was covering whatever it was that was on display. Rax Hata used a chain pulley system to lift the tarp away. Behold! Before Todo was an all-black nightmare frame very similar to the Zanjutsu, but the hair-like attachments were the only gray part on it. Rather than having a 3-pronged head attachment, the nightmare frame had a star-shaped head. All of the Zanjutsu systems have been improved and newly engineered into this new creation. There's added weaponry in the system as well, including 2 hip-mounted miniguns and various laser cannons hidden inside the arms. Will you pilot it? Is it battle-ready? I just put the finishing touches on it, All it needs is a name and I have just the thing. You do? Yes, I think I'll call it. Rakshata trailed off for a moment. Mujitsu. Mujitsuha. Todo glanced at the nightmare. Well, let me get in the cockpit and get ready to launch me. You don't even have to ask, Rakshata said, tossing him the key. Todo was out on the battlefield in less than 2 minutes. Hiroshima. A fierce blast of bright blue energy tore through the grounds of Japan and blasted a small group of Togabito as their attacker was a large half-Mexican man with a red and black shield-like arm and a red and white arm with a shoulder spike. His name was Yasutara Sato, known as Chad to his friends. As a Togabito with energy emitting that it had to be in the 400s came up behind the large Hispanic Japanese man, Chad turned and punched the guy in the stomach with Brazo Izquierda del Diablo, disintegrating him. Chad looked at his arm. 20 years ago, using Lamu just once drained me dry. I certainly have come a long way. Suddenly a skyscraper came towards Chad and smashed into him. The skyscraper exploded in a bright blue light and Chad emerged unharmed. He looked to see what had just thrown that at him. He saw a man with ashen skin and white hair styled in a ponytail. The man was wearing a dark violet GI and had glowing red eyes and muscular density that would embarrass even Stefan Luska. You are strong for a human to have survived having a skyscraper chucked at your face. I'm stronger than most people. The Togabito chuckled and took a left-lead martial arts stance as red energy surrounded him. Yes, you do not appear to be weak. I challenge you, human, so that I may better myself in my conquest to be the best. The best? Are you one of the top 10? Not yet, but I aim to be someday. I am ONI. Togabito number 108. So you're not even close. Shut your mouth, human. I am more than a match for you. Take this. ONI unleashed a powerful blast of energy with both his hands, making Chad very reminiscent of anime and video games. He blocked it all with his right arm though, but it did inflict some damage. ONI then came rushing forward with a spinning hurricane kick and smacked Chad in the chest a few times before the half-Mexican grappled ONI's leg and chucked him into a nearby small laundry store. ONI came charging back out with a movement similar to that of Shunpo and Bringer Light, but not quite the same. You dare make a mockery of me? I will make you feel the true wrath of the ONI Shengshu fighting style. You can try, Chad said with no emotion. ONI growled and then engaged Chad in a direct grappling of their fists. Chad's test to see how far he had come had begun. Western Russia. Sena Atremir was cutting through legions of Togabito all in an attempt to try and find her brother, Talbumasuk. She had to find him and she had to talk to him. More than Kazumi, more than Aizen, she knew her brother was a good person deep down, so why would he try and do something like this? However, she was at least several 100,000 miles away from Talbumasuk, not that she knew. She was searching like a needle in a haystack for her brother, hoping to find him, but coming up empty. As she continued to search blindly, she came upon a dark-skinned woman with a tiny red shirt only covering her breasts and shoulders and baggy pink pants. She had red hair the same color as Renji's with pigtails so large you could use them to hide from the rain. As Sena attempted to cut down this woman, recognizing her Ryutsu as pertaining to that of a Togabito, her blade was blocked by a shield of pure flame. Sena flipped backwards and landed on her feet. Oh, finally a challenge worthy of my level. Most of the people that came at me with a weapon burned on impact, but you're not even the slightest bit singed or warm. What's your name, hun? The woman asked. Sena answered, holding her sword by her head and leaning back on one leg. Atremir Sena, leader of the Atremir family. Oh, I see, the Togabito said, holding her hand by her face and laughing giddily. You're the number 3's little sister. How do you know my brother? Sena asked. The top 10 have quite the reputation, word gets around. It would be rude for someone like me not to go all out against you. I'm sure you can handle it. And since you were so nice to give me your name, I'll give you mine. I am Togabito number 1527, Ignis Germania. I think you already know what it is I can do, Ignis said as she exuded a stream of fire at Sena. The 9th Division Togabito ducked and weaved underneath and around Ignis' flames and then took a swing at her face, but Ignis twirled away like a ballerina and then spun gracefully and kicked Sena in the hip with a flaming kick. Sena went tumbling along the ground. Senna righted herself and swung her Zanpakuto out in front of her. Calm down, Senna, remember your training. Don't let the fact that she's strong fluster you so much. Senna took a deep breath and dodged as Ignis sent out a few flaming spears towards the inexperienced vice-captain. Watch her strikes, size her up, don't let fear consume you. With a fierce cry, Senna slashed at one of Ignis' bigger spears, almost a lance, and sliced it in half. A confident scowl appeared on Senna's face. She was ready to take the battle to the next level. She crouched and held her blade in her right hand down by her kneecap. Shock straight to the heart, Dunkikapuku. Battery knuckle, her blade suddenly exploded into a burst of blue electricity, and suddenly Senna's hands were zapped with this energy as black, metallic gloves with glowing blue energy lines flowing along the bones of her hands. The knuckle portions were a bit bulkier than the rest of the gauntlet. Now you see me. Senna disappeared in a flash and moved like she was living lightning right through Ignis and appeared behind her. As Ignis turned to face Senna, the 9th Division captain's right fist flashed blue and she smashed it straight into Ignis' head, obliterating it due to the sheer force behind the blow. Now you don't. Senna noticed that another rather strong Togabito for her rank was coming up behind her. This one was shaped like a golem made entirely out of pumpkins. Pumpkin smash. The golem's arm came down on Senna, but with her left hand she punched right through the pumpkin's fist, covering herself in the innards of the creature. Roar. Pumpkin mad. The pumpkin golem regenerated and then doubled in size. This could take a while, Senna said as the golem's shadow, cast by what little light the sun was getting through the thick red fog, loomed over her. Australia. Fighting her way through hordes of hollows that had become Togabito, Rurakiyo Kazumioji proved just why she was a vice-captain as she showed the squad 5 seated officers that were tagging alongside her that she wasn't just a brat with an attitude. They were all in shock. Rurakiyo had never had a chance to cut loose, all the anger of never being able to use her power bottling up inside her. Oh, she'd been on missions, just never since she'd been a vice-captain, and she was taking her anger out on the enemy before her. Damn, I didn't know the vice-captain was this skilled. She really does know her way around the battlefield, a bald, rather chubby officer stated. Dumbass, she's considered the previous generation's child prodigy after our captain and before Euphemia Lamperouge. No kidding. Hey. Rurakiyo called to the chatting Soul Reapers. If you have time to talk, then you have time to fight. Your comrades are charging ahead and we do not have time to babysit you. Now get your legs moving. Rurakiyo then used Shunpo and took off to the lead of her unit, only for a powerful force to blast them all back and throw them to the ground. Rurakiyo got up only to find that she was the only one who survived that shockwave. She snarled in anger as she stood up to face down her opponent. Hey, what's the oh? She got a good look at her opponent. Her opponent was a large, black skin and a muscular build, standing the height of the average nightmare frame. It had bony horns like the devil, glowing, ice blue eyes, skeletal hands, and a tail and hoofed legs. It also had a jaw of sharp teeth and appeared to be drooling. Rurakiyo looked at the tail. There was blood all over it. She looked briefly at her subordinates. It wasn't the shockwave that had taken them out, it was that tail. Rurakiyo swallowed, but righted herself as she gave the beast her toughest look. No, we can't be scared. We must remain vigilant. The beast's tail extended towards her and impacted against her blade, but due to Rurakiyo's small frame she was pushed along the ground and then sent flying and skidded into the dirt, but as the tail dove down towards her she rolled to the side and ran around before ducking behind cover in the form of some debris that used to be the foundation of an office building. You can run, but you can't hide, Soul Reaper. The Togabito exclaimed in a deep, booming voice, I have killed many of your kind in my time. I used to be a hollow, and as a Togabito I have awakened to greater power still. I am Necropox, Togabito number 1211, and I will be your undoing. Who's hiding? Rurakiyo said, popping out of cover, I just need to put distance between us. Her Ryoryoka surged with a grey aura, to use my Zanpakuto. She yanked her scabbard free with her left hand and spread her hands wide out at her sides, keep within rhythm. She brought her sword in front of her and held her scabbard behind her. Suzume and Bukyaku, Sparrow Waltz. Rurakiyo's Ryotsu burst in a shower of rose petals as she was left holding not a sword and scabbard but 2 pink giant fans as big as her body. They had the imprint of a sparrow flapping its wings on both sides of the fans. Rurokiyo snapped the gigantic fans shut and leapt towards her opponent. He tried to hit her with his tail, but the bony tail impacted like it was hitting steel. With a fierce swing of her arm, Rurokiyo smacked Necropox in the side of face, making him recoil, before using the top of his cranium like drumsticks and then expanding the fan in her left hand and smacking him in the side of the face with it, sending him tumbling to the ground. Rurokiyo then chucked her fans with a wrist-snapping motion and sent them whizzing through Necropox's back, slicing him into 3 pieces. She then recalled her fans back to her and blinked as she took her starting position. "And that is the power of a true lady of war," Rurokiyo said as she lowered herself to the ground and Necropox disappeared. Victory was short-lived, however, as Rurokiyo heard a loud screeching roar as a creature came stampeding up from behind her. Rurokiyo dodged to the side using Shunpo as it skidded past her, turned around to face her and roared at her. It had a rhinoceros-like build, horn and all for a lower body, but it had 4 sickle-like appendages, 2 growing out of its chest and 2 growing along the shoulder blades. On its back, it had an insected-like shell covering like that of a beetle, but it was more like a crest since the armoric covering didn't go past the backs of the 4 legs. The creature's eyes were right next to its horn and it had rows of sharp teeth. It had a hooked lower jaw and 2 extra jaw bones along the side of its face. Its whole body was also more insect-like than mammal-like. What was most frightening about the creature was that Rurokiyo just barely came up to its toenail. What was that old proverb? The bigger they are, the harder they fall? Rurokiyo threw her fans only for the large beast to pierce the fans with its upper arm appendages. Rurokiyo's face had "oh crap" written all over it and she made a run for it as the creature pursued her. She began chanting Aikido to herself as she ran and then turned around to fire. Hado number 63, Reikoho. The blast impacted on the creature's face, but didn't even so much as leave a burn mark. Rurokiyo began running even faster as the large, lumbering creature charged after her. "Oh hey Vice Captain," a Soul Reaper said as she passed them. "Run you idiots!" she exclaimed. The Soul Reapers were confused at first, but then they saw what Rurokiyo was running from and agreed it was best to follow suit. Rurokiyo was panicking as she ran. How was she supposed to fight something that big that tanked her most powerful Hado in the process? Thankfully she didn't need to answer that. "Defend the pack, Mio Okamai." Honorable Wolf, a blur of brown and black rushed over Rurokiyo's head. As the upper sickle appendages were cut cleanly off, allowing Rurokiyo to call forth for her damaged fans and sheath her sword, Ashido then appeared on the back of the giant creature. "Ah! Kanofo Kotaiko." Ashido was carrying a long curved katana similar in size and shape to Masamune, but not quite. He quickly sheathed the sword. Then he pulled the sword out of the sheath slightly before clacking the blade back into the sheath. Instantly a yellow sphere of energy amassed on the creature's leg and cut the appendage clean off, causing the large monster to topple over. Ashido then jumped down and stood in front of the creature, blade sheathed back at his hip and body turned. "Mio no Arashi." Storm of Honor. Ashido unsheathed his blade and turned into 3 caused by how fast he was moving, only to disappear entirely as laceration after laceration after laceration appeared on the great beast before it exploded into tiny little chunks and disintegrated. "Thank you Kano-senpai," Rurokiyo ran up to him, "we would have died if not for you." "No need to thank me," Ashido said, sealing his Zanpakuto and putting it away as he stood stolidly in front of Rurokiyo, body turned towards where the beast's corpse once lay. "I was following that thing after it destroyed a whole slew of nightmare frames. A bunch of other Togabito got in my way and that thing can really run. I doubt I would have been able to kill it myself if Mio Okamai's blade wasn't super sharp. Probably would have needed a captain otherwise. These Togabito are a pain. Speaking of which, company," Rurokiyo said, getting her sword back out. "How about a little tag team, Kazumio Jifu Kotaiko?" "It would be our honor, Kanofo Kotaiko," Rurokiyo said, "keep within rhythm, Suzume and Bukyaku. Defend the pack, Mio Okamai." The 2 vice-captains prepared to fight against the oncoming horde of over 200 Togabito. Franklin City, Britannia. Kenpei was having a case of nostalgia as he walked the streets of Franklin City. He wondered how many years it had been since he last visited the city and nearly nuked it to ground zero due to his riot suit. He had been fighting through the Brighton neon streets with no Togobito able to hold his attention. He had just finished putting the number 130 in its place with minimal effort. Kenpeka was sitting on a rock, bored. That's when he felt a really strong presence headed his way. Kenpeka became gleeful. His Zanpakuto was tingling with delight. You remember this presence, huh? The hairs on the back of Kenpeka's neck bristled. And so do I. Kenpeka turned around and leapt out of the way as a hammering fist came down to try and smash his skull in, but missed as Kenpeka stared at his opponent as the tense, dusted air swept through the otherwise lifeless city. Fire burned everywhere and Kenpeka stared at the Togobito that had just showed up. He grinned. Zaraki Kenpeka, so we meet again. Vanguard, Kenpeka grinned, so you came to fight me again. Indeed. You and I have some unfinished business, Zaraki Kenpeka. Unfinished? Kenpeka asked, putting a hand on his cheek, as I recall I kicked your sorry ass. Not exactly, Vanguard spoke, you required Kurosaki Ichigo's help to beat me last time and I have gotten stronger since our last encounter. What a coincidence, so have I. Shall we tussle again? No interference, no one to get in our way. We can fight with the very limits of our power. Works for me, Kenpeka said, tearing off his eye patch. Go all out, Fumetsu Senshin no Senso. Vanguard. Kenpeka yelled. I may hate your guts, but show me a fight that I'll never forget. Vanguard simply smirked and readied his blade, gladly. To be continued. Chapter 190, Kazumi vs Anohana, Power Unbound. Westward of England. High up in the air, Anohana and Kazumi were engaged in fierce combat. Anohana's flame head snaked around and aimed at Kazumi's back, but she disappeared in an instant. At the next moment, Anohana had her blue head fire a blast of acid behind her, which Kazumi used her adamantite Aegis reinforced barrier to block. The barrier was destroyed, but Kazumi received no damage. Taking off like lightning just as Anohana was turning to attack Kazumi with the green, fanged head of her Bankai, Kazumi severed the black head and nearly cut Anohana's arm if the woman hadn't dodged properly. Talk was not only unnecessary in this duel, but also improbable. The combatants had to be on their toes because one false step, one tiny little miscalculation and they would be feeling the pain. Anohana already had a serrated slash along her back to prove such an error. Kazumi had received her own injuries, but her high-speed regeneration had kept them at bay. Disappearing out of Anohana's sight range, Kazumi was high up in the air. Konrin Meiho. The blast fired into the ground as Kazumi created a crater in the ground large enough to put an entire theme park in. Anohana and Kazumi passed by each other, with Anohana attempting to use her heads to bite Kazumi and Kazumi letting loose a wall of fire that segmented into blocks and fired forward at Anohana. The attacks were a wash. Following this, Kazumi pushed off on the open air like she just touched a wall and, with speed unparalleled by anything Anohana had ever seen, created several slashes along her body as she weaved in and out around the captain in a multitude of directions. Unfortunately, the speed had come at cost of aim and Kazumi had only managed to score a few nicks and dings along Anohana's body. The captain commander used the red and green heads of her Bankai to keep Kazumi busy while she patched up the injuries she could reach with Kaido, healing Kido. Power of the critical destroyer. Kazumi's right hand glowed fiercely. Materia spell. A gigantic fireball formed and exploded in less than a millisecond as Anohana's heads were blasted apart. Thunder arrow. Electric arrows like the rain of fire from a quincy's bough went sailing at Anohana. She blocked them all with her blade. Kazumi appeared behind the captain only for a bright light to blind her eyes, and Anohana hit her directly with her acid spray. The head captain was gleeful. She managed a clean shot with the acid from her Bankai's blue head. Surely this battle would now be easier. She used Shunpo to get away from the blinding light, but suddenly an array of tiny thorns came shooting out like minigun fire and pelted her body and her heads. Kazumi was not only still standing, but due to the sheer close proximity of Ryutsu between them, Anohana had done little more than singe Kazumi's cheek. If it was anyone else, Ichigo, Stefan, Hisuna, Lelouch, even Kenpeki or Byakuya, they would be confused, shocked or amazed that an attack that could easily destroy a limb upon contact had done such little damage. Okay, perhaps Kenpeki would not be surprised or shocked, but at the very least the man would not be smiling. Anohana's teeth were showing and she looked like she was now coming unhinged and her bloodlust had taken over. Kazumi was slightly disturbed by this and, wondering what might happen, braced herself defensively. She did not expect Anohana to come sailing forward with speed she hadn't been using before and shatter Kazumi's barrier with just her sword. Her green and red heads crossed their beams and fired a powerful barrier which pushed Kazumi back, dealing massive burns that scratched up her entire body. Then, Anohana moved behind Kazumi with Shunpo and then used Hado 90, Kuro Hitsuji without an incantation. Kazumi retreated away from her opponent north towards a small iceberg floating in the middle of the ocean. Anohana found her and pounced with the full force of her body and Bankai, pushing Kazumi onto the defensive. She took a swing with her sword and the mere impact against Kazumi's claws sent her flying. Kazumi saw it though, that raised eyebrow, soulless smile, and expression. Anohana was enjoying every moment of this and she was not going to hold back even an inch, not that she had been trying to before. Anohana had finally found an opponent she could go all out against and they could take it. No one, not any of the other Kenpakus, not Ichigo's Hollow, no one had intrigued her quite like Kazumi was doing to her right now. True, Ichigo's Hollow had reawakened the demon within Anohana and now that demon was finally fully awake. As Anohana swung her blade, her disturbing foreboding aura of bloodlust throwing Kazumi off her game, she made slash after slash after slash at Kazumi's body and saw the blood spill, enjoying every minute of it and couldn't help but let a chuckle or escape. This is so much fun, Anohana thought to herself as she continued to wail at Kazumi, scaring her with every minute. I could do this all day. This person, they are a truly worthy opponent. Anohana sent forward all of her heads at once in a rush attack. Kazumi knew how to handle this. She tapped into that part of her that was a hollow and mixed it with some of her hollow powers, a boon of the Lotus system, and charged some energy. Zero. Kazumi fired forward the red energy, blasting the heads to scrap. Anohana's smile grew wider as she watched Kazumi come in. That's it, you know what you're doing, don't you? Kazumi appeared crouching low in front of Anohana, who put up her blade to block. Kazumi performed a rising spinning attack with her claws. Saranhuri. She fired forward the black beam at the peak of her jump. Anohana's blade was blasted down to the hilt and she suffered significant damage. Kazumi then took a large leap back. She knew what came next and she needed a few seconds to breathe. Anohana laughed out loud as she held her blade in front of her body, arm outstretched, blade tilted at an angle. I don't know if you know what you're doing or if you're just a fool, Kazumi-chan, but if you think that this fight is in your favor, you've just given me an edge. Sever the head and let the body be born. Minagaki Zenmitsu, show your true form. A fountain of blood erupted on Anohana's location. The blood spattered the entire area around her, disintegrating the bits of ground it came in contact with. After the acidic red blood finished spewing in every which direction, Anohana finally revealed her form. She was seen standing without her Shiakusho on. On her upper body, Anohana was wearing a sarashi all over her torso. Her lower body was covered only by red tights, to which Anohana was wearing gilded high heels. All of her hair had turned gray and her eyes were blood red with teardrop marks coming down her cheeks, but it was just paint. Kazumi saw the gigantic, blood-red manta ray wings sticking out of her opponent's back with eyes in the center of the wing similar to Minazaki's Shikai Eye. Anohana was now wielding, in her right hand, a long Nodaichi-sized sword, shaped like Minazaki's tail and colored the exact same way. Anohana licked her blade as she drooled on it and smiled sweetly. I'm looking forward to this, Kazumi-chan. Kazumi braced herself, knowing that things had this battle was only beginning. Northern Britannia, formerly known as Canada. Yuriyuki raced through the streets of a northern Brighton city under heavy fire from floating Togabito drone-like machines. Fast on her feet, the fastest Soul Reaper known in the Soul Society's history was simply toying with the small bucket-shaped creatures before she reached a lamppost, ran up the lamppost and, with a spinning hurricane kick that seemed to come out faster than the normal human eye could register, she kicked both little annoying flies away and destroyed them. Suddenly though, a red blur came her way in the shape of a sphere and Yuriyuki dodged to the side. The red sphere smashed into the lamppost and ricocheted off the wall as it ran up it vertically before doubling back to strike her, but Yuriyuki dodged again before the sphere bounced on the ground, revealing a robotic porcupine with blue eyes. Affirming target's threat level. Yoryuki remained motionless with her body low to the ground. She could sense the high-level Ryotsu coming off of this construct. Moving recklessly could prove hazardous. Target threat level is considered severe, initiating battle protocols. Subject identified as Shihoin Yoryuki. Subject is quick and Homo sapient. No further data available. Initiating language program. The Togabito's eyes flashed blue. I am Turbo. The voice went from cybernetic to darker and, while still robotic, now had a distinct tone to it. Togabito number 6. My sensors indicate you are largely affiliated with speed. Yoryuki smirked. Well, I am the fastest Soul Reaper to ever live. You have me curious. Turbo's feet and rocket-powered back lifted him off the ground. I am curious as to see which of us the deadlier warrior is. Will you indulge me, Shihoin Yoryuki? Not a problem, Yoryuki said and flew forward at her enemy with a fierce rush of Shunpo, but with his much shorter arm, Turbo blocked Yoryuki's kick and then his whole body flashed black as a diamond-shaped shield formed around his body, electrocuting Yoryuki as she was flung back. She somersaulted as she made to land on her feet only to notice that Turbo was unleashing a salvo of missiles that she couldn't tell where they were being fired from. She broke her somersault into a gymnastics flip, bounced on the air and went zigzagging around the missiles and then rushed forward and decked Turbo in the face with the flat of her hand. She managed to make a dent in the robot and sent him flying back along the streets, but he was back towards her and behind her in seconds, releasing another salvo of missiles. Yoryuki dodged again and went at him with another strike, but this time he fired a laser beam from his eyes and Yoryuki leapt over it high into the air before clapping her legs together and diving down towards the small robot. The creature then began running around Yoryuki at such a fast rate that it swept up a red tornado and took away the oxygen from the area. Without calling for it, Yoryuki released her Shikai and was able to use it to escape the tornado of death. Turbo, having not yet realized Yoryuki's escape, gave the last Shihoin clan head the perfect opportunity to trap him with a powerful Kido. Bakudo number 92, Tomoranagare. Stop flow, a yellow cylinder appeared right over the tornado, paralyzing the muscle movement of everything within it and trapping it in a fierce aura. Yoryuki took the opportunity to ascertain Turbo's absolute location, grabbed the robot, flipped his rather heavy body over her head, slammed it into the ground and smashed her fist through the center, cutting her wrist and burning it somewhat, but she hoped she would have found the off switch or something with that maneuver. No such luck. An energy beam to the chin saw to that. Yoryuki's head snapped back and Turbo curled up into a ball and tackled her, slamming her in the gut like a medicine ball and then grinding her into the pavement when they landed, causing Yoryuki to bleed deep into her stomach. Turbo then leapt high into the air and unleashed another salvo of missiles. Yoryuki was just getting up and didn't have the time to deftly dodge the missiles as the explosions sent her flipping through the air uncontrollably. Turbo summoned an array of sharp metal blades and sent them whizzing towards the ground and into Yoryuki, lacerating her in several places. Yoryuki hit the ground in a bloody burned mess, but still in one piece. Turbo touched to the ground and turned off his rockets. Target's threat level is minimal. Risk assessment suggests subject will fight to last breath. Engaging Chaos Uplink. A wide berth of energy formed around Turbo as it exploded outward in a purple aura. His spines sharpened, his head crest stood up and outward in 5 prongs and blades appeared on his wrists and the outsides of the lower portions of his legs. Yoryuki got to her feet, clutching her arm and panting. The top 10 are really no joke. I'm already fighting without my limiter. Looks like I have no choice. Bankai, Yoryuki invoked. She now had a copy of her Shikai weapon in her other arm and then she shouted. Shunko. She became coated in a white aura. I must hold nothing back. Failure is not an option. Your power has risen, but you cannot stop me. Your chances of winning are less than 0.47%. Odds don't matter. Never rely on statistics. Always trust, Yoryuki's Ryotsu intensified, in your instinct. Yoryuki rushed forward and used her claws to stab at Turbo, but his wrist blade caught it. Give it up, human woman. You cannot win. Turbo then shocked Yoryuki to her system with a blast of lightning from his free hand, sending her flying back. Yoryuki got to her feet just as Turbo smashed into her with the full brunt of his speed, sending her flying. He then used an array of sharp metal blades to try and slice her body to ribbons, but Yoriyuki would have none of it. With her Bankai's heavily increased speed she rushed forward, Mujutsu Nikko. Innocent cat, Yoriyuki turned completely invisible and her presence vanished from Turbo's scanners. How could she have disappeared? Her life signs aren't even shown retreating. It's like she just disappeared into thin air. And then Turbo saw nothing, his visual interface was smashed as Yoriyuki's claw impaled itself through his eyes. He saw naught but static. Following that, his body was slashed in half as Yoriyuki suddenly became visible for the entire world to see, and her position showed that she had just slashed Turbo straight down the torso. Mujutsu Nikko was Yoriyuki's deadliest Bankai ability, considering no one could see, hear, or sense her at all until it was far too late. Turbo's audio banks were still functioning, and as her began to be consumed by the Hell's Will, a good sign that some functionality was back online, he uttered. Defeat and death is imminent. Target could not be found before striking. Does not compute. Does not. The sound of Turbo's systems shutting down was heard. Not computable. Yoriyuki asked, powering down and slumped to her knees. Then next time, she smiled at the burning robotic scrap heap. Do your proper research first. United States of Japan. Tatsuki's battle with Nightwalker was going as well as expected. Tatsuki had taken several injuries already, but progress was steady as the noble dragon went zipping through the air like a kite and used her fire powers to shoot Nightwalker's blades, and keeping an eye out for the woman herself to avoid flying straight towards her. A wheel of rotating blades went spinning towards Tatsuki down from on high, and she veered to the side to avoid it, only to ascend high into the air towards the cloud cover. Nightwalker was about a couple dozen decameters east and at a lower altitude, so she couldn't understand what her enemy was up to, only for Tatsuki to turn on a dime and dive towards the ground the speed as her speed increased. I can feel it. It's coming, Tatsuki said as pressure built around her and she could see the Mach cone, the angle narrowing and narrowing as she began descending lower than 1,000 meters. Oto no, she began to break through, HONO. A ripple tore through the sound barrier as a huge wave of fire rent the sky with its roaring heat and deafening boom. Nightwalker's armor shattered from the sound pressure, leaving her in just the Togabito bands as Tatsuki ripped towards her with a trail of flame following behind her like a human rocket. Flying at Mach 10, Tatsuki made a beeline for her opponent, who still had access to her swords, which she spammed them at Tatsuki like shooting an anthill with a shotgun. But Tatsuki was moving so fast and her Ryotsu was so tense around her body that the blades disintegrated as they neared. Kain Ryu. Tatsuki's body became coated in fire, now turning her into a human meteor as she slammed into Nightwalker, putting the Togabito on fire. Tatsuki turned sharply and then, with Nightwalker's stomach caught on the end of her fist, turned and slammed straight towards the ground, the impact causing a mushroom cloud of pure fire. Nightwalker was not walking after that. In fact, Tatsuki had burned her body right down the bone. She stood up only to stagger. You overdid it a little, but nice job. Take 5, Tatsuki. Yeah, thanks, Tatsuki told Kaibun as she clutched her head. She smirked. I guess this just goes to show how much I've improved. 20, even 10 years ago, the G-forces required to pull that off would have killed my body, but now I could probably do that again if I wanted to. She sat down in the crater she formed. But, this is an endurance war. I gotta keep my strength up. She exhaled as she looked up at the red cloud cover. It's like they say, war is not glamorous. Southwest of the Tropic of Capricorn and the Prime Meridian. Aizen came off Ichigo's powerful Getsuga Tensho with a heavy dose of burns and injuries and flew up and away from his opponent to put distance between them, but Ichigo cut him off and dove towards him, bypassing Aizen's defense and slashing him along the left of his stomach. Aizen turned, but Ichigo was right in his face and swung his sword, clashing against it. Aizen backed up as he let Ichigo furiously swing at him. Aizen then began sidestepping and adjusted to Ichigo's speed and soon found himself finally able to counter-attack. The two began sidestepping around each other and swinging their blades at the same speed, bashing the swords against one another as both combatants continued to climb higher and higher into the air until they were the highest altitude combatants on the entire surface of the planet. Both then took a dashing strike towards each other, and while Ichigo took a little nick in his bicep, Aizen took a nice gash in the same location. Ichigo turned around to face Aizen yet again and went charging at him with lightning-fast speed. Aizen put his blade up to defend himself. Ichigo stared right at Aizen's face, keeping his eyes away from the man's blade. He then swerved and ducked underneath Aizen and popped up along the man's flank to strike him, slicing Aizen along his waist. Ichigo then came smashing forward and sliced Aizen across the forefront of his stomach. Aizen backed away, but Ichigo went and put his blade at the man's neck and stopped. "What's the matter? Aren't you going to kill me?" Aizen asked. "Rita's not even on the battlefield yet. If I kill Aizen now he won't go back to hell because of the corrupted data, he'll be reincarnated. I have to draw out this battle in any way I can, even if it means increasing the challenge. After all, I still have my trump card." "Well, what are you waiting for?" Aizen asked, growing increasingly annoyed. Ichigo backed away a bit and swung his sword down at his side. "It would be meaningless to kill you when you aren't even using your full strength, Aizen. This battle is too easy. I'm so far above you that you can't even keep up with me. Is this the power of the second Togabito?" Aizen did not take kindly to Ichigo's insult. "Watch your mouth, arrogant boy. I am more powerful than you could ever hope to be. Than any member of the Gotei could ever hope to be. Then bring it. I'll stop you with every last ounce of my power," Ichigo boasted. "You dare mock me? Arrogant brat. I will show you what it means to anger me." Aizen was not yelling, but he was pretty pissed off at Ichigo's mouth. Ichigo put both his hands on his Zanpakuto and tilted it at an angle as he held up the weapon by his chest. "Here we go. Bankai!" Aizen shouted. There was an outflow of powerful white, windy Ryotsu as the whole space-time continuum around Ichigo cracked like a windshield and then shattered with extreme force. It was replaced with an exact replica of his surroundings, but Ichigo could sense that he was now in Aizen's domain. As far as the man's Ryotsu could reach, Aizen could control the entire space-time continuum within it, except for Ichigo. However, this was why Ichigo forced Aizen into the air, to keep his battle separate from the others. As things stood now, Ichigo was still much faster than Aizen, so any attempt the man made to break away from Ichigo would be pointless, not that Aizen would use such tactics, unless already available to him after Ichigo had provoked him in such a manner. Suisho Kyoka Kote Juigetsu. Aizen held up his Zanpakuto with the faint glow surrounding it. "I will not say something like, 'I won't crush you.' You, Kurosaki Ichigo, I have always had high hopes for to stand on my level, but to say that I can't keep up with you is so far wrong that you have. Blah, 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 you're so powerful, blah, blah," Ichigo said, tilting his head back and forth. "Are you going to talk me to death or are we going to fight?" Aizen scowled. "Humph, very well, prepare yourself, Kurosaki Ichigo." Aizen charged at Ichigo with speed unlike that Ichigo had expected. "What?" Before Ichigo knew it, Aizen was behind him. Ichigo blocked only to get cut in the shoulder, and it was a much larger wound than Ichigo expected. Aizen began warping and fading all around Ichigo, creating multiple copies of himself. "If you had the mouth to goad me into this form, surely you know what it can do. I can manipulate anything within this space, Kurosaki Ichigo, anything at all. I can throw off your perception even without you being affected by my Shikai." Like this, Aizen was suddenly right in front of Ichigo and had his fingertips on Ichigo's chest. "I can practically touch your heart." Ichigo backed away. "Getsuga Tensho." Ichigo let out a fierce blast towards Aizen, but watched as his Getsuga disintegrated halfway. "No way. I told you, I can control anything, do anything. As long as you are within this space and I wish it, it will happen. How else do you think we were able to create such a convincing illusion with the Book of Valcorona?" "You bastard," Ichigo growled. Aizen smirked and came charging at Ichigo with a fierce swing that threw Ichigo off balance and forced him back. "Damn!" Aizen snapped his fingers and suddenly Ichigo watched as he seemed to be facing down Byakuya's Bankai as thousands upon thousands of tiny blades formed around Aizen. "With the power of Kyoka Suigetsu's Bankai, I can even make it look like I am using the Bankai of other Soul Reapers." With another snap of his fingers, Aizen replicated Byakuya's Gokei Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi and attacked Ichigo with it. However, with a loud yell and amazing reflexes, Ichigo sliced through every single last blade. "Impossible! Should I watch out for Lelich's abilities too, Or maybe you'd like to replicate the old man's abilities. Ichigo taunted. Aizen scowled fiercely and charged energy in his fist as he drew it back and gave himself the power to use a Zero within his Bankai's influence. Zero de Luna. Ichigo countered. He thought that as long as Aizen was focused on one thing he couldn't counter Ichigo, but Ichigo was proven wrong when Aizen's Zero overtook his as its magnitude increased dramatically and Ichigo had to use Shunpo to escape as the Zero barreled straight into the edge of Aizen's Bankai's limitations. Ichigo noticed this. Huh? The Zero didn't go outside his Ryutsu's limits. Could that be the sign of a potential weakness in his Zanpakuto? Aizen didn't give Ichigo the chance to continue to ponder on this as hundreds of swords of varying types started flying at Ichigo and he was forced to dodge them as they spun towards him. I guess I'll have to think as I fight. Slightly east of the international date line, Talbumasuk sat near a mountain of corpses of Soul Reapers and humans alike. Togabito would be there too if not for the fact that Rita was collecting any of the non-corrupted sinners in her database to chain up later non-corrupted, referring to those who were not registering as Togabito because they had their data files corrupted. Talbumasuk, while understanding Kazumi's ploy, was not about to let the world suffer as a result, therefore anything that came at him with a blade he intended to cut down without mercy. Are you struggling to find yourself, Master? I'm fine, Jikinkami, Talbumasuk told his Zanpakuto. You're worried about her, aren't you? She can take care of herself. They both can. Are you certain she is who you think she is? Mostly. Do you plan to tell her? Talbumasuk stood up. Let's head west, get closer to her battle. I'll try and read her Ryutsu and see if I can be absolutely certain. Westward of England. Shimanuki Oidashime Sut, Anohana's body glowed intensely as she fired forward the blast from her whole body. Kazumi put up her barrier, but it broke into pieces and there was still power enough to push the Togabito back. Anohana was on her in an instant and cut up Kazumi 9 times with her blade and then blasted her into the ground all the way towards the ground with a Kido. Kazumi landed about a mile away from her earlier created crater. Anohana reached the ground as Kazumi stood up, her high-speed regeneration curing her wounds. Anohana turned her body and licked the tip of her blade disturbingly erotically. This battle is so satisfying, Kazumi-chan. Please continue to entertain me. Kazumi scowled. Damn it, so this is the woman Rita handpicked to be my equal. The woman she said she saw potential in that could potentially rival me in power? I can see why she would think that. This woman is indeed plenty strong. Her power is unmatched by anything I've ever seen. Aizen and Hebiga weren't nearly this powerful. Still, Kazumi dispelled her claws and her Zanpakuto materialized in her hand as she held it perpendicular to her face. I have one final card to play. Are you sure about this? We don't fight together often. It's all right. You're the only one I trust. Very well, I place my power in your hands as you place your soul in mine. Let's do this. That's an interesting sword. Is that your Zanpakuto? It is. And it will be your undoing. Aid me in my hour of need, Monokama. There was a bright flash of light, so bright that it rivaled a solar flare. Anohana soon found herself cut along her wing and turned as the light died down to see Kazumi behind her, her black wings still on her back, blade in hand, back to Anohana. A small bit of white flame extended off of the guard to Kazumi's Zanpakuto, but the size was no bigger than that of a dagger. Anohana looked at the wound on her wing. It was melting and burning until it hardened and closed up. Thankfully the wings were an extension of Minajiki, not Anohana's body, or she'd be in quite a bit of pain. Anohana flew at Kazumi to strike her with her long blade, but dodged back with her wings and then extended the flame of her blade and pierced Anohana straight through the stomach with the white-hot intensity of a blue sun. Blood poured from Anohana's mouth and Kazumi retracted the flame before whipping it at her as the fire curved like a whip and slashed and burned Anohana along her shoulder, down the inside of her right breast, through the inflicted stomach wound and down her right leg. Anohana began to fall out of the air. This is the end for you, Kazumi said as she took aim at Anohana's falling form and retracted all the flame away so that her guard had a hole where a blade should be inserted. Teoka Fuka. Solar overload. Out came a huge splash wave of yellow solar energy that, considering the distance between Kazumi and the ground, only got wider as it reached towards the ground like a projection of the sun's rays. Anohana wouldn't take the full blast at point blank, but Kazumi burned and incinerated the entire ground she was underneath, igniting the battlefield on fire and leaving Anohana's scorched body in a battlefield of flames, killing the captain commander instantaneously. Or rather, that would be the case, had a new combatant not intervened mid-descent of the solar blast and with their Ryotsu alone, countered the solar energy and made it flow around them towards the ground, burning the ground with fire, but leaving the newcomer and Anohana unharmed. Still, in her current condition, Anohana was barely conscious and her Bankai had disengaged. She saw one thing before she passed out, a furry tail. Rita, she smiled and lost consciousness. Rita lowered Anohana to the ground and used a small bit of Kaido to heal her. It was all she could spare, requiring the rest of her Ryotsu to fight Kazumi as she looked up at the speck high in the sky. I'm late again. By again, Rita was referring to being unable to stop Yamamoto's death at Aizen's hands and keep Anohana from being captured. I'm sorry, Retsu. I couldn't get here in time to keep you from getting hurt, but I promise you won't suffer anymore. This battle has gone on long enough. Rita rocketed into the air, leaving an indent at her takeoff point and stood on level with Kazumi as she front flipped to land on air. She aimed her staff at the number 1. Rita, Kazumi scowled. Kazumi, Rita spoke to her. What are you doing here? I'm sort of hoping we can stop this peacefully. There is no need for this bloodshed. You're almost free. It doesn't matter. I can't stand even another second in that abominable place, and I can't stand you least of all either. So this is revenge? You're going to fulfill your dreams and take me out in the process? Ichigo couldn't kill you, so now you're going to destroy everything? Don't you see the irony? You, who want to be forgiven, do not, but destroy. Kazumi, I've really only wanted to help you. Why don't you believe me? If you really wanted to help, you would have freed me years ago. I will never forgive you. The time for talk is over, anyway. I want to fight you here and now. I was actually kind of hoping you'd say that, Rita said with closed eyes. She held her staff with both hands and called out her Shikai silently. She opened her eyes and gave a cold scowl at Kazumi. I'm not about to forgive you either for doing that to Retsu. Then bring it, you little bitch, Kazumi said, swinging her sword at Rita and letting the blade extend to 7 meters long. Let's see which one of us is truly stronger now that I'm no longer held down by your domain. By your lead, Rita said with an incautious look. Kazumi smirked, so you know. I've always known. That's why I've always been concerned that you would one day escape my grasp. Then let's not waste any more time. The Ryotsu around both combatants intensified. Bankai! Both shouted simultaneously. A clash of fearsome energy radiated through the air as the most powerful women in the entire afterlife unleashed their most powerful tools. South of the Hawaiian Islands, Stefan stood in his core form, panting. He'd come across a slew of strong Togabito, all with ranks between 30 and 50, but thankfully had managed to get properly warmed up from other fights. However, he was really being pushed to his limit. If things didn't end soon, then there could soon be fatalities amongst the 13 captains. Britannia mainland. Stefan wasn't the only one aware of this. Lelich was forced into Bankai just to remain on his feet. His strength was diminishing over the course of time, but he could extend it by tapping into Iin Tamashi's Ryotsu. This war of attrition is getting incredibly taxing on us all. We are too few in number. If Kazumi isn't finished soon, I suspect we're all done for. What is taking Rita so long? This can't get any worse, can it? Suddenly Lelich heard the roar of a hollow and sensed the presence of a Garganta. You just had to jinx it. All across the world Gargantas began to open as Arrancar, and only Arrancar flooded onto the battlefield. However, they instantly began cutting up the Togabito, ignoring the humans and Soul Reapers, or, in some cases, saving their asses. People like Shunsui, Vera, Renji, and Yuna, who were all starting to become overwhelmed by the sheer number of Togabito they were cleaving through, were suddenly supported by these warriors in white. No words needed to be said. It was clear the Arrancar were around to help. Lelich noticed this when he used Kakushitsujaku and was shocked at his findings. What? From behind he heard the use of Sonito and saw the slim, voluptuous form of Neliel, queen of Hueco Mundo. You look like you could use some help, she said calmly. You're helping us? Lelich was confused. Neliel nodded. We had many of our kind returning from the world of the living with strange markings and talk of humans being able to see them. It took His Majesty a while to get all the freaked out hollows to quiet down. After hearing what was going on, I decided we should support the Soul Reapers. I'm surprised the king went along with this. The Togabito are ruining the natural order of things. Many hollows have been slaughtered by their kind. I rallied the Arrancar, saying that this was our time to prove that hollows could be more than mindless beasts. We wish to appease the Soul Society with this act. We want to show that peace can be obtained by cooperating with you on this venture. I wanted to go before your leader, but she seemed preoccupied. I came to you, Lamperouge Lelich, for you were the one who arranged the somewhat peaceful situation between our kind and yours. I see, thank you, Neliel. Your assistance is most welcome in this conflict. Neliel bowed slightly. You are quite welcome, she turned around about halfway. Now then, is there anything in particular I should know about this attack? Most of my allies might not particularly care, but when we group I would like to know what we've walked into. All right, Lelich said, walking towards her, I'll summarize quickly from the top. How about belaying that? Lelich turned around to see a man with long black hair and a mustache looking to be as ancient as the former captain commander, Yamamoto Shigekuni, if not for the darker hair color and wearing a long black cloak over a white, buttoned-down outfit. A pentagram-shaped pin was attached to the upper left side of the cloak to fasten it to the rest of the uniform. Why whack? Lelich exclaimed, recognizing the man. His face expressed shock and he prepared a defensive stance on the off chance the Grand Leader of the Quincies was going to use this opportunity to take advantage of the confusion. While Lelich had succeeded in mostly pacifying the Quincies with a first response unit, he had heard word through the grapevine that not all of them were as willing to go along with Ishida Soken's idea. Amongst them was Waiwak, the oldest living Quincy, over 1,000 years old, who fought Yamamoto to a standstill many years ago. Coupled with the death of Ishida Soken, and Lelich was worried there'd be nothing holding the Quincies back from starting up again on an old grudge. The man smirked. Looks like you could use some help with this one, Captain. Lelich's stance lowered somewhat. You're helping France. A bunch of Togabito were causing a ruckus, chasing old women and little children through the street, devouring carts of fruit and tearing through restaurants for the nourishment of food. One lumbering Togabito in particular, with a tendril hanging between his legs that could easily be mistaken for a penis, began roaring at an old lady and her dog, only to get blasted to pieces by a blue arrow, leaving nothing in its wake. The firer of the arrow stood about 20 meters away, a young woman around the same age as Ryrika, wearing the white Quincy uniform with a soldier's hat. She had long dark brown hair and pigtails and was carrying a bow and arrow with her finger smoking like a gun after just firing the arrow from her energy bow. Her name was Bambietta Basterbine, a Quincy. 370, she was keeping track of her kills. Italy. A feminine-looking man with long black hair and wearing a face mask adorned with spikes landed in a group of nearly 50 Togabito, and with a dark aura emanating from him turned them into gibbering cowards before they all exploded on the spot. He was another Quincy, as not. Germany. A blond man, Haschwald, had his back turned to a horde of flying Togabito aiming for him like a beacon. He extended his arm and a pentagram necklace dangling from his wrist glinted for a moment before an entire pillar, in the shape of a cross, lit up the sky, reaching as tall as a skyscraper, killing all of the Togabito instantaneously. The blonde Quincy then took aim at a hollow more than 2 kilometers in the sky and then, with pinpoint accuracy, shot it down. For His Majesty, Waiwak, I will not fail our home country. Western Russia. With the arrows being fired from his bow, Urayu Ishida was unleashing holy hell upon any Togabito dumb enough to get in his sight line. However, he wasn't watching what was behind him, as a rabbit-like Togabito with muscles strong enough to tear a car apart leapt at him from behind, only for an arrow to go blasting into it and destroy it. Urayu looked across the way to a man with short white hair, wearing a white suit jacket, black dress shirt and a blue tie. He had a physical bow and arrow in his hand, and the positions of his arms made it look like he had just fired it off with one arm. You still haven't learned to watch your back, Urayu, the man said, putting his bow down to light up a cigarette. Not the best thing to do on a battlefield where enemies can come out of nowhere. Even putting your back to a brick house won't amount to anything. Ryukin, Uriah stared. The doctor puffed his cigarette and put it back in his mouth, still calling me by my first name? Even after all of these years. What are you doing here? Uriah scowled. I noticed what was going on and I decided to pitch in. Is that a problem? I wasn't aware only the Soul Society was allowed to protect the Earth. No, but I thought you hated being a Quincy. It doesn't mean I'm horrible at it. By the way, I called up an old friend of Sokin's. By now every Quincy in the world is probably scouring the globe and pitching in to do the best they can. Britannia mainland. And so we are helping get rid of the Togabito. This is our home, Lamperouge Lelich. I will not see it destroyed. The Soul Society and the Quincies have our differences, but there is one thing we can agree on, these Togabito must perish. Lelich was not going to argue. Unlike Hollows, the Togabito were bound by the will of hell, even destroying their souls would send them right back to where they belonged. Lelich got down on one knee to milk the respect and gratitude of the Quincy leader. I am honored and thankful for your help, Whack, he said and then looked up at the man with a glare that spoke hatred, but the hatred was not aimed at the man he was staring at. Let us put this filth back where it belongs. Whack smirked and walked past him. You don't have to tell me twice. He stopped next to Neliel. Although your kind has made strides, do not think that this changes anything in my eyes. If that's a threat, know that we will fight you should you decide to invade. Defiance well grounded, but otherwise inconsequential. The Hollows will perish. We won't let you do that. Then I look forward to the bloodbath in a few generations. By that point our numbers will have increased enough to take you on. So might ours. With another smirk, Bach took off with Hiran Kyaku. Neliel looked at Lelich who had a look of concern on his face. Do not worry, Lamperouge Lelich. Our war is not your concern. We will keep it out of the Soul Society. Do not get involved, no matter which side emerges victorious. We will try not to, but for now, let us go back to murdering our enemies. Neliel nodded and used Sonido to find an area of combat. Center of Earth's surface. There sure are a lot of Togabito out there, Lloyd thought aloud as he sat in front of Rita's apparatus looking over the control panels. Oh, this one looks interesting, he said opening a profile. Oh, and so does this one. I wonder if I could make copies of some of these data profiles to improve Brighton Neon technology. Oh, I wonder if Rita would let me keep this one and repurpose it. Oh, wait, no, says it can possess technology. I suppose it would be bad for business to have my creations killing clients. You look like you're having fun. Lloyd felt as if someone pushed a dagger into the back of his brain. Only one voice could sound that condescending. He leaned back in the chair and turned his head to see a dark-skinned woman with blonde hair, carrying a pipe and wearing a white lab coat, red shirt, and blue jeans, standing behind him. Rax Hata, how did you get here? At Empress Kagaya's request I was asked to locate the channel that Lelich used to contact the whole world as he did. After that I just flew here on a private jet. And how did you make the landing? Rax Hata looked confused as she thought of the crashed plane outside and the parachute collapsed on top of the tower. What landing? Well, as long as you're here, even though I wish you weren't, you may as well help me with what I'm doing. Rax Hata asked intrigued. Come hither my fellow mad scientist, Lloyd beckoned forward, and I will show you things only the truly insane should ever bear witness to. Lloyd quickly explained things to Rax Hata and showed her what he was up to. Seems pretty intuitive if you ask me, Rax Hata said after a few minutes of explanation. I could have mastered this thing in half the time it took you. The owner was very insistent she show me everything and all the ins and outs. She seems to treat this thing like you and I treat our creations. So, got an extra chair? Rax Hata asked. Lloyd opened communication to Rita's servants with a wide-angle lens. Excuse me, he said, mispronouncing the word excuse on purpose. I could use an extra chair up here for my acquaintance, if you don't mind. We'll get right on it, one of the servants said. Communication closed. Well, at least he's not asking for another tuna sandwich. Only voice came over. Oh, and as long as you're coming up, Could you bring a pair of tuna sandwiches with you, thank you. There was a slight pause. Scratch that, 1 tuna sandwich, 1 with deviled ham. One of the servants twitched. I'm so glad that guy is not our permanent boss. Yeah, and I thought working for Rita was annoying. Argentinian Britannia. Standing along the sand where red-crusted earth had formed in place of an ocean, Talbumasuk Tremere felt the waves of battle across the plain and through most of the world just by concentrating. With this, victory may actually soon come. Even if Kazumi and Aizen-sensei are defeated by their enemies, Naira, Gio, and Kankui Arashi are all unoccupied, as am I. He folded his arms, closed his eyes and smirked. Picking off the strong stragglers won't be too difficult after that. I wouldn't be that confident if I were you, a Tremere Talbumasuk. Talbumasuk grinned and craned his neck to look behind him. Well now, look at this. I wasn't expecting you, Waiwak. The undisputed leader of the Quincy's readied his Deideo sword with bird-shaped crossguard and long handle. Does my arrival change your opinion? Perhaps, Talbumasuk smirked, if you knew anything about me other than my name. A flash of red light spread outward and Talbumasuk charged at Waiwak only to be confused when his blade was blocked. Waiwak smirked, Talbumasuk, I am a Quincy. I specialize in Reishi manipulation and divergence. Your little parlor tricks aren't going to avail you much against me, I'm afraid. If you want to stand even a chance against me, it's best you come at me with everything you've got. Waiwak then, with his finger, fired a blast into Talbumasuk's shoulder and took out a large chunk of it. Damn it, Bankai. Korokami no Jiken to Kyuken. Zeko no Sozo. Talbumasuk's Ryotsu skyrocketed to its utmost peak and he donned his holofication mask, allowing his wings to outspread. He regenerated the wound in his shoulder. Without his lab equipment he had yet to learn how to control the holofication form he had attained in the last minutes of combat against the Soul Society, so this was the best he could muster. It would have to be enough. Strangely though, without the holo form, he would only be rank 18. However, it was because of it that Rita marked him at number 3. How intriguing, Waiwak noted. Your Ryotsu is indeed fierce. I suppose I may have underestimated your potential a tad, but it matters not. Waiwaka's sword glowed intensely until the weapon was a broadsword as big as his body. You see, ever since Lamperouge Lelich brought an uneasy peace between the Soul Society and the Quincy's, we've had the chance to adapt our tools of the trade. Ishida Soken once came up with the suggestion of altering our weapons to be more like Zanpakuto. It went against our culture, but the idea was still appealing in a way. So, I made a black market trade with the Soul Reaper. He got me an Asaurichi and I gave him Quincy technology for R&D to study. The result? Verbergensen ungebunden. German for inner spirit unbound. Waiwak turned to the side and aimed his sword towards Talbumasuk. It's a Quincy power that increases our power to the same level as the Bankai. And mine is called Heiligschwert. Holy broadsword. Seems unimpressive, Talbumasuk commented. Oh? How about a demonstration? With a simple flick of his sword Talbumasuk could feel the pressure of Ryurioka rushing towards him and motioned to get out of the way, but lost an entire arm only to watch as the pressure ripped through the ground in a ripple of blue light, creating a new Grand Canyon, though this cut much deeper and ran for much longer. Talbumasuk went wide-eyed behind his hollow mask as he regenerated his arm. Waiwak craned his neck up towards the Arrancar Lord, still want to call it unimpressive. Sweat tingled along Talbumasuk's body. I knew I shouldn't judge things by their state, but, he swallowed, that attack was way more than I could have possibly fathomed. Talbumasuk steeled himself. I'll have to be cautious. Near the battle, Kiraku Shunsui stood on a small plateau and witnessed what Waiwak had just done. He had intended to engage Talbumasuk in combat himself, but Waiwak had beaten him to it. The 8th Division captain whistled. This battle is really going to go down in history as the craziest battle in Soul Society history. Arrancar and Quincy banding together to help us fight the Togabito and, of all things, 2 of our greatest enemies are now fighting each other. Shunsui pushed down on his hat. I should probably find one of the top 20. From the sound of it, they're the real crux of this fight. And with that, Shunsui took off. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.